a young Richmond youthful side who are excited by the opportunity to pull the big one-wood out and just have a big swing tonight. So I'm looking forward to see how they go about it. And the Blues, obviously a lot written about them and talked about whether they're going to feature later on in this season. So they would expect to come here and get the job done.
Carlton fans, they'll be hanging off every word that you've got to say tonight, Murph, as you follow the journey of Carlton in 2025 with all of them and with us here on ABC Sport. Is this the year? 30 years on. Last time they had a Camperelli debut. That was, of course, his father Scott. It happened in a premiership year in 1995. A nice little bit of symmetry. Here we are 30 years down the track. Is 2025 the year?
Oh, look, I don't think you're going to get the answer tonight, Corbin. I think...
weeks to go, isn't it?
Well, there's a lot of football left to be played, but they should be coming here tonight and getting the job done quite easily, you would think. But they've got a big couple of weeks ahead, obviously playing the Hawks next week and then the Pies after that, but they've still got to get the job done here tonight. And no sides are given this year, although this side is probably the given, you would think, Lids.
We're going to talk Richmond and plenty of them, Tigers fans, so stay with us. But firstly, inside the Carlton camp, and a very good evening to Ben Cameron, who's riding the boundary this evening. Hello, Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corbin. I do have the Blake Carosella, the Richmond midfield and stoppages coach. Richmond today, it's a very young side, Blake, 12 players, 35 games or less, 3 debutants. If you're a Richmond fan on your way to the ground, how should they grade this Richmond team tonight?
I'm not sure about grading, but I reckon you come into the ground and you're pretty excited about what they're seeing.
We'll come back to Blake Carosella in just a moment. Back into the Carlton camp. Ben Cameron's downstairs. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Yeah, thank you. I'm down here with Brad Lloyd, the GM of football. You've got players injured. We know that you've got some players dealing with some personal issues. How different is the lineup out here for Carlton today as to what you might have put down if you were blue skying it for round one?
Oh, look, I was looking through yesterday the team as you're in a team meeting, and we've got a lot of players that probably haven't been available at different stages that are available tonight, which is really exciting. So, we've got a good mature lineup, but then also some debutant in Lucas Campriali. So, we're pretty excited about what we're taking out. Obviously, Charlie's one that we'd like to add back in at some stage, but we're pretty excited.
12 players with 35 games or less of experience for Richmond. I mean, we're all sitting around thinking, what are we going to get from Richmond? It must have been hard to plan for. How did you do it?
Yeah, look, they've got some young ones, but I think they had probably an unbelievable draft hand they had last year as well. So some of the players are high-end picks and highly talented players. So we plan as normal, and they're a talented group. They've got half a dozen premiership players as well. So we're going to have to bring strong contested game as we can do, and we'll work through it.
I know you're closing in on your opening game of the season, but Cal Toomey reported during the week that Tom De Koning is giving serious and strong consideration to an offer from St Kilda. What's the last communication you've had from TDK and his manager, Robbie DiRazio?
Yeah, look, we'll continue to work through it. Tommy's really happy at the club. He sort of bounces around the place, and it's a long season, early season. Look, it's a professional environment where players need to work through this decision making. But we've had really good retention over a number of years now as Carlton. It's a great place to be. So we love having him at the club, and confident he'll be at the club for many years to come.
I'll send you upstairs for a couple of questions.
Lloydie, Murphy, mate. Good luck tonight. I just looked through the team list, and Sam Docherty's been named as the sub. Where do you see Sam playing this year, or where does Vossi and the coaches think that his best position is for 2025?
Yeah, look, he's had a great career so far, and I guess that's the thing. He can play a number of roles, Doc. So he does a good job on the wing. Really structures up well. He's good off half back as we've seen over the years, and he can go through the middle as well. So I'm sure we'll see him in the action at some stage tonight. But he's got a fair bit going for him across the board. So he's probably a perfect sub from that point of view.
Yeah, because I thought that with the injury to Nick Newman, just that half-back flanker who can really set up the team and be more of a leader, because he's such a good directional player. Is that more the position you're probably going to see him play? I know he's played through half-forward flank and, as you said, through the midfield in previous seasons, but isn't that sort of the natural fit if you're looking at it?
Yeah, well, he does naturally play there, so he's we'll keep working through it. We've got young Lockie Cowan coming through, and Ollie Hollins has played a role down there off half-back as well. But, Doc can Doc, I think he'll play in a number of spots throughout the year, and it's subject to where Bossy settles him. But he'll come on and play where we need him tonight.
And Robin Innes, obviously head of high performance at the Blues, now taking over from Andrew Russell this pre-season. What's been the difference in the pre-season from last year to this year in terms of the fitness levels from the guys and just the overall training?
Yeah, it's been a big pre-season. Rob's come across, quality person, and he's really adjusted well. It's always a big change when a new high-performance manager comes in. But Rob's come in. He's experienced, as Andrew has had a wonderful career at a number of clubs as well. And Rob has come in and held a good account of himself as well. He's it's been a pretty intense pre-season. I guess plenty of speed through the program, and we've had reasonable durability throughout. We probably lost a couple of weeks ago to injury, but it's been pretty solid throughout. So availability's pretty sound. We look forward to getting big Charlie back inside at some stage fairly soon. But we've got a pretty good lineup tonight.
Brad Lloyd, the GM of footy at the Carlton Football Club, with us on ABC Sport. Brad, it's Corbin Middlemass here. I heard the Chief Executive interviewed on Channel 9 at the launch a couple of weeks ago, and he was asked about his expectation for the year of the football club. He said, look, we want to make top four and see how we go in the finals. Is it fair then for us up here in the media and people watching on to grade you guys against that marker, that this is a top four team that we're looking at?
Yeah, it's always a hard one, and gradings and all that, but we all know that it's where clubs need to be and where we need to be to really feature. So we'll just keep. We've had a good pre-season. We probably have lacked durability and getting our best team on the park in recent years, and we've had 2023. We had a really rough start to the year and came home really strong. And then last year was the opposite. We had a pretty poor finish. So we need a real consistent season, availability, consistency week in, week out, and then it gives us a chance to finish amongst the top clubs there. So that's where we'd like to be, but a fair bit of work to get done before then.
Brett Lidio here. I'm just wondering, who are the players that, in your opinion, that are going to take this side from where they finished last year up into that top four that you're talking about? Give us a couple of names.
Yeah, look, looking around the room yesterday, there's some experienced players that, if we can get full seasons out, your Adam Cheras and Zach Williams and these types. And then we've got some players that have come back, like a Jack Silvani. We're going to see him down back playing a role. I like Lockie Cowan off half-back, who I think is going to develop strongly. Motlop had a pretty good pre-season, so I feel like there's a combination of players that we haven't had full seasons out of, and then some growth from some of those younger players I've mentioned. Sam Walsh will feature tonight. I don't think he's played against Richmond round one for a couple of years as well. So I think there's getting cohesion and getting strong availability throughout the season will be the focus as opposed to individuals.
Brad, it's Matt Clinch here. You mentioned Jack Silvani there. One of the good stories, 600 days it's been between games for him, going back to round 23 against the West Coast Eagles. Is the plan still to start him in defence and to have Kemp as a forward? Is that the way Carlton are looking to line up when you think back to, I guess, three of your top four leading goal kickers from last season, with Charlie Curnow out, Matt Owies having moved on, are now no longer in the lineup?
He'll start down back for sure. Great to see him. I think he's got good footy now, and he's a real competitor, Jack. He's probably a bit like his dad, would hate getting beaten. So I thought he was really good in the last couple of weeks with his. He defends hard, but then he joins in on the rebound as well. Loves getting the footy in his hands. So I've been impressed in what I've seen so far of him down back. So he'll give pretty good support to some of the other tools with Weeders and Haynes coming into the side, and also Mitch McGovern.
And Nick Haynes is the other one who made the transition from the Giants. Has played in, I think, 14 finals across his career at GWS. But the stat around the Blues at the back end of the season was that only 4 teams conceded more points across the home and away season than Carlton. Is that one area that Michael Voss has particularly gone to work at during the off-season to try and steady up that defence, with Nick Haynes now coming in?
Yeah, look, Nick's been a quality player for a long time, and I thought he was really good against GWS in our last game, and really showed us what he can do. But no, we've had times in the last couple of seasons where we've been the number one defensive team in the competition, and as you say, last year there was periods where we did slip to 14th overall. So it's critical. All the high-end teams they defend strongly as well. We've got a strong attack when we move the ball, so defence is critical.
Brad, your time's appreciated. Good luck tonight and throughout 2025. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Brad Lloyd, the GM of footy at the Carlton Football Club. So hopefully that just sets the table for you, Carlton fans, of what's to come in season 2025. But the new names that are there tonight, so Lucas Camporeale makes his debut. He is a left footer, an 18-year-old, taken at pick 54 as a father-son selection in last year's national draft. Now, his fraternal twin, so a fraternal twin for people that aren't aware, two separate eggs, no more alike than any other set of siblings, but his twin Ben was taken just before him. He's on the injury list at the moment, so not playing, but you can imagine Scott and Ali, his mum and dad, will be absolutely pumped. They'll be here tonight. Nick Haynes obviously come across from GWS, and Francis Evans now at his third club. The three new faces for the Blues. And Murph, Jack Silvani, a young man who you know well, makes his return after 600 days. And I heard a lot of people quote this figure. I thought it was 600 days. What, that can't be bang on 600 days. So sure enough, I looked it up. Exactly the 600th day today since he last played an AFL game. So that's not just like, oh, it's 600 days, like it's close to that number. Bang on, and he makes his return tonight.
Yeah, well, there you go. I called him yesterday just to wish him all the best and to say well done on getting through a really hard period. There's not an easy way to go about coming back from those big long-term injuries, and he's had his ups and downs from the point that he did his knee. He had to go back in and get it cleaned out a couple of times and didn't have that linear direction in terms of just getting it back on track straight away. So he's done it the hard way, and I think he's a really important player for him. I know Lids just asked the question there to Brad Lloyd about how's your team going to get better, and I think he's one that certainly would shore up their defence. I know that Jacob Wearing really enjoys playing with him because he's a smart footballer, so I think he's a really important piece of the puzzle for talking about new players coming in or other guys having to step up. I think he's a really important piece for the Carlton hopes of 2025.
And he's a third-generation Blue with now a fourth generation with young Charlie potentially. As you'd know, Murph, lots of Carlton fans get excited, the Camporeale family and lineage as well, so congratulations to him.
Yeah. And if you're learning to play in defence, it's handy that your dad's the fullback of the century, so he's got someone that he can learn from. More from Lids and Murph coming up next as our coverage continues.
Being a parent today. Ugh.
I've blocked my mum.
Join Amanda Keller, Kate Ritchie and Nazim Hussain to laugh and tackle the tricky issues.
It's going to be a wild ride.
The role of a lifetime. Stream all episodes now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He pulled the river and magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
That extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal.
The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a
finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
We broke ground on the season last weekend at the Harbour City, but it's all hands on deck now. 18 teams, 9 matches, and the on-ramp to round 1 is the traditional MCG opener between Richmond and Carlton. For 8 years, the Tigers lorded it over the Blues, particularly in this game. They've dominated this night and this matchup during that period. And it feels like this year Carlton are priming themselves for a little bit of payback. They are an 8-goal favourite up against an inexperienced Richmond outfit who have a dozen players tonight with 35 games or less of experience, including 3 debutants, which includes the number 1 pick, Sam Lawler, who makes his debut tonight. He only gets to make his debut once, and we're lucky enough to be here to call it for you tonight on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Good evening, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening to everyone. Here we go again for another season. The hopes, the dreams and the expectations of all 18 sides. And it feels like for so long across the summer we've tried to work out who are the sides that are in good form. There's only that little taste of pre-season form, and once more, we're looking at a crowd of over 80,000 tonight, which, given the prospects of the two sides, are you a believer in the Blues? And can you see the return of the Tigers, the young pups trying to start their career at Punt Road? And under a second-year coach, Adam Uze, it looks like a tough task, but the beauty of sport is we never quite know what we're going to get.
We did chat a little bit of Carlton a short time ago, if you weren't with us. Sam Docherty is going to start as the sub. There are a couple of new faces. Lucas Camporeale is the left footer on debut. He, of course, is the son of Scott Camporeale. Nick Haynes from GWS and Francis Evans, who's come across from Port Adelaide, our number 1 picks, are assembled, as they will be on Thursday nights throughout the year here in Melbourne. Mark Murphy alongside Brett Delidio. Murph, just if you can recap for us, we spoke to Brad Lloyd, the GM of footy, a short time ago. What did you take out of that? What's something that stood out, the messaging from the GM of footy?
Well, we talked about, good evening everyone anyway, we talked about Tom De Koning and his signature, which is up for grabs with St Kilda, who I think will be coming pretty hard for him.
Very hard.
Giving him probably if Finn Callahan is going to get 17 million,
yep,
I think the Ruckman's probably going to get more over that period.
Right. You know him well. Is he the kind of guy that wants to keep wearing the white monogram and the navy blue, or do you think he's gettable?
Well, I think anyone's gettable if there's a certain amount of money almost
that's sort of money
in front of the table. I mean, that's incredible money that these players are getting these days. But I think that it comes back to the importance of Carlton doing well this year. And I think if they start really well, perform and win games of football, like where else do you want to play your game of football? Here at the G in front of big crowds. You'd think that Carlton are, they're almost at that stage of really pressing for grand finals. And you want to be part of it. So it's the importance of Carlton stringing wins together early.
So they've missed out last game of the home and away season. Jamie Elliott, of course, kicked that goal. We're all here for that. Following year, they make it through to a preliminary final, beaten by Brisbane. Same team, same venue last year. Didn't score until the 23-minute mark of the second quarter. So that is the journey under Michael Voss. We've now reached year 4. We'll talk more of the Blues as the night goes on, but it's time to turn our focus to Richmond, which means Brett Delidio. It's time to look firmly at you as the former Richmond champ. Sell it to Richmond supporters, as that they've had a great period, as good as the club's had.
Yep.
Certainly in the last 50 years, they win 3 flags in 4 years. And probably as supporters of a lot of other teams, including probably ours, Murph, the Bombers and the Blues, they'll probably be thinking, you know what, I'd make that deal. If you get 3 flags in 4 years, I'm happy for what's about to unfold. But this feels like ground zero for this football club.
Oh, look, no doubt. I mean, you've got to look for those little wins along the way. And I suppose I went through a couple almost. One, when I first got there, we'd almost gone through that little rebuild as well. We had 5 picks inside 20 way back in 2005. But we managed to play some pretty good footy there in the first part of it on the bounce of Plough coming in and getting the game up and going. And then when Dimmer came involved as well, another thing that we bottomed out, and then we got Dusty into the club and a number of other players as well at that point in time. And that was the start of that journey. This could be, if you're a supporter who's looking for those little green shoots, you're sort of just sitting there watching and saying, well, I'm here for that journey and I'm going to watch them rise. And hopefully this group's good enough to take them back up to the pointy end. But you've got to be looking for today as a contested ball wins. It's, can you win the clearances? It's young players getting their first touch, kicking their first goal. I was there tonight to say I'll witness that. That's the sort of joy you got to get. And from the Richmond supporters that I've spoken to and seen over the last little bit, the last 6 months especially, is that's what they're looking forward to. They're very comfortable knowing what they've done just in the recent past. I'm certainly wasn't a part of that, which they keep reminding me of, which is great. But I'm happy for them that they're comfortable with where it's at. I just hope they stay thick right throughout the year. When things get hard, we have seen it go the other way sometimes.
24 minutes before the bounce, no late change. We'll get your reaction on the other side of this. Let's go inside the Richmond camp. Ben Cameron is down there. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I am down here with Blake Carosella, the Richmond midfield and stoppages coach. Richmond today, it's a very young side, Blake, 12 players, 35 games or less, 3 debutants. If you're a Richmond fan on your way to the ground, how should they grade this Richmond team tonight?
I'm not sure about grading, but I reckon you come into the ground and you're pretty excited about what they're seeing. Some of the supporters wouldn't have seen a lot of these players play. First game players, Armstrong, Sammy Lawler. We've got a really young team, but it's exciting with the talent that we've managed to put into the team. And, it's still got a sprinkling of older players with Lynch and Nankervis and those types playing. So, I think as a supporter, you're really excited about what might happen.
We've got a couple of number 1 picks up in the box in Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy from each of these 2 clubs. So Sam Lawler is naturally the one that everyone is interested in. What have you seen from him throughout the summer?
Class. Yeah, you can see he would have dominated the under-18 competition. He's really powerful, but he's got a real good combination of power and skill. He's a very similar shape and size to someone else who used to play at the football club, and he's got the same traits, the power and the creativity with the ball in his hand. He's a great kick. Really looking forward to seeing how he goes tonight.
Just to be really clear, that might have been someone who wore number 4 and had their hair cropped pretty short from time to time?
Yeah, he looks quite similar now, actually. He's got a short haircut out there. But, Sam Lawler. It's him. He's unique. He's different to what Dustin was. But he might share some similar traits. But looking forward to a great game tonight from Sam and then a wonderful career.
You've been away from Richmond. You've come back. How's the club the same? How's it different?
Yeah, it was funny when I walked back into the club. Kind of the feeling and the positivity and the vibe was very, very similar to when I left in end of 2019. So it's just a great place to work. It's really positive, very inclusive. You just feel like you can be yourself, and there's a great connection amongst the players and the staff. And it's a really good place to learn and develop, and hopefully we can see that tonight.
There's been some members of the media that have been critical of Adam Uze's aura, so to speak. When you look at him, and you've been around great coaches, how does he command the room with this young group?
Oh, he does. I'm not sure what aura means. I guess it means a lot of different things to different people, but Uze's got the leadership. He's got the players' minds. They listen to everything he says, and I think tonight you'll see that the players have grown from last year, and so is he.
In terms of the game style, what can we look out for this evening?
I think a combination of we want to play a really contested game. At the same time, we want to be an exciting team to watch. I think that's always been the case, especially when I was here last time. Like, we're a really exciting team, contested team, fast-paced. There'll be no doubt there'll be times where we are slower, but hopefully we can pick the right time to flick the switch and go into offence and score. And if we don't, we can lock the ball in our forward half and keep the ball there and get repeat entries and hopefully score again.
Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Blake Carosella speaking there with Ben Cameron inside the Richmond camp, and what an off-season it's been. They lost 7 premiership players. They went from the 4th oldest team to the 2nd youngest, and they went to the draft with 7 picks inside the top 30. We'll see 3 of them tonight. Lids, I just want to pick up on Sam Lawler there. So you also work in the player management space. You know all about the kids that come through the draft. He had a bit of a mishap in the pre-season after Ruben Jimby shoved him into a contest. He ended up with a broken jaw and concussion out of that, but he's right to go, and at 18 years of age, the number 1 pick will debut tonight.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about him?
Oh, mate, I don't want to put all this. Everyone keeps saying, he's Dusty Mark II and whatever else. Dusty was a once-in-a-lifetime type player, but he's very similar in his shape and his size, his power and that sort of thing. Probably, if I was going to say, Dusty was very good one-on-one with his marking, but I reckon Sammy's probably better overhead, where he can catch it over his head, but... Yeah, let's just enjoy what he can do. We saw a glimpse in that game against West Coast that he can play up front. He'll get a couple of shots on goal, no worries about that. But
the JD sounded similar. Start forward and get some midfield exposure. Were the words from Adam Uze?
Well, there you go. Yeah, let him roll through there and just mix it up and get used to it. I mean, I don't know whether you remember back to your first game, Murph, but you got that many emotions and thoughts going through your head. Just give me that first touch and hopefully I can go from there.
Yeah, it's head spinning and the game just moves at a million miles an hour, and you're just looking to try and get that first touch or just that first involvement in the game. So hopefully for his sake and a few other debutants out there that they can get their hands on the footy early and feel a bit more accustomed. But I remember that a few senior players initially, when you're about to walk out for the start of the game, they're like, look, have a look at the stand, just soak it all in, have a look around, and then you just get back to business once you're in that first 5 or 6 minutes. It just becomes normal football again. But you are tugging it as a young player early days, but just know that everyone else is probably doing the same thing as well. What about the pressure of being the number one draft pick? Now we've seen, social media and everything kind of change that landscape. Yes. That now the expectation is you take and pick one, you're expecting you're going to be a star of the competition. So how would you advise players to try and manage that in today's environment?
Oh, look, to be honest, I think it's changed a little bit since I came through in Murph as well, in that your first year is almost a free hit. Like, you're just out there and you're playing and you're enjoying, and no one really cares too much who you are. Harley Reid last year, it's just like, this kid's bigger than Moses. He's just going over there in Perth. He can't go anywhere without people knowing who he is. It makes it really challenging for these young guys with social media. They're so accessible 24/7. You play a bad game and you get the feedback. You play a great game, you can buy into it too much as well and get carried away. So it's, for him, advice, just go out there and try and be the best version of yourself and enjoy it and try and make your teammates better around you. That's all. I'd probably keep it simple too. Yeah, but I think the last 3 or 4 years too, the way in which the professional program of these under-18 programs are run leads that they can come straight in and impact, whereas probably thinking back 15, 20 years ago, like I remember going into that's my first pre-season of football I really had done, leading into an AFL game. Because you're a good cricketer, that's why.
I was pretty handy in cricket. I know we can talk about that for days and kabaddi as well if you want. But it's very different back then to what it is now, and I think also the limelight's on them. Like, everyone knows their names through Supercoach and the rest of it, so it's a big part of everyone that gets around football just knows exactly who the number one pick or even the top 10 picks are really these days, and they're expected to come in and perform. And because of the last few years we've seen that with Harley Reid and Nick Dacos and Sam Walsh over the years, that you see these young guys come into it and they look like they've been playing for 100 games straight away. So there is a lot of pressure, but no doubt that Adam Muse has been giving him the message about going out there and just sticking to the fundamentals, know why you're out there, play to your strengths and enjoy your footy.
It's been a sensational day in Melbourne. Got to 25 degrees. There's barely a cloud in the sky, and it's still 23 at the moment. The Formula One is here this weekend, which I can test is just about the busiest weekend in Melbourne. There are people everywhere, and I think the fact that obviously it's a street circuit in Albert Park, so it moves congestion into other parts of the city, but they're expecting another huge crowd this weekend, and the schedule or the fixture of the games is to work around the Formula One schedule. There's no doubt about that. There's 2 games head-to-head tomorrow night in Melbourne, on Saturday night, which you almost never see. Night games Thursday night, Friday night, 2 night games on Saturday evening, and then 1 game on Sunday. So it is a loaded fixture. As we get the umpires making their way out, so Jacob Mollison, Cameron Dorr, Robert O'Gorman and Daniel Johannesson. So they are the officials. They're all in the powder blue tonight, so holding up the yellow Sharon, and we're just about set to go with over 80,000 expected again, and we're just awaiting the arrival of the 2 teams. Speaking of, by the way, teams for the rest of the weekend, it's the first Thursday of the year. Fremantle fans will have to wait to see Shea Bolton, so he is not playing with that leg issue. He won't make the trip to Geelong. Bailey Smith will make his club debut, though. The Swans have sprung a change after their loss last week to Hawthorn. So Riley Bice,
Aubrey boy,
our man from the Ovens and Murray Grand Final. He's coming in for the Grand Final rematch at AFL level, and Tom Green is back earlier than expected for GWS. So they were talking 5 or 6 weeks.
Yeah, he's obviously done a power of work, and maybe it wasn't as bad as first reported.
Jack Martin's going to make his club debut for the Cats, obviously crossing over from the Blues, one of your former teammates, Murph. Harry Jones right to go for the Bombers despite that glute problem. Josh Ward gets the call-up in the place of James Warple, so that's the Friday night fixture. Darcy Fort gets first crack at it. He replaces Joe Danaher, who of course is retired in the Brisbane forward line for the Grand Final rematch. Some other names to look out for this weekend. Jack Lukosius is going to make his debut. The Magpies have overlooked Mason Cox, despite the fact he's right to go, so coming back from that fractured finger. And St Kilda have named Mitch Owens. He had that AC joint injury in the last practice match, but he's right to go. So he's in, and he's going to make his debut. There are new faces, new teams, obviously right across the competition, so a number of different faces that you'll get used to as the weekend goes on. And, of course, you can hear it all here on ABC Sport. Every game all season, find it through the ABC Listen app, and you can toggle across the games. You can also send us an SMS as well on 0437 774 774 at 0437 774 774. Interestingly, as we await the arrival of the Blues, they're going to be the first team on the ground. Their banner crew are already getting the banner erected. Murph, you've played in this game a number of times in the past. Interestingly, only the Anzac Day blockbuster between Essendon and Collingwood has drawn more. So for all the talk about, they're lopsided games, Richmond dominated a period, Carlton dominated another period, they're guaranteed to pull a crowd.
Yeah, that's right. There was probably a period between 2008 to
when did it start, Corp? Do you know?
Was it 2008?
2008.
Yeah.
Yep.
So 2008, was that Ben Cousins' first game?
No, that was 09.
That was Juddy's. No.
Yeah. The 2008 was,
It would have been Juddy's.
Yep. Juddy's, but Cuzzy was the year after.
So we had Judd's first game and Ben Cousins' first game, and then there was probably 5 or 6 years where it was like head to head. It was pretty good hit outs, and then obviously Richmond have gone on this run for a long period of time, and now probably Carlton are thinking, now it's our turn to get one back at them. But as you said, Corbin, it always draws a huge crowd. The grass is always very short, and it's usually good weather. Lids was always oiled up to the nines. I always knew about that. When you run out there, just don't touch the lids at the start because you don't want oil all over yourself.
Well, when you've done all that work over summer, you're bronzed up. Why not flaunt it and show everyone else that you've done the work? But it was an absolute belter of a game to play in. And you just knew it was like, we had a countdown clock one year from the start of pre-season all the way through. We lost that year. It never came back, that countdown clock.
Jeez.
But I think that's a bit of a stretch to say it was close for 4 or 5 years. I think we had the
8 years it was. 8 years the Tigers dominated from 2011 through to 2021, and the Blues have won the last 2. Interestingly, last year, the Tigers actually led for 3 quarters, and then Carlton came charging home in the last term. So, as we saw against the Tigers and the Sydney Swans early in the season, you just never quite know. And I guess from a Richmond point of view, Lids, it's about trying to capitalise on whatever opportunities they get inside forward 50. And like on that occasion against the Sydney Swans, they got on top on the clearances, which is one area we've become used to Carlton really dominating.
Yeah, and then that's what, like, the addition of Tom Lynch coming back into that side gives them that focal point to be able to, if they can equalise or, just fall behind in the inside 50s and get, young Harry Armstrong, who's in there, give him a chance. Jacob Bauer, who's down there as well, and Sammy Lawler, who's going to make his debut tonight. I'll give himself a shot, but he's coming up a stingy defence.
Yeah, he's crucial, isn't he? I mean, he straightens them up even when they were the pinnacle side. Like, he was so important for them when they were going really well, and I think it just highlights the importance of still having those senior guys out there, especially him, who's such a big target, who can bring the ball to ground and give them an opportunity, because the last thing that Richmond want is the ball coming in and going straight out the other side, and those intercept marks just really hurt you when teams go coast to coast.
You might have heard the Blues make their way out in the background. So 4th season under Michael Voss. They did finish 3 wins, 7 losses last year, and their only wins on the run home were against North, West Coast and Richmond. And of course that final where they didn't score until the 23-minute mark of the second term. They have 16 players backing up from that elimination final, which means 7 new faces, including Scott Camporeale's young bloke Lucas, the left footer, on debut tonight. And Jack Silvani, another famous surname, makes his return. Here come the Tigers onto the MCG. The familiar approach through the drums, they hit the banner, and as the team bursts through, the theme song plays out. One of the best in the competition. How many times will Richmond fans hear it post-match this season? They won only 2 games last year. Interestingly, despite collecting the wooden spoon, they beat the minor premiers, something that we haven't seen in the competition for a long, long time. An incredible year in which Richmond finished last, their 3rd wooden spoon in the AFL era since 1990, and yet the first team since 1976 to win the wooden spoon in a year in which they beat the minor premiers in the Sydney Swans. Talk about new faces. They drafted 7 guys inside the top 30 in last year's national draft. Sam Lawler, the number 1 pick, the 18-year-old from Bacchus Marsh, who's on debut tonight. Luke Traynor, the 18-year-old. He is an intercepting defender. He's the grandson of Doug Wade, who's 5th all-time in the VFL AFL goal kickers list. 2-time premiership winner. Ask your parents or your grandparents about him, kids. And then Harry Armstrong, who's another 18-year-old, pick 23. Richmond's 6th pick. If you go pick 23, you'd be thinking, gee, I'm going to get my choice of jumper numbers here and where I sit in the locker room and have a fuss mate about me, and yet he's the 6th pick that they got in, taken 23 overall. Harry Armstrong is a key forward. Yeah,
and a good mover too, young Harry, but you know, it's a great opportunity. Just hope that he gets a nice, easy run at it early where you can just, you know, jump into it. I expect him to try and sit on a head too, because I've seen him do that in the under-18 champs last year. His ability to jump's pretty good. But I'm excited just to see, as I spoke about earlier, just that ability to compete and try and compete for as long as possible against a side that's got top 4 aspirations. If you can do that, and you'll start to see that growth in the side and see him build on that confidence. As you spoke about before, Clinchy, they knocked off Sydney this time last year, and you know, they'll be using that as a little bit of motivation, albeit they've lost a few players since then.
I might have to pass you the binoculars lids. Camden McIntosh is rocking the bike shorts and the black sweatband across the head.
He thinks he's Alex Caruso from the NBA, doesn't he, at the moment? I'm not sure about that look. He's always been a little bit left of centre, old Camden, but good on him. You know, each their own. I prefer the oil if I was going to make a statement, but not that black headband. It looks ridiculous.
There's only 2 players that have made their debut and walked away with a Rising Star nom from this game. So since 2008 onwards, one was Chris Yarran back in 2010, and the other one was Camden McIntosh in 2015. So he was the last one to do it in a Rising Star nom on debut. The MCG opener between Richmond and Carlton. Great to have you with us. We're on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy. Ben Cameron is riding the boundary, and our number 1 picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio. We might take a look at these teams in the preliminary warm-up, which gives Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio a chance to pull it all apart for us. You've got a team that is an 8-goal favourite tonight in the Carlton Football Club. That gives them 2 snags a quarter.
Yep.
Is that about right?
Look, on paper, you'd have to say, yeah, with that many new young players, how many did you say under 35 games before, Corb?
12.
But we all know how much experience takes its toll and how much it plays a part in games. But look, they'll be young and youthful and try and bring as much confidence. I'm sure Ooze has been in there giving them a real rev up to say, boys, let's have a go. Let's just throw, have a free hit.
What do you think the room chat from Adam Muse would have been to the Tigers before the game? Would it be just about taking the scoreboard out of it? Let's mark ourselves on contested ball clearances, maybe limiting uncontested marks. What do you think that his message would have been leading into this game?
Everything they've been practicing over the summer, I think. It's just like, let's go back to our fundamentals of the game. Let's not think about the end result. Let's try and win the first quarter. How do we win that very, very first contest you're involved in? Try and win that clearance or lay a tackle. Let's make sure our pressure points, our pressure numbers are really high to make sure they're not just waltzing through and taking the game on their own terms.
No, he's spot on. I think that's really important when you've got a young side, and as you said, there's 12 guys who haven't played much football, so I think that just shows you the importance of having these senior guys who are all premiership players in Short and Vlosten and Broad down back who can really organise and direct their teammates, and still got them some real stars inside their team, but obviously it's the periphery which we're not too sure about yet, because they're obviously new to the games, a few debutants out there. But what we will see today, and I think we'll look back in a few years' time and go, I was there for his first game of football. I think there's some players out there that will certainly be household names and pretty quickly. So it's exciting when you come to the football and you look at the Richmond outfit, so to speak, and you think, well, where are the wins going to be? And that's where the wins are going to be. And some of these young players who are playing their first game tonight, or they're in their second year of football, and then you see in 2, 3, 4 years' time the types of players they've become, and no doubt hoping to try and lead Richmond up the ladder again.
Yeah, and looking on the flip side, I think you look at Carlton, you're wanting them to put their foot on the throat tonight and say, righto, we won't have these top 4 aspirations. Let's stamp our authority early and put this game, I don't think they're going to be able to put it to bed straight away, because they're going to have a crack, these Richmond boys. But it's like, righto, we're here to play, and our big boys are standing up. We're not just going to wait for Cripper to turn it on in the third quarter, fourth quarter to make sure we win this game. We need everyone chipping in. We've spoken about Chera, lifting his game. Zachy Williams being able to add a little bit more up forward, because we don't want to be just so reliant on Paddy Cripps, Jacob Wiedering down back, and Harry Mackay.
Well, that's where the improvement's going to come from, because other teams who are challenging for the premiership have added really strong A-grade players. You talk about Geelong adding Bailey Smith and Jack Martin. You talk about Collingwood getting Perryman and Dan Houston.
Yep.
Carlton have really backed in what they had last year, and that's where the improvement's going to come from. It's going to come from guys. I know he hasn't played in 600 games, but Jack Silvani, who's an experienced player, been around for a long period of time, adding that depth down back. Jesse Motlop, who had an injury-interrupted season and pre-season last year, who, from all accounts, has been flying throughout the pre-season. That improvement there. Ollie Holland's going into his third year of playing football. Then you've got Chera, who was leading their BNF 2 years ago, and he had a year last year he'd love to forget. He had a lot of injuries, a lot of form issues, and he's had a really strong pre-season. So they're going to hope that he can get back to that sort of form from 2 years ago, and that's where their improvement's going to come from.
Where would you think the Blues' deficiency might be, Murph? Where's the one area you're concerned about?
Well, the one issue is, I think, certainly their leg speed still and the ability to use the ball quickly through the corridor. It's probably the importance that they held on to from young Jagger Smith, and I know he's a first-year player. They really pushed their way up the draft to try and recruit and add him into this list. He's obviously done his ACL and out for a year, but that was something that he was really adding to their training from speaking to quite a few people there. So that midfielder, that small midfielder who can take the game on and really burst from stoppages and try and cut up oppositions through the midfield. So that's where Sam Walsh and Adam Chera are going to probably have to pick up the slack in that department. I know that Sam Walsh has been a superstar. He had a year that he wasn't up to his standard. He had his injury issues that he had to deal with that back and hamstring. I think he's a really important cog when he is running the lines hard and really running up and down the ground from defence to forward. He just makes opposition's teams a really tough challenge to try and stop. So that was one area of the game where I think they can really add some leg speed and some dash, but it's going to be up to Adam Sardpro to take the game on through the corridor as well a little bit more.
I mentioned only 16 from Carlton's elimination final team backing up and playing tonight. From Richmond's last game, 13 are there. They have 10 changes, would you believe, from that side. So
and 3 from their top 5 of the BNF.
Incredible. Prestia, Baker, Rioli, Ralph Smith, Kajitsky, Buildup, Bolton, Graham and Pickett. So those 10 no longer there. They only have 6 premiership players remaining from that glorious era. So Broad, Vlosten, McIntosh, Lynch, Short and then Curvis. And as we mentioned, 12 guys under 35 games. And you make your way through that list and the amount of inexperience they've got in this team. Down the page, Sam Lawler, jumper number 22 tonight on debut. Thompson Dow's only playing his 35th game tonight. Tom Brown, number 30 in his 19th game. Luke Traynor is on debut. Harry Armstrong on debut. And then even towards the back end, we got some big, heavy numbers here, lads. So James Trezai's 9th game. Tyler Sonsie, the sub, 25th game. Sam Banks from Clarence in Tasmania in his 22nd game. Jacob Bauer playing his 8th game tonight. Seth Campbell, who played 21 games in his debut year. Jacob Blight plays his 4th game, and Steely Green is playing his 7th match tonight. The 21-year-old apprentice electrician out of Perth.
Opportunity, that's all that says to me there, Corp. It's
over 1,000 games as you tally it up from those experienced players at the left. And so Swamp Thing on Twitter, Tom Lynch, 462 goals as a Tiger. The other 22 players, just 379. So it might be on Tom's shoulders tonight. And you mentioned the Premiership Tigers, Dion Prestia and, of course, Noel Bolter. The other two are not there tonight. I wondered how that phone call might have gone through to Adam Uze. He will miss the first 4 weeks of the club suspension.
Ben Cameron is in the front row of the grandstand tonight. Good evening, Ben.
Yeah, good evening, Corbin. It's a glorious Melbourne March night. I mean, shirt and jeans sort of weather. The captains have just come together for the toss of the coin. It's been won by Nankervis. He pointed to the punt road end of the ground, so Richmond kicking to that end in the opening quarter. The subs, Tyler Sonsie and Sam Doherty, interestingly. So what that does mean is that we'll keep a lookout for Sam Lawler. He's not starting on the bench. He's going to start on the ground. Luke Traynor too. Harry Armstrong will start on the pine. We are expecting about 80,000 in the house here today. It's almost split down the middle. Yellow and black at the punt road end of the ground, navy blue towards the city end. So all in readiness. The top brass of the AFL are here. The EGM of footy, Laura Kane, Josh Marnie as well. And Nick Newman, injured this year, we know about that. He's on the bench in a coaching capacity for the Blues.
Thanks, Ben. We'll chat to you throughout the night. Ben Cameron on the boundary. It is a glorious evening. Daylight saving still in effect. 23 degrees, floodlights on, but blue skies behind it. The yellow Sharon raised. And footy is back in the heartland. The MCG traditional opener. It is Richmond and Carlton. On ABC Sport, you're with Matt Clinch.
2025 is underway at the MCG, and De Koning and Nankervis square up in the middle of the ground. Tap goes down the way of Taranto, can't gather, picked up by Cripps of the Blues. Hand pass to De Koning, gets it away, quick hand pass to Cowan, out to the members wing. Akers can't pick it up cleanly, and onto it. Here's a chance for Trezise, sends the Tigers up towards half forward. Up in the pack, unable to take the mark was Power. Off hands against the boundary line, Lawler was composed. He gets a hand pass to Trezise. The Tigers inside 50, big pack. Haynes brings it down, and with a clearing kick out of defence.
Gets it over to that southern wing. Bouncing footy, sits up from Mackay. Tackled, got a hand pass away to Sam Walsh. Collects off the deck. Hand pass to his mate Chera. Kicks Carlton up over halfway. It's a good kick at that, and Cottrell takes the sprawling mark. He can look inside 50 for the Blues. He goes wide to the boundary line to Mackay. He marks 52 metres out, left half forward. As Ben said, Blues to the Ponsford stand end. Opening quarter of the season for both these two teams. Lays it up to the hot spot. A little shove from Short, Clever, close to the line, and in the end it's helped through. A rush behind on the last line of defence from Jacob Blight. Kick out time for the Tigers. First score of the night, are behind for the Blues. We've travelled 1 minute and 15 seconds. Richmond home game there in the black shorts with the yellow sash. And Carlton all in the navy blue, white monogram and the white shorts.
Jaden Short looks to bring the Tigers back into play, into the right back pocket, and drives it long up the Shane stand side. Lynch is outnumbered 2-on-1. Wiedering got rid of him. Had support from Haynes. Wiedering's hand pass, little slick for Hewitt, but he's able to regather. Gets the hand pass away. Driving kick by Evans inside 50. Getting back the reinforcements to the Tigers, and in the end, it's spoiled out of play by Blight. And a boundary thrown in the left forward pocket. We spoke about Sam Lawler. Yep. Blitz, first 26 seconds, got a touch, so at least his nerves will settle.
Yeah, he looked composed too, didn't he? Just stepped through a tackle and got a handball off, which is good to see. You just hope the Blues don't get carried away bombing this ball inside forward 50 early days.
Forward 50 stoppage for Carlton. De Koning gets Nankervis out of the way, through to Short. Hand pass to Vlosten. Jams it on the boot. Big surge kick up to the wing. Lynch and Wiedering both there. Wiedering reads it best. And the All-Australian fullback, we can call him that now, earns his first blazer at the end of last season, goes short up to halfway, and that's a good kick. He finds the young man Camporeale on debut. The left footer kicks inside the forward 50, not a great kick, and Nankervis with the intercept mark at halfback. He's lost his boot in the process, but first touch for a couple of the young lads on debut. There's 4 of them out there tonight, 3 for Richmond, 1 for Carlton. Van Lucas Camporeale's had a couple of kicks already.
Maybe just tried to kick it a little too far, that one, I reckon, Corp.
Captain Nank sends it up the wing. Tom Lynch is going to be the target. Silvani in from the side, makes the spoil. Front and centre. Kicked by Banks off the outside of the boot. Into the middle of the ground. Charging onto it is Mansell in that number 7 for this season. He kicks to a 1-on-1 inside 50. Tigers are breaking. Great kick. Kicked into space, and there wasn't too much that Mitch McGovern could do. And a good mark taken by Jacob Bauer, running back with a flight. He marks in the left forward pocket. A chance for the first goal of the match.
Yeah, it was good awareness from Jacob Bauer just to not get caught up the ground. An easy thing to do when you're probably 30 or 40 metres away from the contest. It's the ball track and not actually move. But he thought, no, if we win this ball, I'm going to get hard forward here. That'd be an option for my teammate.
Good catch,
so didn't stick around, just went hard forward. And it was a beautiful kick inside 50 and great grab.
Mid-season selection in 2022. Jacob Bauer from North Adelaide for the first goal for the Tigers at the MCG. Drags it left and a minor score. A behind a piece through the opening 4 minutes here at the MCG. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Corbin Middlemass.
They're packed into right in the very back row of the southern stand, the Shane Warne stand as we look at it. And Adam Sard, the man who took more bounces in the league than anyone else last year, he's setting a cracking early pace, takes 3, kicks from half-back down the wing and finds Cottrell. A feel-good story, pre-season signing to becoming a best 22 player. Gave it to Camporeale, spun around in the tackle from Campbell. Ball comes out close to the boundary line and shoved out of play by Short. We'll have a boundary throw-in underneath the Warne stand.
That's the sort of ball use that Carlton really need from Adam Sard, but that's the next one where they've had their issues between that sort of 50 to 80 out in their defensive part of the ground. Just being able to get the next one back through the corridor and overlap and get one out the back. That's when they're at their best, when they can do that.
McIntosh running around next to Cripps. He's involved here, the 2-time Brownlow medalist. Hand pass away to Chera, to Camporeale. He's had a bit of it. Hand pass along the boundary line. His teammate locked up immediately. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the Tigers. Tigers to the punt road end. Both teams with a behind. We've travelled 5 minutes into the opening quarter on ABC Sport.
Thrown up, Nankervis to Koning, tangle. Nank taps it straight to the boundary line. The umpire says throw it in. Started red hot. Camporeale in the pre-season game against the Giants had 9 disposals in the first quarter there, up to 4 already.
He's never had a problem finding it, Clinchy, that's for sure, from watching him the last few years in the juniors.
Found a spot on the wing, thrown in to Koning, shovels a hand pass forward, looking for Cottrell. It's spoiled down, short, gets it to McIntosh, hand pass over the top to Hopper, trying to link up with Taranto, tackled and brought down by Walsh to the Blues. Motlop, Camporeale put his head over the footy, but he's tackled and brought down by Steely Green. And the umpire will ball it up at right half forward for the Tigers. Scores level are behind a piece through 5 minutes.
He's called his name a bit already. Young Lucas on debut tonight, the son of Scott. Kick from DeConing down the wing, and here's Mackay. Hits up, takes the mark. Dishes off a hand pass immediately to Walsh. Wanted to get back on his right side. Handball to Hewitt. Sent it inside 50. Williams out on the searching lead. Marks at left half forward for Carlton.
Better use from the Blues. Rather than Harry just going off the mark and kicking the ball long again, he brought his runners into the game, and it wasn't perfect, but it was Sam Walsh, it was George Hewitt, who then just had to work their way through the ground with hands, and inevitably just forced Zach Williams to have to come up with the football. Whereas if you're just going back off the mark and kicking it in long, you're drawing in the interceptors to come into play, whereas on that occasion found a bit of space and Zach Williams ran into it really well.
Carlton fans have not seen their team at home since late August. The drop punt from their number 6 sails across the face, and it's a behind. So 2 behinds for the Blues, 1 for Richmond. No late change coming in. Tyler Somsey and Sam Doherty, the experienced Blue, are the 2 subs tonight. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio and Ben Cameron, your call team. 7 minutes in, Carlton by 1.
Trainer quickly brings the Tigers back into play. DeVlostone in the back pocket, kicks up to the wing. Saad got rid of his opponent. They take the free kick as he gives the hand pass away to Hewitt. Drives Carlton inside 50. Vloston underneath did well. Charging back at him was Francis Evans, and he kept his eyes on the footy and held on the mark in the right back pocket. Risky switch kick. Never got to the intended target in Broad. And chopping it off is Blake Acres. He covers those lines and angles so well, and he takes the mark in the right forward pocket for the Blues.
Yeah, he's spot on, Clinch. He's become an expert at that wing roll, Blake Acres. He just knows that correct teasing distance. Nick Lawson thought he could get it to his old mate in Nathan Broad for a quick switch of play to get the ball out the other side, but it's just well read. His ability to chop that off gives him a shot on goal. Hopefully we can get one.
Game number 49 for the Blues tonight. He's kicked a few big goals in the right forward pocket. Can he get things going? Blake Acres steers it straight through the middle. And Carlton are up and running in season 2025. Their first goal comes at the 8-minute mark of the opening term. They're 1-2-8 to the Tigers, 1 behind. Number 1 picks, Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
It was actually an important little settler then for Carlton. They've had a bit of the play, but they've gone inside 50 on 5 occasions, and outside of that Zach Williams lead up and take a mark, it's really just been bombing and hoping, and they get a goal on the back of a turnover. It was just really smart play, as you said. It's just Blake Acres reading the cues, watching the eyes, knowing where the ball's likely to go, and knows his teasing distance really well, but they'd like to clean up a bit of their inside 50 work at this point in time.
It's a bit bomby at the moment, isn't it? I just read Nick Lawson's lips. He said, I didn't even see him there. So he probably weighted a little bit too heavy in Acres' favour.
Acres, the first goal of the night. Carlton by 7 points. Back in the middle, Nankervis down to Hopper. Jams it on the boot, gets it going forward. Ross got a kind bounce. Keeps it in Richmond's hands. Hand pass to Banks. Kicks out to half forward. Good kick. Oh, Dan, that's Steely Green, not Steely Dan, as he kicks to full forward. They come from all directions, no mark. Spills down to Haynes, can't quite trap it. Ball hits the deck. Hand pass ushered out to Lynch. Spun around, got a handball back to Chera. Chera gives it to Hollands, and he can kick out of defence, but a costly drop from Green inside the forward 50. Carlton win it back on the wing through Fogarty.
Spun out of traffic, gets the hand pass to Lord. Good pressure from Taranto, almost forces a turnover. Ollie Hollands gets the hand pass out. Chera at half back for the Blues on the Shameworn stand side, up towards Mackay. 1-on-1, he brings it down to ground level, and it trickles out of play. Jaden Short rushing over to offer support. Jacob Blight playing just his 4th game. He has one of the tough challenges tonight on Harry Mackay, one of the leading goal kickers in the competition.
You got a big set of legs on him, Jacob Bly, but he's worked really hard over his fitness over the off-season. Got himself super fit.
Made his debut last time they met, round 16 last year from the boundary throw-in. Lord tried to get a kick away, but Richmond come up with a footy. Dow through the middle. Hand pass away to Hopper. He gives it to Taranto. Kicks inside 50. Slipping over, but gets back up. McGovern takes the intercept mark, centre half back. Goes corridor. It opens up for the Blues. Motlop marks. Looks inside 50. Good kick. And Kemp is on the end of it. The mark's not paid, but the free kick is over the shoulder as Vlosten came charging back at him, and Brodie Kemp will shoot 25 out dead in front.
Well, that just shows you the importance when you've got a really good ball user off the half-back flank who can pin one through the middle of the ground, and they might not have a great leg speed, the Carlton, well, defence and probably midfielders, but what they do have, they've got guys who can use the ball really well, and Mitch McGovern's a really underrated player in that department of the game who can really break open the game, and his kick to Motlop then just split the game apart. And Kemp read the cues, got hard towards goal and found himself in a lot of space.
To the short way home, Brodie Kemp with the finish, misses. Poor finish, out to the left, the defender come forward. Carlton 1-3, Richmond 1 behind, 11 minutes in, it's the Blues by 8 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'd like Brendan Favola to get back down in Carlton and have a chat to
where he
Kemp about holding the ball, because he holds it a bit too high, and Fev, from memory, if everyone can remember the way in which Fev used to hold it, he used to hold the ball really low with that right hand and really guide it down. I reckon that's what Kempy needs to do.
It's working for the other team,
He's teaching the Richmond women how to kick goals.
I'll get down to Carlton every now and again.
Jacob Hopper from half-back sends the Tigers up the wing, but Jacob Oitering works his way to the front against Toby Nankervis and takes the mark. One of 2 All-Australians last season for the Blues at Patrick Cripps. Kicks inside 50. Vlosten dropped the mark, but he had the arms chopped. And will take the free kick. 35 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end. Tim Taranto would have taken a deep breath after that.
Yep.
Brodie Kemp miss. The efficiency inside 50 will be interesting for both sides tonight.
Yeah, it's just one of the things that Timmy just lets him down on occasions. His ball use. He'll work hard on every other facet of the game.
Vlosten out to Luke Traynor. He's one of these young debutants tonight. His kick to Vlosten is spoiled out of play. Luke Traynor, 18 years of age, 195 centimetres. Pick 21, a key defender from Brighton Grammar, but has also shown he can be a goal kicker if they need.
Hunty Gabb, of course, on the AFL Commission. Sure she'll be here tonight watching on as De Koning palms it down towards Taranto. Hooks a kick down the southern wing for Richmond, and McGovern just kills it. Knocks it out of play. Boundary throw-in on halfway. Carlton by 8 points. My favourite Fev story of yours, Murph, the description that Fev had for the forward 50.
The swamp.
The swamp. Yeah, deep in the swamp.
Just get out of the Crocs way and
don't enter the 0 to 30.
I love that.
You'll drown in the swamp.
Love that. 8-point lead for the Blues early for the boundary throw-in. Carlton win it. Chera, surge kick forward. Motlop in front, sport away from the back. He's going to get a free kick. He was taken high and all of that. It's against young Traynor, the 18-year-old on debut.
Got something more to add to that after we watch this going to play.
I'm already excited. That's a great tease too in the radio game as Motlop 55 metres out, now a crowded forward 50, decides to dab it short.
Nice patience.
Just far enough. Got it to Cottrell, who marks it left half forward right on 50.
Yeah, well, it's important that they use those little 15, 20-metre kicks going inside 50, because that's going to bring out the Richmond defenders and the Richmond mids to come out and play on them, and then you get opportunities to try and get the ball a little bit deeper to a few 2v2s or 1v1s when you're actually hitting up these shorts.
Lifelong Blues fan. Now in the navy blue himself, Matt Cottrell. Superb kick. Jams it through. And the Baggers have the first couple. 14 minutes in. Carlton 2-3-15. Richmond 1 behind. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio. Firstly, give me that add-on for Fev.
Well, he's got obviously great mates with Chrissy Newman, who's one of my good mates. He used to ring him saying, mate, we're playing you tomorrow. Who's going to play on the loose? He goes, better not be you, because I'll kick 10. And he kicked 7, so he wasn't far off the big fella. But
no, he didn't lack any confidence.
Oh, no. More front than Maya. But that was a great bit of patience there from Motlop. As you said, the Richmond defenders were sagging back, and they're looking for that long ball in to try and outnumber. But you've got to be able to make them accountable. They've lost one of their great celebrators in Matty O. Matty Cottrell still, he's taken the mantle there.
He's pretty strong.
He doesn't mind it, does he?
No. He's a different thinker, Matty Cottrell.
I'm not sure what that one was.
He kicked that one and stood there and did not do anything. So that's for all our listeners at home wondering what he did nothing.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you. Harry Mackay in the ruck against Power, and he takes it out, the key forward, inside 50. Kicks in the direction of Zach Williams. Can't take the mark. Spoiled away from him by Vlostone. The foot races on. Trying to keep it alive at half-back. That's well done. A hand pass to McIntosh and linked up with Lawler once more. In fact, that might have been a hand pass in the end that linked up. And the kick is wide and out on the full, trying to get it back to McIntosh. It was Trezise who was involved a couple of times. He's had the fresh haircut in the off-season as well, but they turn it over. And the Blues take it on the members' side of the MCG, with Carlton leading by 14 points.
A buzz cuts in. We've seen it around the competition. Actually saw a photo of you, Murph, going back in the day. You went very short on the bonds at one stage.
Yeah, just the clipper. I had a bit of a small head, though, so it didn't last long.
Should bring it back. It looked good.
There's one man with the shaved bonds. It's Jack Silvani. They love him in these parts. It's a big cheer as he goes long and wide out to Ollie Hollands. Hollands looks back corridor. Great kick to Cowan. Amongst two Tigers, marks front edge of the centre square. Blues going inside 50 again. Hits to the hot spot. Mackay, the target, shoved out of the way by Blight. And then he was shoved illegally, said the umpire. Free kick for Blight.
No, it's good body work by Blight. He hit him right at the point where Harry was about to jump with the football, so really smart contested work there.
Hand pass to short, long kick up the wing, and Wiedering completes the mark. A juggled effort on the wing.
Start. What's that? His third intercept mark already. He's going to be a hard man to get past tonight.
Yeah.
I love their willingness to go inside the corridor at the moment. The Blues, they're looking at all costs to try and get it back in there to open the game up.
Chips it back to Nick Haynes, who was barrelled over by Ryan Mansell, who moves lower in the numbers to number 7 this season. And across half back till Jack Silvani takes the mark, having made his return for the first time since 2023. Works it out to the wing. Fogarty sends it inside 50. Mackay was nudged out of it. Kemp in the pack. Can't take the mark. Trezise for the Tigers. Works it back to Broad. Careful with his kick into the back pocket. And Steely Green takes the mark. Looks up. Has options at left half back. Now the mark is taken here. So Armstrong looking to try and come inboard, and Jaden Short takes the mark.
Tigers just got to keep on trying to find these short plays. Just can't go long to Jacob Wiedering.
Long kick down to half forward and floating in from the side. Nice mark. Taken there by Bauer as he looks inside the forward 50. Kicked it over the head of Lynch. He had a chance in the pocket and the ball slides out of bounds at the punt road end.
That's going to happen.
It was better. That's the method they need. They need to try and just hit 2 or 3 uncontested marks in a row and then try and get one out the back. So get your forwards up high up the ground and try and get Wiedering running back towards his goal. That's where he doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be running back towards goal. He wants to be coming out and meeting the football.
17 minutes into the opening quarter. Carlton by 14. Boundary throw-in. Wiedering doing some of the ruck work. Palms it down. Tiger had it, lost it, set upon. Ball spits out the back. Walsh. Hand pass away to Wiedering. He spun around 360. Got it out to Lord. Says it's all okay. Hand pass to Haynes, the former Giant. Hand pass to Akers. Gets a kick away, but it's turned over. Trezise had it, lost it. Coughs it back up. Akers, who kicked the first of the night, sends it down the wing, and Mackay skids in, takes the sprawling mark in front of the Carlton bench. Blues by 14 points, 18 gone opening quarter.
Waits for the runners to stream past him and then puts it long in the direction of Kemp. It never got to him. Cottrell front and centre, swings onto his left boot, kicks towards the teeth of goal. Fogarty can't take the mark, wrestles forward at ground level. It spills out the way of Kemp. He dribbles towards goal and misses. Right-hand side of the right goalpost for a minor score. Blues by 15 points, 19 minutes gone. First term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Vloston hurried kick in to Luke Traynor. Pick 21 in last year's draft. Richmond's 5th pick. The grandson of the great Doug Wade. Premiership player with both North Melbourne and Geelong. He goes short with his kick to Banks. Right half back, the Tasmanian with it for Richmond. Down 15. They've had their looks going forward. Haven't completed any so far. And long kick to the wing. And Wiedering just punches it out of bounds. That is his jam. Finds the safety of the boundary line.
Yeah, inside 50 is already 12-6. They probably, as I spoke about before, just don't want to get into the habit of bombing in too much, because that's where Richmond will be comfortable. Just got to try and be a little bit more patient as they were with that last one, the Cottrell.
Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Brownlow medalist Patrick Cripps doing the ruck work against Bauer. Tries to get the hand pass to Hewitt, but not before. It goes over the boundary line on the Shane Warne stand side. Lights on here at the MCG. The crowd all the way to the back of the stand. Ben Cameron sitting in the front row.
Worth noting this year, a little change for Michael Voss. He's back up in the coach's box last year, and in previous years, we've generally seen him down here on the bench. So back up in the box.
Thanks, Ben. Cripps grabs it out of the right. Hand pass to Lord. Tackled. Off his kick. Pack forms behind him. Umpire says keep rolling. Somehow got out to Taranto. He's tackled, dispossessed. Banks has a play on it. Hollands locks him up. Ball up on the wing.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Paddy Cripps having to be that second ruckman. So Tom McConaughey off the ground, and you've got your premier midfielder who just taken the ruck.
First time we've seen him since he won his second Brownlow medal in record-setting fashion. Hands it out to Hewitt. Short kick to Williams. Between wing and half forward, Williams looks inside the forward 50. That is a superb kick. And Kent met front on again. Broad trying to get back to cover off on him this time. And Kent will get the free out wide at left half forward, 30 from home.
How good was that kick from Zach Williams? Nathan Broad was trying to sit off in front to entitle them to cover off two players, one in front, one behind. But the Zach Williams kick got there that quickly inside 450 to Kemp. It just forced Nathan Broad to take Kemp's head off, really, to try and stop that kick.
Well, that's why he's so important, Zach Williams. A healthy Zach Williams in this side, in form, will do some damage this year. He just kicked that off one step, just knew where the space was, knew where Kemp was, and put it straight to him.
So this is a tight angle. 5 in from the boundary line, 35 out, left half forward. He missed an easy one. He kicks the hard one. That's what it's all about up front. And Brodie Kemp, the high fives on his way back to the bench. 3 goals to zip. Carlton on top, 21 minutes in, 3-4-22. Richmond 1 behind. They don't show the easy goals on the replays, do they? 21 minutes into the opening term.
Yeah, it's important for his confidence. Kempy started really well, getting the ball in his hands, but nothing like finishing your own work. And when you miss one from probably 25, 38 directly in front, you're always going to be a little bit nervous about your next one. And to go back and kick it the way in which he did, he's another one who is probably going to have to be called on upon times when you've got, obviously, Charlie being out of the side tonight. But if you can find a 3-pronged forward line with him, he's pretty mobile, Kemp. And if he can really complement a Harry Mackay and a Charlie Curnow and bob up and trying to force that defender to come to him rather than come across an intercept, it's going to be really important for them.
Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Tom De Koning tried to put the knee right in there to get it down to Hewitt. Gets the hand pass away. Lord with the clearance of the Blues. Cripps comes charging out. Can't take the mark. Cottrell crumbed it beautifully. Ran into a dead end. Great tackle by Blight. Socket towards the goal mouth. It trickles and rolls through for a goal. Zach Williams got a boot to it. A few Tigers players think they might have been involved in the passage of play, but the Blues are celebrating what should be a 4th goal. 4 goals from 14 inside 50s as they start to open up a margin now on the Tigers. 27 points, 4-4-28 to the Tigers, 1 behind. Of course, they review each goal as the ball makes its way back to the middle.
Yeah, they do. Well done, Paddy Cripps, for making that contest. He come in off the back of Miller just to get that ground. I thought it was Cottrell who was going to be the one who break through. Yeah. Just a good tackle from short. And was it Blight there as well. But Zachy Williams just got that lucky boot on. He was going to be the first one onto it if it didn't go across the goal line. So
I should have watched him. His celebration was good. He knew he had the slipper in there first.
After it, didn't he?
So first 4 of the night for the Blues. They were an 8-goal favourite entering the evening, and they lead by 27 points. Time on opening quarter. Hopper couldn't get a kick away. Spills to TDK. Hand pass to Hewitt. Handball out wide. And Campriali, the young man on debut, crunched. Richmond win the footy. Ross spun around. Hand pass to Thompson Dow. Hot footy. Handball back inboard. Ross is back on it again. The 1-2 here with Mansell. Ross cleans it up. Got it away to young Lawler, the number 1 pick. Hand pass to Campbell. His hand pass and turnover. Campriali back up. Gives it to Cowan. Kicks out of defence. Fogarty breaks it up before Hopper can mark. Hollands cleans it up. Hand pass to Campriali. Loose kick. Bounces out of play. And a throw in on the outer wing. Right on halfway. 4 goals to zip. Carlton by 27 points. And the young Lucas Campriali has 6 disposals already. 3 and 3.
The other one is James Trezise. He's up to 10 for the Tigers. Thrown back in. Spills down to the front. McIntosh can't break away as Chera and De Koning lays the tackle.
You can imagine fantasy footy managers going mad thinking, who's this Trezise guy? I need to pick him up on Monday and see if he's there in the free agency pool.
Lord lays the tackle as Hopper tried to get the clearance. Ollie Holland's trying to break away. He's locked up. Great tackle laid. Brought down by Seth Campbell. Play on's the call. It spills out the way of Lord once more, who bangs the Blues inside 50 over the head of Harry Mackay. 1-on-1 with Blight. The reinforcements get back. Miller's there. It's hemmed into the right back pocket. Chips it to McIntosh. Good composure. He marks it right half back for the Tigers, who trail by 27.
Just need to have a bit of ball control here at the moment. The Tigers just try and keep the ball in your hands, shift the momentum back in your favour.
No one's
just
free.
been all
That's
Carltons at the moment.
No free targets, though, Murph, is there?
No.
McIntosh kicks down the wing and in from the side. Good grab, Lawler. The number 1 pick from Bacchus Marsh floats through and marks it on the wing.
He's already showed some signs, hasn't he, Lids? He just looks a pretty clean player, but just powerful as well. He's jumped to the footy a couple of times, stood up in the tackle on another occasion. Looks like they've got a pretty handy one.
Chips it to Jaden Short and now to Jack Ross. In his 71st game in his 7th season, trotting along the boundary line for Richmond as the floodlights take over. Kicks inside forward, 50, Nankervis stayed on the ground. McGovern went flying over the top, and Big Nank has it come to him. He marks right half forward, 30 out.
Not sure what Mitch McGovern was doing there, coming third man in, trying to get that ball to ground. Sort of just got stuck trailing away on Jacob Wiedering, didn't he? He's got stuck to his back. Just as we see a nice little replay of Sammy Lawler's first grab. It's impressive.
Big Nank, the biggest man on the ground, the lead from the front with these young Tigers. And then Curvis kicks their first goal of the new era. They've had to watch 4 go through at the other end. But the punt road end is up and roaring now. Richmond 1-1-7, Carlton 4-4-28. The Baggers by 21 points. Time on opening term on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio.
Yeah, really important there by the skipper to finish off that hard work there from the Tigers. But they just need to wrestle back a little momentum here. So the centre bounce is so important. I reckon that the Blues have won the last 3 centre clearances and it's just gone straight in and got goals as a result. So important work here around the contest. Big Camden McIntosh has been tagging the Carlton skipper and Paddy Cripps. Obviously a controversial headband at the moment, but if they can try and get the ball forward and defend off a short pitch here, the Tigers, get some yardage into their game.
Tigers are on the board ahead of quarter time. First goal of the season through Toby Nankervis. Cripps trying to get the clearance, tackle dispossessed. Here's Nankervis again on cue. Inside 50, McGovern one direction. Charging the other was Wiedering. It spills out once more. Mansell hit it with speed. Tackled and brought down by Chera. Spinning out of traffic, Ross trying to set up a teammate. Hand pass away. It's chopped off by Hewitt. He gathers the Blues in the back pocket. Hand pass to Akers. Looks up to the members wing. Mackay stumbles over his own feet. The kick cleared him in the end. Racing after it. Brown got there first for the Tigers. Gets the hand pass away. Arching the back and running away from it. The kick by Blight is a turnover.
Benny, can you go check that speed up out there, mate? Get that off the wing.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. That was right in front of you.
It was. I just missed that from Lids. It got a little loud down here with the play in front of us.
He said, do you want to just check that little speed bump that Harry Mackay's just run over? The turf monster got it.
The surface is great, but it is just chunking up a few divots, looking like a fairway just on this near side wing.
Harry Mackay will support you in that as the kick heads down towards Chera. He's got it between wing and half forward. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Kemp the target. Gets out the back. Socket through. Francis Evans kicks his first goal for his 3rd club. Former Cat, former power player, and now in the navy blue. 5-4-34, Richmond 1-1-7. And the number 44 for Carlton is used to a little bit of a celebration, and it's quite tempered. Maybe Matt Owens has packed that up and taken that with him out west. Carlton by 27 points, time on in the opening quarter.
Well, again, it was that kick inside that got it to Chera, wasn't it? They're not going wide and long towards the boundary. They're trying to stay within that centre square corridor, and it was a long ball in. Great little contest from Kemp. I thought Zachy Williams might have, he just kept it in front of himself. He was nearly a chance to kick it. He punched the ground, so he's upset that he fell over, but well done to Francis Edmonds, as all small forwards do, taking their opportunities as the ball goes inside forward 50.
Yeah, the Tigers just can't allow that ball to get out the back of that contest. When the ball comes in like that, it's got to be fisted straight towards the boundary to get a reset.
Brett Deledio and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. De Koning wins down the tap. Hewitt is tackled and brought down. Doesn't get a chance to dispose of it, and the umpire will ball it up. First 4 goals the way of the Blues. Then the Tigers answered through Toby Nankervis, and the last goal the way of the Blues once more. Cripps tries to volley it forward, gain 15 metres. Short couldn't hang on to the mark. Hewitt tries to get down low. Taranto just hacks it up towards half forward. Awkward bouncing ball. Bauer couldn't gather. A chance for the Blues to try and clear. Cowan kicks out to the members wing. Akers underneath it. Backpedaling takes the mark. Centre wing swings onto his right hand side. Have a go at that. Harry Mackay against 2. Broad works his way to the front and spoils in the end. White gives him a pat on the head. He could have almost taken the mark, but it goes out of play for a throw-in. 60 metres around from the Blues goal. They lead by 27 points, closing in on quarter time.
He's going to have to do that a lot, isn't he, Nathan Broad, over this coming year, trying to drop off to quell the influence of the big forwards.
How do we throw in half forward for the Blues, and then Curvis palms it down. Williams fumbles, regathers, tackled out of bounds by McIntosh. Mentioned his headband earlier. If you're not familiar, Cameron McIntosh, by the way, is 30 years of age. In his 12th season, he's bald, and he's going with a black headband, which we haven't seen in the past. So that's the statement piece from Camden tonight.
Average.
On a rising star nom on debut in this game back in 2015. Free kick here.
He's not keeping the fringe out of his eyes, is he, Corb?
No, that was 2013, by the way. Of course, his debut year, 12 years ago. Carlton earned a free. Quick kick inside 50 from Cripps. And out to meet it is Harry Mackay hitting up in the pocket. He marks right forward pocket.
His skills have been sharp today, Paddy Cripps. Not usually probably the area of his game which is probably most highlighted, is it? His field kicking, but he is zipped out. Or Harry Mackay's has come out and just led straight to the leg here in the pocket, over about 30 metres. There's a perfect pocket here for the left footer. I'm just not sure he's got the shape on him here, Corbin.
Okay. He's going with the drop punt. Is that the right move?
Yep.
Here we go. It was very accurate last year. Harry Mackay, his drop punt sails across the goalface and will not score. They couldn't have started much better for the Blues. That's what they're after. 5-1 in the opening term. 5-4-34. Richmond 1-1-7. Footy's back at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. All 18 teams involved this weekend. 9 matches. The season proper, round 1, underway on ABC Sport. Now the goal kickers, one for Williams, one for Akers. He kicked the first of the night. Kemp, Francis Evans in his new colours, and Matt Cottrell, the 5 individual goal kickers for the Baggers, while Toby Nankervis kicked the only goal for Richmond. Now there are some new faces, obviously a number of new guys for both teams since they last played, but particularly those on AFL debut. Lucas Camporeale was hot early. He's had 6 touches, 3 and 3. Meanwhile, the 3 debutants for Richmond. Luke Trainer's had 4 disposals. Sam Lawler on debut took a nice mark. He's had 3 touches. And young Harry Armstrong playing up front, just the 2 disposals for him in that opening term. The thoughts of our number 1 picks coming up. Your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774 here on ABC Sport. Simon from Adelaide, Carlton to win by 104 points. Fear it could be more. Gee, that's not overly optimistic. Simon, from a Richmond point of view, or the game for that matter. Rory in Melbourne, blind listener, love your commentary. So happy. All 9 games this weekend. Thursday night footy makes the week go by just a little bit faster. Thanks, Rory. Nice to hear from you. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. We'll hear from Murph and Lids next at quarter time. It is Carlton by 27 points. This is ABC Sport.
Grab the latest issue of Gardening Australia for info on tree ferns, delphiniums, silver foliage, growing bulbs, propagating indoor plants and much more. Gardening Australia magazine from newsagents and abcmagazines.com.au.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
And number 49 for the Blues tonight. He's kicked a few big goals in the right forward pocket. Can he get things going? Blake Akers steers it straight through the middle.
Motlop 55 metres out. Now a crowded forward 50. Decides to dab it short.
Nice patience.
Just far enough. Got it to Cottrell, who marks it left half forward. Right on 50. Lifelong Blues fan. Now in the navy blue himself, Matt Cottrell. Superb kick. Jams it through. And the Baggers have the first couple. Between wing and half forward, Williams looks inside the forward 50. That is a superb kick. And Kemp met front on again. Broad trying to get back to cover off on him this time. And Kemp will get the free out wide at left half forward, 30 from home. So this is a tight angle. 5 in from the boundary line, 35 out, left half forward. He missed an easy one. He kicks the hard one.
Cripps comes charging out, can't take the mark. Cottrell crumbed it beautifully. Ran into a dead end. Great tackle by Blind. Socket towards the goal mouth. It trickles and rolls through for a goal. Williams got a boot to it. A few Tigers players think they might have been involved in the passage of play, but the Blues are celebrating.
The centre bounce is so important. I reckon that the Blues have won the last 3 centre clearances and it's just gone straight in and got goals as a result.
Big Nate, the biggest man on the ground, the lead from the front with these young Tigers. And then Curtis kicks their first goal of the new era. Sherrock. He's got it between wing and half forward. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Kept the target. Gets out the back. Socket through. Francis Evans kicks his first goal for his third club.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Bit of everything in that opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Baggers by 27 points. The thoughts of our number one picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Well, the dominant start there from the Blues, wasn't it, Murph? Their ability to use the footy, win it back firstly with the pressure around the contest. Jacob Wiedering already had 3 or 4 potentially chop-off marks, but they want to go back through the middle of the ground is opening up the Richmond defence, and it's not allowing... You know, we know Vlosten and Broad are going to have to get back there to try and help out and support, but they're not able to because they've got to defend so much grass, and that's where I like the change up in the way that the Blues have been trying to use the footy. We spoke about their lack of probably leg speed, but their ball movement has been sharp. You know, Cripps has been sat on a little bit by McIntosh in and around the stoppage, but he's still managed to get his hands on it 8 times. Chera's had it the 8 times. You know, and they've got a few other boys that are just chipping in. They look sharp up front. I know they've bombed in a little bit early, but they've started to use the footy a little bit more. Their smalls have looked okay. Cottrell Williams has got on the end of one, and so has Francis Evans on debut, you know. So they've looked positive. On the flip side, the Tigers, you're looking for the small wins, and that's what that's all about at the moment. They're leading the tackles, and they're one behind in the clearances, but they're getting dominated in terms of inside 50s. And you just hope that Ooze doesn't go the way of, right, let's try and clog this game up to try and save face.
Yep.
Let's continue to work on what we can while we're, you know, trying to learn our game style, our game plan.
Yeah, and I thought they, for the first 5 minutes then, Richmond at the start of that game, actually competed really well around the contest. They were leading, actually, the clearances 5-2 at the start of that quarter. But then Carlton's game got up and going, and the momentum started to shift, and then out of the centre bounce especially, they started to get the ball out pretty clear in terms of the front door exits, and then got the ball in long. We saw some really good wins at ground level from a few of their small forwards by the Blues, and that's when the game shifted, the momentum shifted. That's the challenge for young sides, is to try and hold that momentum as best you possibly can. And I think it starts for the Tigers around the contest and getting repeat stoppages, and then when it's their opportunity to have ball in hand, is to try and work the ball around, change the angles, take those uncontested marks, because when they did do that and they got the high half forwards up the ground and be able to try and get the Carlton defenders running back towards their goal, that's when they actually look dangerous. So work the ball from your D50 for a Tigers fan and go, well, let's use the uncontested marks and try and get the ball out the back.
Thoughts of Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 the SMS. Carlton by 27. Second quarter upon us on ABC Sport. DeConing over the top, wins the hit out. Down to Motlop. Quick centre break again for the Blues. Inside 50, and Blight, and fullback, takes the intercept mark. Sun is set. The night sky above with the floodlights on.
Done some good things, Blight, so far. Competed really well.
The fullback from Peel Thunder in the WAFL. Kicks out to halfback. Knocked down there by Nankervis. Trezai's had it, lost it. Turns it over clean. Picked up here by DeConing. Gives it to Walsh. Hand pass out wide for Haynes. 60 from home. Looks for Mackay. Blight breaks it up again with the spoil. Picked up by Trezai's a second time. He turns it over. Camperiali cleans it up for the Blues. Hand pass to Haynes. His kick smothered. Doesn't go out. Broad keeps it alive for Richmond.
Gives the hand pass away. Little slip over from Blight. Close to the boundary. And now across as the umpire gestures to throw it in. Right forward pocket. Blues by 27 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Just keeping a watch on Zach Williams. Seemed to get bundled over the boundary line and immediately grabbed his leg. So it appears to be a lower leg complaint. He's sitting on the bench. Seems okay, but I'll keep my eye on him.
Just inside 50 for the Blues, but it's cleared away as the Tigers kick up to the wing. Awkward bouncing ball in the end. And it's a chance for Jack Silvani, although he can't take it cleanly. Lawler put his head over the footy. He won it for the Tigers. Hand pass through the middle of the ground, bouncing off a couple of opponents. Well done by Thompson Dow. High ball looking for Tom Lynch, but he's caught behind against Wiedering. And the reliable Blues defender marks at centre half back. Carlton by 27 points.
Just a lack of composure there from Dow, wasn't it? He just needed to be able to steady himself once he'd broken through that tackle to get that extra penetration on the kick to get it out the back where Lynch was.
Yeah, did the hard thing, got through the tackle, but then just didn't get that momentum forward then to try and get it out the back to Tom Lynch.
Wiedering, McGovern, Lord, all short kicks. And now Lord just pokes the pass out in front of the champ, Paddy Cripps, who's up and marking strongly in front of Taranto.
Like I said, forward then, wasn't he? Called Big Duke.
Zach Williams, by the way, that was that tackle from McIntosh over the boundary line. We'll get Ben to watch that. Hands it back to McGovern. Kicks inside 50. Short, gets his knuckles on it. Dangerous spot. Picked up by Motlop. Tackled. Still got the footy. Gets it away to Fogarty. Hand pass to Akers. Handball in close confines. Finds Cottrell. He's knotted up. And a ball up in the left forward pocket for the Blues. Now kicking to the punt road end. Ben Cameron.
Might be as simple as he's got the old carpet burn just off the synthetic grass. So I think it's a fair old cut trying to fix that up.
A chance for McIntosh to try and clear for the Tigers. McGovern took the intercepting mark, played on, stripped of it by Green. Tigers take the free kick and the advantage. Lawler gets the hand pass away, driven by Ross up towards Tom Lynch, gets rid of Wiedering, can't shake him in the last moment. Tackle went over the shoulder just as the Blues took it back through Haynes. Has to be returned to Lynch at right half forward. Did well in a 2-on-1. The key defender for the Tigers who's missed so much footy over the last 2 years.
From all reports, was going really well before a little hip complaint.
Plays on, tries to get around. Wiedering on the mark, has to get a hand pass forward. Banks hard against the boundary. Cowan pressures him across. And a boundary throw where the boundary line meets the 50-metre arc. The Tigers have it across half forward, but Carlton lead by 27 points. 3 minutes gone, second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That edge of the boundary too lids up the old sort of community grounds with the cricket pitch in the middle.
In the middle.
Oh,
cover it with sand.
Yeah,
they used to do.
It's never good to get tackled clean on that. And Zach Williams did in the opening quarter. So DeConing wins the hit out down to Chera. Hand pass goes in reverse. Picked up by McIntosh. Gave it to Banks. His handball, a turnover. Walsh picks up. Kicks down the wing. That's a turnover too. Under Bly. Takes the intercept mark. You like? He's cut up his jib now? No?
Yeah, he's positioned himself well tonight so far. The ball's been in there a heap to Harry Mackay, and he's got a fist in, or he's stood in front and actually halved the contest. He's done a great job so far.
It's Jacob Blight, 23-year-old out of Peel Thunder, taken in the mid-season draft. He's had a jumper change too, would you believe, in the off-season. He used to wear number 51. He's gone all the way down to number 46.
Wow.
He's moved 5 lockers down the row. Short kick to short. Kicks inside the forward 50. Drives it in the Lynch direction. No mark. And Wiedering just runs it out of bounds. Ump says that's all okay. The boundary throw-in in front of the Blues race, which is the wider of the two races, closest to the goals at the Ponsford stand end.
I don't know about you, Lids, but I'd almost keep the 51 close to the 46.
I tell you what, she's the arse end down there in the Richmond locker rooms. In the 51, even the 46 is a long way down.
There's some high numbers though. They've got 7 in the 40s. The Tigers, DeConing tried to take it out of the ruck. Hand pass out in front of Sard. Has to try and bend over and gather. He kept it alive against the boundary. Did well in the end. Hand pass to Lord. His tackle when not in possession. Akers gets a hand pass forward to Walsh. He links up again with Blake Akers. And here they go, the Blues. Away to Sard. Here's the Wolf. Kicks out in front of Motlop. Chase after him. We've lost it in tow. Motlop gathers. Can't break away from him. Great chase.
Great tackle.
Locks the footy up. Umpire circles and he'll pull it up. He might have had prior opportunity there, Jesse Motlop, but the umpire said
has to reward the
tackle. In the motion.
So good to hang on there. Jesse Motlop on full stride, just to get almost like his finger caught in his strides, I think. Just held on.
Ball up, centre half forward for the Blues, and then Curvis knocks it down to Cottrell. Squeezes a kick out, but straight to Banks. Can't complete the mark. Comes back to him on ground level, and the umpire who's at his zone has spotted a free kick.
The furthest away umpire has called that. He's at centre half back.
It's a free kick for Banks for a high tackle, and the Richmond fans feel like they're not getting the rub of the green, so they get a free kick here, and Banks goes laterally to Broad, who marks at half back. 6 minutes into the second term, Carlton by 27. It's a goalless quarter so far. 5 goals to 1 in the game. Broad runs out of defence, goes short to Taranto. Just on the locker room situation at Richmond, there's a few numbers you wouldn't want to touch, certainly immediately, would there? No one's jumped at number 4, or it hasn't been presented to anyone. I think number 9 is still to be reassigned as well after the retirements of Dusty and Cochin. Up on the wing, Carlton win it back. On halfway, Walsh hand pass, got it away towards Cowan, gets a kick tumbling forward, picked up by Akers, handball to Lord, high up and under to half forward, Vlosten over the top, tries to punch it away, Walsh collects for Carlton.
Bouncing ball, Ross couldn't take it cleanly. Lord over the footy. Ollie Hollands has a go. Taranto gets it. Out to Banks. He's dumped in a tackle by Akers. Walsh tries to slide in. It's a hot footy to win for the moment. And the umpire does the right thing and blows the whistle. Players sliding in left, right and centre. And that bit of turf, which is a little soft on the members' wing. Players have their hands on their hips as the umpire readies himself to throw it up. Tom de Koning wins down the tap. Chera spins out of traffic for Carlton. Hand pass to Cripps. Hacks a kick inside 50. Whistle. And a downfield free kick. Or is it coming back? It's going to come back to Patrick Cripps, who has it at left half forward.
How long's long enough to keep that number and that locker free? 1 year?
Yeah, I'd like to see the development of a couple of these young boys. You know, Lawler, Smiley, see how they come on.
The two-time Brownlow medalist dances around McIntosh, drives it for Mackay and de Koning. Spoiled away in the end. Running onto it, the Tigers out of defence. Dow just bangs it in the middle of the ground. Wiedering's waiting for that kick. Takes the intercepting mark for Carlton. They lead by 27.
Wiedering goes short to Sard. Good crowd in. They're living every passage at the moment as you would after waiting for footy for 5.5 months. At AFL level as Sard goes short to Chera, and Chera flares it back out wide to Wiedering. Just about every player in Carlton's forward half. Wiedering inside 50. Good grab. Cooper Lord is up strong and marking. And he wasn't sure as he came back to earth whether there was a fingertip on it on the way through. The ump said, no, that's paid. That's a mark, and he'll have a look here from left half forward.
Actually good composed build-up there by Carlton. There wasn't anything to go into, and they just worked the ball around, and then they actually opened up a little vacuum of space for Harry Mackay to run into, and I no doubt that was who Jacob Wiedering was trying to kick the ball to, but Cooper Lord just read the cues, looked at the football and thought, I'll have a go at it myself.
The young man is in his third game, but it's a new season. Yeah. It's not a first goal for him here as he just shanks the kick to the top of the goal square. Williams trying to get on the loose ball. Lord gets a second play at it. No good. Spills away to Motlop, trying to kick through traffic. Turns it over, and Traynor pumps it out of defence for Richmond.
Awkward bouncing ball for Silvani. He gathers, pokes a kick forward. Camporeale hard against the boundary. Fires across the face. Richmond defenders get back, and Blight punches it through. A minor score for the Blues to lead by 28 points. Still searching for our first goal in this second quarter through 9 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sam Doherty to starting sub. What do you reckon about that, Murph?
Yeah, I thought there would have been a good opportunity for Sam to play off a half-back flank, especially with Nick Newman being injured and out for the season. Perfect opportunity for a really experienced half-back defender to fill that spot, and he's been a star, so it's a bit surprising.
Loston kicks one with the lot out to half-back.
Oh, good boy.
Ball spills down towards Short, gets a kick going forward. Armstrong attacks it hard. Hurried kick inside 50 from the Blues. Banging bodies with Hollands on the wing. What a collision. Lids and young Armstrong in one direction. Hollands back with the flight in the other.
Didn't flinch. Love it.
Tigers win it back through Vlosten, centre half back, kicks to the wing, and Silvani knocks it out of play. So throwing on the wing.
Yeah, what I love about that, Corb, is he's a slight young lad who runs all day on the wing, but he did not take his eye off the footy and just went back. That can be the making of a young player with, you know, that sort of courage. But great attack from Harry Armstrong too. He just comes straight at it as well, knowing there was someone coming back into his space.
Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy, Matt Clinch, Corbin Minimas and Ben Cameron with you for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Taranto and Hopper trying to get the clearance of the Tigers. They're two senior midfielders. Hand pass to Banks, up towards half forward. Up went McGovern, didn't hang on to the mark. Lawler fends off the tackle. Hand pass to Dow, tries to keep his footing. Hewitt got him in a tackle. Lord wins it for the Blues. Hand pass to de Koning on the wing. Kicks a high ball. Kemper double back. Vlostone's underneath it. They have the numbers, and in the end, it's Miller who takes the mark against Jesse Motlop. Switches it to Jaden Short. 35 metres out from his defensive goal at the punt road end. Loops a kick to Traynor, who tried to use his body in the end to cannon into Fogarty. The two are tangled up as the umpire just pauses for a moment.
Ben Miller's had a big upgrade in the dressing room lids. He's gone from jumper 46 to number 12.
Yeah, a great Dave Asprey's old number. And Matty Richardson, of course, before that.
Great improvement. Up to the wing, and Akers hurried kick forward, turns it over. Vlosten marks at half-back for Richmond. Still no goal. 11 minutes into the second quarter. Carlton by 28. Daring kick into the corridor. It's coming back, though. Walsh puts Carlton inside 50 onto the chest of Motlop, who marks centre-half forward, 40 out.
Yeah, you've got to applaud Loston for having a crack at it, but when you're having a crack at a 45 kick in the middle of the corridor over about 55 metres, you've got to know there's going to be a fair bit of hang time in that one. So that's why the short 45 kick over about 20-25 yards is probably the one that you've got to look for to try and change those angles. The ones that have that hang time just invite the pressure, and that's exactly what occurred then. And then Motlop just got on the end of a pretty good kick from Sammy Walsh.
Jesse Motlop, he's been the red dot guy out of the summer at Princes Park. Big pre-season. He's primed, and he misses out to the right and behind. Not to be. It's a walk here for Motlop 2, off contract at the end of the season. 5-6 to 1-1. 12 minutes into the second term. Carlton by 29 in what has been a pretty uneventful second term thus far. Now a dozen minutes old. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy and Ben Cameron.
Jaden Short out of defence for the Tigers. Cowan spoils it down for the Blues. Nankervis gets a hand pass into the middle of the ground. Hopper one way, then the other. Walsh lays the tackle. Hand pass to Dow. Slips a hand pass around the back. Normally a good ball user, Jaden Short. This kick is a little wide in the end over Taranto and Hewitt's head, and it goes out for a throw-in.
Richard from Ocean Grove, just off the top of my head, can only think of one game in this now traditional fixture which had been close, as a neutral fan hoping for a close game. Thanks, Richard. And Rob from Launceston says, go the Blues, just win. I don't care if it's by 100 points or 100.
Thrown back in. Nankervis and Mackay both fail to get a hand pass or a touch to it. Spills out. Cripps lays a good tackle on Nankervis. Blues take back the footy. Akers with a hand pass to Ollie Hollins. Pulls his kick. Finds Kemp at left half forward.
That's 100 points or 1 point.
Yes. Going for. Miller getting back, so he comes inboard to Cripps, drop the mark, enough time to regather to Cowan, the Tasmanian, who drives through the first goal of the second quarter. I think that's the move as he steers it through to extend Carlton's lead to 35 points, the biggest lead of the match. 2 behinds previously in this second quarter. Carlton 6-6-42 to the Tigers 1-1-7. 13 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, their ability to again come back inside. I know Cripps dropped the mark. McCowan, he's tested out the young buck in Sammy Lawler, and that's one of the first things you'll learn is you can't fall asleep in the AFL. You've got to be on your toes the whole time, and you give a sucker an even break, he'll take every chance. Well done from Lockie Cowan coming off half back there. Always good to kick a goal when you're coming from half back.
Just his second goal of his career.
Yeah.
Blitz.
Yeah. And he looks fit and strong this year, Murphy. Looks like he's been in the men's department down there in the gym.
He's a competitor, no doubt about that. Lockie Cowan.
Boy from Devonport. The rucks both taken out in the middle as Bauer and Mackay both hit the deck. Mackay running through Bauer, trying to shove him out of the way.
Not sure why he's complaining there, Harry Mackay.
Free kick for the Tigs. Hand pass away to Trainer. On debut, kicks inside 50. Out the meat it is McGovern. Spills the mark, follows up. Kicks Carlton to the wing and Fogarty takes the mark. Broadcast side for Carlton. They lead it by 35 points a game high in the second term. Hand pass to Akers. Draws a defender, gives it to Hewitt. Has to go off his left peg. Kicks to the hot spot. Mackay down there. Kemp crashes the pack. Spills to Trainer. Thought about the hand pass, then he's tackled. The umpire forgiving as Cottrell locks him up, and a ball up 40 metres out from the Carlton goal at the punt road end. Blues by 35.
Inside 50 starting to tally up now for the Blues. 12-2. McIntosh is doing the ruck work against Mackay. Spills down to Walsh across his body towards the goal line, on the bounce, and through it goes. Some wrestling on the goal line from Fogarty against Tom Brown, and was able to clear the goal line. And the damaging midfielder Sam Walsh gets on the score sheet. And Carlton's lead balloons up to 41 points. 2 goals to none so far in this second quarter. 7-6-48 to the Tigers 1-1-7. 15 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
Well, great goal by Sam Walsh, but that's just on the back of Paddy Cripps just being too strong for Jacob Hopper. And he doesn't look like a small boy either. Jacob Hopper, Paddy Cripps has basically stiff-armed him with the left arm and held him out of the contest, grabbed the ball with the right mitt and dished off to Sammy Walsh. So that's their 1-2 punch, the Blues, when they're at their best, when Paddy Cripps is doing that around the contest and Sam Walsh is skirting and being that secondary player around him.
Where's this next goal coming from, Lids, from the Tigers' point of view?
50-metre penalty, maybe.
That's a horrid bounce. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. It'll be recalled. Ben.
There was a bump from Tom Lynch around a stoppage a short time ago. He seemed to clip Tom De Koning in the jaw, came from the ground, chatted to the docks. Might be a worry for Tom Lynch in terms of suspension as well.
Thanks, Ben. De Koning's still out there. That's good news. Taranto gets the centre break for Richmond. Mansell turns his opponent inside out, kicks right to the goal line and all alone. Tom Lynch takes the mark right on the goal line.
I like him, Mansell. Or he's a crafty little small forward. Tough. He just read the ball really well there at ground level, picked it up one touch, turned on a dime, and his Carlton defender just went to ground, just didn't know what to do. Just got good awareness and knows knows the tricks around that forward line. Well done.
Two-time premiership winner, Tiger Tom, now the godfather. Jams it through for Richmond's second. Adam Uze dubbing his spearhead forward, the godfather in the forward 50 for the Tigers, surrounded by the Richmond Cubs. And a 35-point lead for Carlton yet again at the 17-minute mark of the second term. Carlton 7-6-48. The Tigs 2-1-13. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, we didn't even need the umpires there, Murph. I was calling for a 50-metre to try and get us a goal, but well done, Ryan Mansell. He's, as you spoke about, upgraded his number. Just a good contest, won. Showed fleet of foot, but didn't blaze again. You know, that's really the first bit of composure we've seen tonight, where the boys haven't just grabbed it and wanted to hoik it forward and get it just moving. Just a little bit of composure. Saw Tom Lynch all on his own, the goal square, and popped it through for the Tigers second.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Brodie Kemp has just come from the ground, a lower leg injury. He's gone with the Docs down into the rooms as well.
Thanks, Ben. Van Curvis takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to Hopper, to Taranto, to Short. Streaming off half back. Drives it inside 50. Chance for the Tigers. No mark claim. Spills to the back of the pack. Wiedering knocks it out to Akers, who taps it on away from Mansell. Swooping onto it is Campbell. Hand pass to Tom Brown. Just chips a kick inside 50. Haynes and Wiedering spoil each other. The new teammates. Haynes eventually gathers and just bangs it across half back. Awkward bouncing ball for Lord. He gathers and gets the hand pass. Camporeale works the hand pass back to Hollands. Hard against the boundary. Kicks up the Shane Warne stand wing. Looking for Cottrell. 1-2. Can't hang on to it. Tigers take it back. It's gathered by Hopper. Little chip kick up towards half forward. Ross couldn't take it cleanly. Gathered by Lord. He's tackled. Mackay with a hand pass inboard. Camporeale has to wear the tackle. He gets a hand pass away.
Did very well. Got it out to Chera. Hurried handball going forward. Picked off by Hopper. Kicks it back in the other direction for the Tigers. Oh, big leap. Went a long way too early and a free kick. There's Bauer and leaping over the back of his director, but in fact, don't worry about any of that because it's coming all the way back to the wing.
Yeah, I think it's gone back to George Hewitt for contact below the knees.
Yeah,
it was Hopper who slid in to pick up the ball, so you can't go to ground and slide in like that. So just trying to look after the players. We don't want to see broken legs or knees, do we?
Fair enough, Murph?
Yeah, I think it's fair enough.
Richmond fans ain't happy. They're down by 35 on the scoreboard too as the kick goes back to Silvani and now up over halfway to Williams. Dynamic forward 50. Filling up though for the Blues. Williams puts it straight down the pipe. Cripps competes, no mark. Slides through to Broad at fullback for Richmond. Takes a bounce. Draws a defender in Camporeale. Hand pass away to Trezise, running out of defence, kicks up to halfway. Bauer again the target there with Haynes. They both miss it and it slides out of bounds. Mark from Albany, this is the kind of message that I love. Jacob Blight has been mentioned a few times tonight. Good Albany boy. Played for Railways in Albany, played for Pint Jarrah, played for Claremont, and now plays for Richmond. All four of them, Tiggies, Tigers. There you go. Love it.
What a journeyman.
Footy's always better with a Blight involved. Hewitt trying to get the clearance for the Blues. His hand pass picked off by Nankervis though. Underneath it, Haynes didn't quite complete the mark. Has Wiedering there to support him. They work a bit better this time. Wiedering bangs it back up the wing. Fogarty spoils it away. Did well and then races back after it once more. Gathers in front of Nankervis. Hand pass to the Koning. Inboard to Hewitt. Centre wing Shane Warne stands side. Kicks over the head of Harry Mackay. And Blight takes the mark on cue.
Can you call him my guy?
Yeah, I think you can. You were on him early, and he's just read it so much quicker off the boot than Harry Mackay has.
Jacob Blight, 23 years of age, 196 centimetres, looking every bit a natural footballer in defence. Kicks it up the wing to Koning, spoils it down. Hewitt, hand pass to Haynes, tackle, dropped it. Umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt as it goes out of play. A throw in between wing and half forward for the Blues. Carlton by 35 points. Did get out by as much as 41 before the Tigers kicked their only goal of this second quarter.
I'll just write this in the back of my book, actually. We can keep track of it on Thursday nights throughout the year, so we'll slot Jacob Blight in as an early defender in our Thursday night team of the year. He's got Murph's induction as one of our guys.
Jeez, I just hope I haven't mozzed him, Corbin, and
He'll be right.
Harry gets going in this.
He'll be right.
Remainder of this game, but he's done a lot of good things so far. He's held his own very well, will that be in front of Harry or behind him. He's got a fist in and marked the ball as well.
Carlton by 35 points, ticking towards half-time. Boundary throw-in, Warne stand side of the ground. Chera from the stoppage, kicks to half forward. Broad had a fair piece of it, no mark. Lord, crumbing, tackled, lost it. Fogarty, hand pass to Williams. Low trajectory kick goalward and it's punched through. Nice bit of work on the last line from Brown. So that is 36 points, 6 goals neat. Carlton's lead, 22-minute mark, second quarter. And this is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tom Brown brings Richmond back into play. Kicks out towards Campbell. And also Armstrong. Armstrong up with hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Hollands runs on it. Good follow-up tackle by Armstrong. Locked the footy underneath him. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Kemper's come back. He's done a few run-throughs, a bit of side-to-side action, jumping up and down. Seems okay. Looks like he's set to come back on.
Thanks, Ben. 22 minutes gone, second quarter. The Blues 7-7-49 to the Tigers 2-1-13. Carlton led by 27 points at quarter time. Thompson Dow, well done through traffic. Got one high as well. Advantage is claimed. Hopper drives a kick up towards Lynch at half forward. Can't take the mark. Haynes out of position, competed well with one hand, and it goes across the boundary line. Corby is one of our better note takers, so you better put down Camden McIntosh's headband in your notes as well. Will he have that at season's end, Lid, do you think?
Oh, fingers crossed he doesn't, but he's a rare cat, so he'll probably keep it going. He likes that sort of stuff.
Two-time premiership winner from the boundary throw-in. Nankervis knocks it towards the boundary line. Walsh slips over. Hand pass up his backside. Straight to Nankervis. Handball to Taranto. Oncoming traffic. Can't trap it. Lawler knocks it away to Nankervis. The ruckman locked up by his opposing captain. Cripps has got him holding the ball.
Yeah, you're not stiff-arming Paddy Cripps. Any other player probably gets rid of him, Big Nate, but Paddy, not today.
Cripps goes all the way back to Wiedering, and the switch is on. They'll try out the southern side. Long kick to half-back, finds Silvani. And the famous number 1 for Carlton back out there and in the family still as he kicks down the line. Evans outnumbered. Richmond with the advantage. Broad takes it, and he's taken high. Free kick for Broad, left half-back. Carlton by 6 goals, 24 gone in this second term.
Goes short to Miller. Takes the mark at left half back for the Tigers, who trail by 36 points. Crowd of over 80,000 expected for the first game at the MCG for season 2025. Armstrong in from the side. Silvani had a couple of grabs at it, couldn't complete it. Lynch for the Tigers. Hand pass out in front of Lawler. Hand pass to Nankervis. Back to Lawler. Inside 50. Works the hand pass over the top. Swinging shot on goal. That's a great finish for the Tigers, as Ross provides the class at the end to finish it off. And that gives Adam Uze something to highlight during the week. Great transition of hands, and Jack Ross was able to finish the work. Carlton's lead cut back to 30 as the Tigers put 2 on the trot together. 7-7-49 to the Tigers 3-1-19. 24 minutes gone, second quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
They've actually choked this game up reasonably well.
Turned into a scrap, haven't they? It's been good.
I like it. It's been led by their defence. I think your boy in Jacob Blight, his ability to quell the influence of Harry Mackay, but Nathan Broad, Ben Miller down there, Nick Vlosten. Mids have just got to work and haven't allowed them. I know they've got into the corridor a couple of times, the Blues, and that's when they've looked the most dangerous, but they've actually defended the ground pretty well and made it more of a scrap. Once they've got it forward, they've looked lively with their small forwards.
Didn't mind the 1-2 from Sam Waller then too. It looked pretty clean.
Back-to-back goals for the first time tonight. Back to 30 points, Carlton's advantage. And did get it out to 41 at one stage. Walsh had it, lost it. Taranto for Richmond at the coalface. Hand pass away to his mate Hopper. Gives it to Banks. Runs laterally a long way. Then decides to kick. Dangerous. Broken up by Camporeale. High half forward for the Blues. Dow wins it back for Richmond. Hand pass to Brown. Back to Dow. He's under the pump. He's taken high. Richmond work it out. They get the free kick. Banks to Brown. Kicks down the wing. He's McIntosh. Marks just over halfway, southern side of the ground. Looks inside the forward 50, punt road end. Lynch the target. Lawler in from the side ball. Out the back. Lawler's out after it. Can't collect, and it skids out of play. And a boundary throw in deep forward for Richmond. Tigers fans are awake to it every time Sammy Lawler goes near it.
Right, you got to look for those little wins, Corb, as we've spoken about all day. And he gives you a bit of excitement, doesn't he, when he gets close? So it's good to see.
It's Pierre Gasly in the house.
I was wondering who that
F1
was.
Driver. Got the Carlton hat on too.
You guys are unbelievable, Blues.
Jeez.
Thrown in. DeConey wins down the tap against Nankervis. Cripps lays the tackle with Silvani's support on Tom Lynch. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, he would have been there last night with you at Glamour on the grid, Murph.
I wasn't there, Benny, were you?
No.
Nankervis tries to shank a kick towards the goal square, and it might have run through. What a finish by Toby Nankervis. Absolutely something out of nothing. Armstrong for half a moment tried to throw a hand in it, then realised it was online, and it trickles through for Nank's second. And all of a sudden, the Tigers have kicked 3 goals on the trot. They take the lead in this second quarter with 3 goals to 2, and the margin for Carlton is back to a 24-point lead. 7-7-49 the Blues, to the Tigers 4-1-25.
Yeah, look, it's been a good 10 minutes from Richmond. Yep. They've locked the game down really well, and Lid spoke about it before, about just in transition, being able to come forward and defend and turn the ball over. But it's also been around the contest that they've actually got going. They're leading the clearances in this quarter 11-8, and they're out tackling Carlton 15-12. So they're getting their hands dirty, and no doubt those stats will be front and centre on Adam Uze's whiteboard at half-time about the way in which they've got themselves back into this game, and they're scoring on the back of it.
3 goals in 10 minutes for the Tigers. It jump-starts their night. And Trent Cotchin shown on the big screen. Warm round of applause from the Richmond faithful. Free kick for a hold in the middle. It's coming back to DeConing. Not a man in a walk here. Heavily courted by the rest of the competition. Long kick deep inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Spills down to Broad. Kick straight to the boundary line. One bounce out of play.
Got him.
Deliberate.
Yeah, Brody puts his hand there. He said, what am I supposed to do, mate? I've got 4 people hanging off me. I've kicked a mung torpedo and it's bounced right angles. Come on.
Akers looks back inboard, finds Cowan. And kicks the first goal of the quarter. Just the second in his young career, in his 25th game. He goes back to Silvani. Carlton number 1 lays it up to the hot spot. DeConing, fair piece of it, no mark. Spills down to Dan Curvis, swaps it away to Hopper. Hand pass to Taranto, handball to centre half back for Brown. Just got it away to Ross, and Richmond on again in transition. Long kick out in front of Lynch. Slides out in front of he and Silvani. Great work, Lynch won the footy. Hand pass to Bauer inside 50. Says keep going. McGovern off his laying face down, knocks it out to Silvani. Hand pass away to Sard. And he goes short to centre half back.
Cowan through the middle of the ground, finds Williams, gets the hand pass away. Walsh involved, hand pass to Cripps. Got front on contact. Walsh is a little slow to rise. They link up with Zach Williams. Drives it inside 50. Kemp and Mackay are there. Mackay gets hands to it. Motlop the last stand and gathers in the right forward pocket. Chucks it back. A hand pass to Cottrell. Back to Motlop. Outside of the boot. It's across the face. And just scrapes in for a minor score to the left-hand side. A few handballs in there for the Blues, trying to find the best shot on goal. As Carlton lead by 25 points, with the Tigers are the last 3 goals of the match.
Left on the table there. They had 3 or 4 boys free forward of the footy. Just tried to get in too long and deep. Jackie Williams there with that one. He could have found the nice easy one. About 35 metres out from goal. Motlop all on his own.
Richmond are winning the quarter.
Little wins, Corp. Little wins.
25 the margin at the moment, 27 down at quarter time. From the boundary throw, from the kick out, goes long to the wing and knocked away, and Akers trying to put it back inside 50, puts it out on the full.
Yeah, well, they've shut down Carlton's outside game, and then conversely their work around the contest has been superior in the second quarter, so they've really got to work in and around the contest and from it as well.
Broad with a free kick, off he trots and then kicks in the Lynch direction, hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Spills to Nankervis. Decides to kick it himself. Long kick to a one-on-one. Bauer to target deep, and Wiedering does well to hold him out. And I think the mark's paid. The blindside umpire said, "Oh, that was a mark," and the umpire who was back in the corridor said, "No, hit the deck." And umpire Cameron Dorr says, "I'll have it." Ball up, half forward for Richmond.
Clean mark. No, well called. It wasn't.
Different angle.
Yeah. Nankervis and DeConing. Nank didn't get a disposal away. TDK made his case as Taranto kicks into the pocket, and no mark is able to be claimed by Mansell. Silvani sees it out of play. Carlton by 25 points. They've had 19 inside 50s, the Blues, to Richmond's 10.
Yep.
So that will be the part Carlton fans will look forward to, the return of Charlie Curnow, who is nudging closer.
Pretty handy inclusion.
Michael Voss said they'll give him a block of work before they make him available for senior selection. Nankervis wins down the tap. Deep in attack. McIntosh slides in over the footy. Can't knock it out, and the umpire circles once more.
That's where a few problems arise, that you've had the 19 inside 50s for 2 marks. So they just need to get some cleaner entries and some better options, probably going inside 50.
DeConing palms it down. Saab tries to soccer it off the deck, only as far as Cowan. Jams it on the boot, kicks out of defence. Bouncing footy close to the boundary line, and Mackay, did he inadvertently soccer that out on the full? No, said the umpire. Dropped it onto his boot, and then the ball,
I think he did,
spat out of play. Oh, it was with you.
Yeah, I think it was in the air.
Yeah, so did I.
Carlton by 25 points. Momentum, though, with the Tigs. Carlton kicked 7 of the first 8 goals. Richmond have kicked the last 3. De Koning palms it down in front of Chera. Needs a kind bounce. He got it eventually. Shakes the would-be tackle of Banks.
No.
Ugly kick back in the corridor. Might yet work out. Ball spills away to the Tigers. Heavy crunching tackle in the middle of the ground. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Outer edge of the centre square. 53rd minute of the second quarter. And as you said, Lid, small wins for the Tigers. They will win the second quarter. In a game that looked like it was about to get out of hand. 7 goals to 1 down. The Tigers rally and they're still alive at the half. They kicked the last 3 goals of the game. It's Carlton by 25 points at half-time. And the season opener for both clubs. The Blues 7-8, 50. They lead Richmond 4-1-25. So half-time opening night for both the Blues and the Tigers. A 25-point advantage for the Blues. All right, the goal kickers. 1 for Cowan, Williams, Akers, Kemp, Walsh, Evans and Cottrell. All with 1 each. Meanwhile for Richmond, Toby Nankervis has 2. He's the only multiple goal kicker on the ground. 1 each for Lynch and for Ross. Off the SMS, Luca at Largs Bay. Big fan of the Macintosh headband. Been a nude nut myself. No hair to mop up the sweat. Not everyone has Lids' fancy hair from Luca.
He's obviously thinking back to the good old days back in 05, 06 with the blonde tips and everything, Murph.
No doubt.
I think it's fair.
Pretty sure that the Tigers' 2025 best and fairest will come from the back line. That's from Dan. Now, last year, their best and fairest winner, of course, was Dan Rioli. He's now playing in different colours. Marcus in South Melbourne, who was the last Carlton player to wear number 1, who was not a Silvani.
Easy, that one. That's Hawks, wasn't it?
Yep. Certainly was. Isn't his young bloke on the...
next year's draft.
Pretty handy.
Yes,
father-son.
He is father-son.
Also NGA to Richmond.
There you go. So he's got a decision to make. Obviously, Stephen Silvani wore it as well before that, and Serge Silvani, so it's been in the family. And I don't think Jack debuted in it, did he?
No, he wore the number 2.
There you go.
At start.
There you go. So he has shifted 1 up to wear the family number. More of your thoughts off the SMS in just a moment. 0437 774 774. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Melbourne or the MCG opener. The traditional opening fixture between Richmond and Carlton, and at half-time it is the Blues by 25. Our number 1 picks are here, as they will be on Thursdays throughout the season. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
Yeah, a terrific quarter then by Richmond. It looked like in the first 5 or 6 minutes it was going to be a real danger game for the Tigers in terms of the game just getting away from them. But to their credit, they got their game up and going defensively from the stoppage. They started to shut down the uncontested mark game from Carlton and started to get the ball back into a contest, and they just got their hands dirty. So they end up winning the quarter in clearances and in tackles, and really even up the game in that department. So that's where their wins started to come from. They started to get reward for their effort around the contest, and then they started to make the most of their opportunities when the ball went inside their forward 50. And I think they only had the 10 inside 50s in that quarter then, the Tigers, but they started to make the most of them. When you look at the way in which Carlton would bring the ball inside 50, it was similar to what they were doing last year, and hitting and hoping, and just hoping that something was going to come from just the continual barrage of balls going inside 50, and the 19 inside 50s for 2 inside 50 marks just isn't at the level, is it?
And we spoke about it at the start, Murph, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. And it's not just one particular area, because at times they opened up vacuums of space for one another, but then they just couldn't quite hit the target. They had another opportunity, and the one that sticks out, and you brought up too, that Zach Williams was running probably 70 to 80 out from goal, and he had probably 3 options to go to, and Jesse Motlop was the obvious one, probably 30 out directly in front, but he just didn't see him. So there's still a bit of that connection going inside 50, which is causing a few issues for them, because they're 25 points up now. They should be far and above that from the amount of balls they've had going inside 50, but you've got to give credit to Richmond in the way in which they competed around the contest.
Oh, exactly right. And I think that started at the clearances, with Nankervis, Taranto, Hopper getting to work, young Thompson Dow getting to run through there as well. They break even on it? Well up by 1 in the clearances, equal in the tackle. So they're trying to apply that pressure, and it's not a dour old school choke up, put a couple behind the footy type of game. They're just trying to limit the ability of the Blues to be able to break them open from that clearance, and they're not allowing to be, they're being very accountable away from that stoppage. The trickle B's, can they last the journey? And we know how many pre-seasons that 1,000 games, did you say, Clinchy, in terms of Carlton in front of what Richmond have been able to do? But that's fine. I mean, you've got to learn and start somewhere, don't you? So small wins, Corby, as I've spoken about at the start of the game, they were very good throughout that quarter. Can they come out after half-time, reset, get going again, and break even again? Clearances, the tackles, inside 50s, kick a few more goals. Yeah,
1,000 goals lost for Dan Rioli, Baker, Martin, Shea Bolton, Grimes and Pickett from last year's side. But I guess Toby Nankervis has sort of epitomised the way that the Tigers would like to show some spirit. He's banging into Tom De Koning and able to kick a couple of goals, and it's not all that pretty, but if you're a Richmond fan, you'd walk away at half-time to have a drink or have a break and think, well, they're showing some spirit and they're showing some fight.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. And that's what Toby Nankervis has done throughout his whole career, especially here at Richmond, and the reason why he's the captain of the side. Follow me, boys. I'll set the scene for you and clear a bit of a path. If I don't win it myself, I'll let my little mids get onto it. So that's what you want to see as a Richmond supporter, just some fight and not just keel over, I suppose.
The 4 debutants, so Camporeale up to 10 touches, had 6 in the first, had 5 in the opening, what felt like 5 or 6 minutes of the game. Trainers had 8 disposals, 8 for Lawler, 1 and 7. So is he going to get a goal tonight? Feels like he's been threatening a couple of times.
A chance. I mean, he's looked good in the front half, but we've just got to, let's not put too much pressure on Corb.
Yes, and young Harry Armstrong, who didn't have a touch in that quarter but was involved in a tremendous collision on the wing in which he ran full pelt at the footy. Holland's coming in the other direction. Both lads okay in a good old-fashioned footy collision. All right, more of your thoughts on the SMS coming up in just a moment. We'll put a few of those to Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
I've got one that's come through too.
Okay.
I look forward to hearing about it, Lids.
Yeah. It's a good tease, and we'll give you the teams as well for the rest of the weekend with a bunch of new faces involved. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport at half-time. It is Carlton by 25 points. While we just pause momentarily from the MCG, let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Prime Minister has not ruled out another round of the government's $300 energy bill discounts in the upcoming budget. The energy regulator released its draft benchmark prices for the next financial year, showing prices are set to rise by nearly 9% in parts of New South Wales. It's prompted opposition leader Peter Dutton to suggest the handouts pushed up power prices. But Anthony Albanese has hinted more support could be on the way in the budget, which will be handed down in 2 weeks.
Well, I'm determined to provide cost of living relief wherever we can. We've provided 2 lots of cost of living relief. We have also, of course, put a cap on gas and coal prices.
US President Donald Trump is threatening to further escalate his trade war, saying he'll impose tit-for-tat levies on countries that retaliate to his steel and aluminium tariffs. The European Union and Canada have already promised countermeasures with their own tariffs on a range of products exported from the US. Professor of Economics at the University of Michigan, Justin Wolfers, says Americans will be the ones most impacted by Donald Trump's moves.
We haven't seen any action of non-US countries imposing tariffs on each other. So it's not a global trade war, it's an American trade war. And it does soon to be kicked off pretty much with a vengeance. The people that this hurts the most are the people who are going to be isolating themselves, which is the United States.
Egypt says it appreciates US President Donald Trump pulling back from his plan to mass displace Palestinians from Gaza. During a White House meeting, Mr. Trump said no one is expelling anyone from Gaza. Last month, he suggested a US takeover of Gaza and the Palestinian population to be permanently displaced to live in neighbouring countries. Police in Victoria will be given expanded powers to search people without a warrant under state government plans, which have been labelled a huge overreach. Nicholas Hines reports.
The state government today detailed its plan to ban machetes as part of its response to immense community pressure to tackle rising crime rates. As part of its crackdown, police will be able to declare any location in Victoria a designated area for up to 6 months, allowing police to search people and seize items without warrants. It's a dramatic increase from the current 12 hours. And Sarah Schwartz from the Human Rights Law Centre says there's no evidence it will improve public safety.
This is a huge overreach from a government that is desperate to be seen to be doing something.
Police have backed the machete ban, while the state opposition says it's long overdue.
The New South Wales opposition leader is demanding the Premier reveal when he was told the discovery of a caravan full of explosives was not a genuine terrorist threat. The government last month passed urgent legislation to toughen penalties for hate speech and limit protests near places of worship. Mark Speakman says Chris Minns did so under the impression the caravan incident was a genuine threat and should explain when he was told otherwise.
The Premier led Parliament and led MPs through this urgent legislation on the basis that there was a terrorist plot. He should now be telling everyone, including his fellow MPs, what he knew and when.
Legal firm Maurice Blackburn has confirmed stood-down NT Police Commissioner Michael Murphy has engaged one of its principal lawyers, Josh Bornstein, from Melbourne. Mr Murphy was stood down at the weekend over an Independent Commissioner Against Corruption report that found he acted incompetently by employing a long-time close friend to a top job. The government has launched a review into all 27 appointments Mr Murphy was responsible for during his tenure. Staff at Darwin's Crocodilus Park are reeling after a break-in at the popular Crocodile Park overnight, with a small crocodile still missing somewhere in the park after being taken from a staff area. Mitchell Abram reports.
Staff say a man allegedly entered the park around midnight and can be seen on CCTV attempting to break into multiple work vehicles. From there, the footage shows the man entering a workshop where he takes a small crocodile from a holding tank, holding it by the neck and then filming himself with it before he puts it on the ground and it runs away from him. Park manager Emily Moyes says it was deeply upsetting for staff.
You could clearly see that this animal is trying to get away from this person.
In a statement to the ABC, police said they're aware of the incident and investigations are ongoing.
And NASA and SpaceX have delayed the launch of a replacement crew of 4 astronauts to the International Space Station that would have set in motion the long-awaited homecoming of US astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. NASA says the launch was called off because of a problem with the rocket's hydraulic system. ABC News. Get more news at any time. Download the ABC Listen app.
Foreign Correspondent returns to Tuesday nights in 2025. Exploring the unknown, discover the extraordinary, your window to the world. Foreign Correspondent returns. New time Tuesdays 8 p.m. on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Miller getting back, so he comes inboard to Cripps, drop the mark, enough time to regather to Cowan, the Tasmanian, who drives through the first goal of the second quarter. I think that's the move as he steers it through to extend Carlton's lead to 35 points, the biggest lead of the match for the Blues. 12-2. McIntosh is doing the ruck work against Mackay. Spills down to Walsh across his body towards the goal line, on the bounce, and through it goes.
Taranto gets the centre break for Richmond. Mansell turns his opponent inside out, kicks right to the goal line and all alone. Tom Lynch takes the mark right on the goal line. Two-time premiership winner Tiger Tom, now the godfather, jams it through for Richmond's second.
Hand pass to Nankervis, back to Lawler, inside 50, works the hand pass over the top, swinging shot on goal. That's a great finish for the Tigers, as Ross provides the class at the end to finish it off. Nankervis tries to shank a kick towards the goal square, and it might have run through. What a finish by Toby Nankervis. Absolutely something out of nothing.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
And my name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch is here calling the footy with me. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio are our number one picks. It is half-time. And Carlton lead the game by 25 points. It doesn't really tell the whole story, though. They got it out to 41 at one stage in the second term. And then the Tigers, as you heard in the highlights, kicking the last 3 goals. The number one pick, Sam Lawler, is on debut, as are 2 of his mates, Harry Armstrong up front and Luke Traynor down back. While for Carlton, it's another second-generation Blue, Lucas Camporeale, making his debut tonight, the 18-year-old. And he's had a little bit of it too, 10 touches for the left footer on debut. Now, the SMS line is 0437 774 774. Jeff in Queensland. Missed my Cats' first game in round 0 due to the cyclone. I still have no power up here where I am, but enjoying your call once again. How many debutants are playing for the Tigers, for the young Tigers in their rebuild? There's 3 tonight. They did draft 7 guys inside the top 30 in the draft, but nice to hear from you, Jeff, and our thoughts, of course, with everybody in southeast Queensland, not just due to the initial cyclone, obviously Cyclone Alfred, but the subsequent flooding, obviously, that's happened in large parts of southeast Queensland since. So our thoughts with you, and nice to have you with us tonight through ABC Sport. Kinger off the SMS. Why has the footy started so early? Before 2000 and the Olympics, it started the last weekend of March or early April. If the AFL want more footy, scrap the split rounds, scrap the mid-year break, and scrap the week off before the finals. So not happy with a March beginning.
Yeah, it does start early. It does feel early.
Feels like we're creeping a week forward each year, Kinger. I think we're fighting a losing argument there.
I was saying on the ABC AFL Daily pod, which you're on every Friday, by the way, that it's amazing how many seasons this game actually covers nowadays. So we start the season at the beginning of autumn. We play all the way through the winter, obviously, because of winter sport. Then we play our final series in the spring, and we play our practice matches in the summer. So we've somehow spread across all 4 seasons in the calendar year in the way that we're going about it at the moment. Liv from Marupna. My Blues halftime summary. I like how much possession we have. I don't like how we're not capitalising on all that possession. Sam Walsh looks great, as does De Koning, but can't afford to be complacent. Here's the analysis from Liv of her Blues. Happy with that?
Yeah, I think they just need to be a little bit more damaging forward of centre. Be a little bit more patient maybe. They're just bombing away and expecting Harry to take mark of the year every time it goes inside.
Yeah, probably spot on. I think they probably just thought it was just going to keep on rolling on, didn't they, after that first 10 minutes where they kicked the first couple and thought, well, we've done enough here. We'll just continue on our merry way. But to Richmond's credit, they got up and going around the contest.
How was half-time offering, Murph?
Average.
Just trying to pick it out of my teeth at the moment. Corbin. So for all our listeners at home, so I didn't have dinner tonight. I came in just thinking, there'll be nice something. Sausage rolls, even party pies, something. Yeah. Yep. I've been dished up some scones. So,
pretty good though?
Oh, good, but they're sticky.
I didn't mind
a bit of feedback. We need to get to the news quicker. Our commentators.
Well, that's it. I've had some feedback too off the SMS.
Righto.
Nothing to do with you, Murph. It's from a bunch of mates, good mates that are at Forest at the moment. They're waiting for me to get down there, but they're around the campfire listening for the first time to me on radio. They're saying, would you stop talking about yourself and get down here when you get a chance? So appreciate it, boys. Hope you're having a good one without me.
Well, surely if they're type mates of yours, that's obviously just the key to the way you talk, isn't it? Just about yourself.
Well, that's it. They're well and truly used to it by now, Murph, as you will soon find out over Thursday night.
Just to take the topic away from you, Lids, for half a second. There was an incident in that second quarter, Murph. It was a shallow throw in. Tom De Koning was cannoned into by Tom Lynch. Yeah. He sort of made contact to the chin, the bottom part of the jaw.
Gone.
It's a challenging one when you're a senior player. The ball hadn't been down in Richmond's forward line all that much. He's trying to make an impact, but the match review will have a look at that. I would have thought.
Yeah, no.
He's in trouble.
He's more in trouble, yeah. I think that the ball has left the area. He's followed through with the bump and is connected with the head. So thankfully for his case and for Tom De Koning's, he's still running around out there at the moment. But I think the AFL will come down on that one.
As he went off, and Ben reported, he did a HIA assessment. He was cleared to come back onto the field, but certainly the slow-mo replay makes it look a lot more.
As soon as you elect the bump, Clinchy, you're in strife if you get someone above the shoulder. So expect that'll be a 1 to 2 game ban, I would have thought.
Concussion protocols, by the way, the HIA is Clinchy rightfully identified. That is the head injury assessment, which can happen on the bench or on the field. If the player fails that, they will then do the SCAT 6, which is basically the 15-minute protocol. So you can pass the original HIA and be able to continue, as we saw in this case, and that's why De Koning didn't sit out for 15 minutes. All right, teams for the rest of the weekend. Shea Bolton is the big absentee, so he will not be there to make his club debut for Fremantle in Geelong come Saturday. Alex Pearce will be. The captain's pulled up A-OK, so he'll play. Bailey Smith is going to make his club debut for the Cats, of course, the former Bulldog. Tomorrow night's fixture, Essendon's team, as we learned a couple of days ago, will include Isaac Kako in the number 10. Of course, their first-round draftee, Jackson Pryor, makes his club debut as well, coming across from the Brisbane Lions. Josh Ward's the inclusion. He takes the place of James Worpel. Rest of the weekend, Sydney have made 2 changes. Joel Hamling's in and Riley Bice, our man from Albury, makes his debut. Taylor Adams is injured. Angus Sheldrick has been omitted. The Brisbane Lions team includes Levi Ashcroft, and Darcy Ford holds his place. He will get the first look at it up front in the absence of Joe Danaher. Of course, the other thing to keep in mind is Danaher was the second ruck.
Yep.
So it does enable Oscar McInerney a little bit of support, who, of course, will miss the grand final and comes back in. Rest of the weekend, the Roos have a bunch of new names. Finn O'Sullivan, the second pick in the draft, he's going to make his debut. And Jacob Constanti. I remember I was saying that wrong. Hopefully that's
Powerboy.
That's correct. Constanti's going to make his debut as well. Good luck to him. Former Swan, now with North Melbourne, gets his first chance at AFL level. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, Sam Davidson. Dr. Sam is in the last year of his medical degree. He's going to make his debut for the Bulldogs this weekend, and Josh Dolan is also on debut. Meanwhile, Collingwood and Port Adelaide, same time at the MCG on Saturday night. Dan Houston comes in for the Pies. Lockie Sullivan's back. Ed Allen has been omitted and Hoskin Elliott is injured. The new faces for Port Adelaide include Jack Lukosius, Joe Richards, so like Houston playing against his old side, and Joe Berry is also
couple of small forwards
out there to make his debut. Then we're into the Sunday games. There's a whole lot of obviously new faces as you expect across the board there, and that includes Dan Rioli and John Noble making their club debuts for the Suns. For the West Coast Eagles, Liam Baker and Jack Graham along with Matt Owies have all been named. There's another Reid for the Eagles as well. It's not Harley. Archer Reid is going to make his debut for West Coast on Sunday. Here at the MCG, Tom Green's back earlier than expected to play for GWS. He's in that broad squad. Kieran Briggs misses out after being concussed last week in that notable incident with Darcy Cameron, clashing with Sam Taylor running back into traffic. New faces for Melbourne include Harvey Langford, who was their first-round draftee, so he's in that squad. And there's a bunch of new faces for Adelaide, so Isaac Cumming, Alex Neil-Bullen, James Peatling, Sid Draper, Toby Murray, all in the extended squad. While for St Kilda, Jack McRae is amongst a bunch of new names. Harry Boyd, Isaac Keeler, Hugh Boxall, Max Hall and Liam O'Connell. A couple of the new names in that broad squad for Sunday, with those teams to be trimmed tomorrow night.
What's the game you're looking most forward to for the rest of the round?
Tomorrow night's for me. I think the Essendon Hawthorn game's going to be a cracker. I want to see whether the Hawks are legit.
Really?
Yeah, and I like what Essendon did to Geelong down there.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't like that?
I think Hawthorn will go on their merry way tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to Saturday's games. There's a few crackers. I like the Collingwood Port Adelaide game will be a ripper.
Sorry, mate.
I'd like to see Geelong and Fremantle as well. I think that'll be a good one. And then obviously Sydney and Brisbane, the grand final rematch. Hopefully Sydney can do a little bit better.
Blues by 25, but the young Tigers have kicked the last 3 goals in the game. The second half's here on ABC Sport, and you're with Matt Clinch.
Koning and Nankervis crash into each other. It's Cripps who gets the first clearance, gets a hand pass away to Hewitt and back to De Koning. Out to the wing. Caparielli involved again. Gets a hand pass to Hollands across half back. Kicks around the Shane Warne stand side. Motlop tries to use his feet. Couldn't gather. Vlosten's away for the Tigers. Hand pass to Banks. Works it up to Mansell at right half forward. To McIntosh against the boundary line into the pocket. Yes. Just found the intended target. Bauer is hard against the boundary line. He centres it, looking for the teeth of goal. And Steely Green was up. He can't complete the mark with one hand. Sard is able to clear for the Blues. It's straight to the boundary, though. Out on the full. The Tigers will get another shot on goal, and Jacob Bauer is after it.
It was a right kick, wasn't it? He was all by himself, Steely Green, but just couldn't quite get 2 jukes up to grab a hold of it, Murph.
I think he was sort of looking around as to where Tom Lynch was and then realised it was his opportunity.
This will take some kicking from out there on the right-hand side. Shane Warne stand.
Starting up against the fence. Jacob Bauer puts it across the face of goal. Lynch is in the pack. Nankervis as well. Off hands, it clears everyone. And out of play for a boundary thrown up against the left behind post. Punt road end in which Richmond are heading to in this third quarter. It's the Blues who lead by 25 points.
Another bumper crowd. The average crowd for this game since it became a regular fixture in 2008, up above 78,000. And we're in that realm again tonight as Nankervis wins it down. Comes to De Koning though. Hand pass for the Blues away to Akers. Kicks to the wing. Bouncing footy out in front of your man, Jacob Blight, who collects. Hand pass for Richmond away to Trezise. Gives it to Trainer, spills it cold. Mackay cleans it up. Handball for Carlton away to Walsh. The 1-2 with Kemp. Walsh again. Hand pass inside to Cripps. And the 2-time Brownlow medalist goes darting away. 2 bounces. Gets a kind shepherd from Akers. Akers comes with him. Cripps hand pass to Akers on the boundary line. 2 bounces. Ugly kick inside. Motlop cleans it up. Shakes a would-be tackle. Richmond with numbers in support. Motlop wraps one of them up, but a little high.
Well done. Well defended there, the Tigers.
Free kick going Richmond's way, and it's going to be young Trainer who's going to get it at left half back for the Tigers. 25 points, Carlton's lead, 2 minutes into the second term.
Usually on a fast break, you can get an easy shot on goal, but they defended really, really well.
Luke Trainer, pick number 21 in the draft, comes out to left half back, and Trezise takes the mark. Carlton leading by 25 points, but the Tigers Harper kicked 3 goals in that second quarter after just 1 in the first. Up towards Tom Lynch, in front, can't complete the mark. Silvani spoiled late. De Koning tries to extract the footy. Umpire circles and will ball it up in front of the 2 benches.
That's the second half, of course, is what I meant. The third quarter underway, 3 minutes old.
Nankervis wins down the tap, looking for Taranto. Both Nank and Taranto had 9 disposals in that second quarter. McIntosh shovels a hand pass forward, and Green can't break away from McGovern, and Cripps who lay the tackle.
ABC Socials team has been hard at work at ABC Sport on all your social media platforms. I saw a little tile of your quote, a bit of feedback for Camden McIntosh on his headband lids. It's taken off in the social universe. From the stoppage, knock-on Sir-John type stuff. Taranto soccers it inside 50. Oh, Camporeale, hand pass missed the target. Tigers awake to this. Knocked away towards Lawler, to Lynch. Look away, handball to Campbell. He goals. All the Tigers are on. They've kicked 4 in a row either side of half-time. And this game is far from finished. 4 minutes into the third term, Carlton's lead trimmed to 19. The Blues 7-8-50, Richmond 5-1-31. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Yeah, just capitalised on an opportunity there. It looked a bit lazy, didn't it, the way in which Carlton have come out in this third quarter. It was really just an errant handball. Just tried to get rid of it too quick, Camporeale, rather than just embrace the contact and then handball to a teammate. Just tried to flick it out a little bit too quickly. But he'll learn from that. His senior players got around him and supported him. You'll make mistakes when you're a young player. You just want to see your senior leaders get around and support you.
He got smacked early, I reckon, with a hot handball that went high, and he's ever since then he's sort of been, I've got to get this out of my hands. But I love the clean hands of Lawler there to get that up to Lynch.
5. A little quiet first half for Seth Campbell. Just the 2 disposals, but now has a goal in this third quarter. Cripps gets the clearance of the Blues. Links up with De Koning once more. Kicks inside 50. Kemp worked underneath it, and a good mark taken by Miller. As at 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Eyes dart left and right. No clear avenue out of defence. So drives a long kick up the Shaymourn stand side. Mansell shoved out of the way, and De Koning takes the mark. This is the area of his game. He can go to another level in the air, although that kick to Chera left a little bit to be done. Taranto made the spoil. Pinballs around. Hand pass comes out to Campbell. Takes a bounce on the Shaymourn stand side. Looks up towards half forward. Driving kick looking for Lynch. Weitering's there. Another great intercepting mark by the All-Australian fullback for the Blues.
He plays on. Hand pass goes back to Haynes. Has it at fullback for the Blues. A long kick to right half back. Akers the target. Takes the mark. And to deal with Trezise coming back at him. Oh, kicks out in front of Motlop, missed him. Picked up by Broad. Richmond back with it. Hand pass back inside to Hopper. Handball along the ground to Trezise. Has it at left half forward. Hand pass to Green. Kicks looking for Lynch. It's over his head. They're on out the back. It's Lawler, the new guy in town. Goals. His first in AFL footy for the number 1 pick. And the Richmond fans serenade the club cornerstone for the next decade. Sam Lawler with his first goal in the big time. 6 minutes into the third quarter. Carlton by just 13 points.
Wow. Well, how good's that? Great to see. First game, much hype player, obviously a number 1 pick, but he's done some really clever things tonight with his hands and just worked hard towards goal and gets on the table. Well done, young man, kicking your first goal in football. His friends and family, no doubt, will all be here watching it. Special moment, but it comes off the back of hard work and hard defensive work rate from the Richmond footy side. It was a quick exit. It was a Jacob Weitering intercept mark that they got the ball out quick, but to Richmond's credit, they just covered a man and forced the turnover and get a goal as a result.
Did Akers miss that kick, or was it just a miscommunication there with Motlop and Williams? I don't know.
Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. The number 1 draft pick, Sam Lawler, has his first goal. De Koning tries to tap it forward, trying to link up with Akers. Good attack by the Tigers. Short came in from the other direction. He's tackled by Brody Kemp, and the umpire will board up. Still inside the centre square in the middle of the MCG. All of a sudden, Carlton's lead is just 13 points after the Tigers have kicked the last 5 goals in the match, either side of half-time. Taranto from the stoppage, kicks up towards half-forward. Cowan underneath it, couldn't complete the mark. Wiedering's there across half-back, fires a hand-pass to Chera, arches the back to get around McIntosh, hand-pass to Hewitt, gets the hand-pass away, back to Cowan. Hand-pass almost chopped off by Trezise. Taranto just throws a boot at it, gains 10 metres, but Sada's loose across half-back, gathers for Carlton, centering ball. Camporeale marks at centre half-back for Carlton.
All the momentum into the locker room at half-time, and they've picked up where they've left off the Tigers. Last 5 goals in the game. Turnover. Kick heads to the wing. Brown the intercept mark. Hand pass to Miller. Gives it to Banks. Kicks down to half-forward. Lynch has got it. Tearing towards goal. Lynch kicks into the pocket. Lawler the target. He's outnumbered, and off hands it slides out of bounds. McGovern sees it out of play. Boundary throw in deep forward for the Tigers. And they're outplaying Carlton at the moment.
Yeah, forcing turnover, just
playing free,
working harder and just having a crack at their kicks, and it's paying off for them at the moment.
Tigers have it inside 50 once more. 8 minutes gone in this third term. Nankervis tries to take another ruck. De Koning lays the tackle with Chera, and the umpire will ball it up. Inside 50s, 5-2. Richmond's way so far in this third quarter. De Koning wins down the tap. Thompson Dowers on the move. Great pickup by Camporeale. Gets the hand pass away to De Koning. Through the middle of the ground. Bouncing end over end. Vorston ran onto it and then turns a corner around Kemp. Lost him in the process. Kicks inside 50. Nankervis takes the mark. Now there was a block, unfortunately, by Harry Armstrong. And the footy has to be given to Adam Sard.
It's disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah. Wasn't much in it. It was probably just a tug on the jumper, but I think Adam Sard milked it for all it was worth.
Blues by 13 points. Sard goes wide to Hollands. Long kick down the wing, finds Fogarty. Carlton work it up over halfway. And the mark taken by Harry Mackay. Mackay waits for the numbers to flood forward. Kicks it to the hot spot. Kemp works his way to the front. And he paid the mark.
Yep.
Happy with that?
Yeah, no, it was. He did really well. He had to come and fly through it. It just got knocked out of his hands late. I'm happy with that being paid.
Richmond with the last 5 goals in the game. Carlton's last goal came at the 15-minute mark of the second term. We're now 9.5 minutes into the third.
This is a huge kick. If he's going to set shot here, it's a big kick. I don't think he's got it in his...
He's got to lay this up, surely. Tom De Koning is sweating on this, you would think.
Man on the mark, he's right on the 50. Kicking to the city end of the ground, and he just lays it up. Top of the goal square, Mackay. In front of the pack, marks. He'll kick from 15 out.
Yeah, smart kick by Kemp. Just put it probably 20 metres out, and to Carlton's credit, they actually cleared out of that whole area. They were pretty deep on the goal line. I think everyone thought it was going to go a lot deeper than what it was and just pulled it subtly back inside.
We're snapping again, 15 out straight in front.
Are we doing that again, are we?
So no more drop punt from Harry Mackay. He's going to kick around the corner from straight in front.
Oh, no. Oh.
He got it a little skinny, but it's through. And settles the game down for Carlton. Snaps the run of 5 straight Richmond goals. Blues back out by 19. 11 gone in the third term. Carlton at 8-8-56. Richmond 6-1-37. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, to say they needed that one, Murph, is an understatement. It was just probably an immature back line there. I know their senior players are down there, but that's when you're relying on your half-forwards, your mids to flood that little area, to not allow that huge big space. If you look at the bit of a replay, there's a huge hole there where it just gave, we sung the praise of Blight all day, but he just got led to the footy on that stage.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
He's just come off our man Blight as well with a left leg limp. Looks like a quad or a knee, just going for a little wander along the boundary line, but came off limping.
First goal for the Blues since the 16-minute mark of the second quarter. Stores a 19-point advantage. Back in the middle, De Koning and Nankervis. De Koning takes it out of the ruck. Gets a clearance off the outside of the boot inside 50. Fogarty leads the foot race with Brown. Gathers. Brown lays the tackle. Can't get rid of it as the footy is stuck underneath him. And the umpire circles and will ball it up. Left half forward for the Blues. Carlton got out by as much as 41 points in that second quarter. Chera lays the tackle.
He's got the pickle juice going now, man. Jacob Blight.
Gee, we've seen some players cramp, haven't we, to start the season?
To Koenig and Nankervis once more. Beautifully read in the end by Lord. An up and under kick, though, in which Cottrell's underneath, short in front. Walsh tackled and brought down. Great chase. Jack Ross has done a couple of good things, and he wins a free kick for the Tigers there.
Hurried kick goes out wide, links up with Trainer, the man on debut, kicks to another debutant, Lawler. Nice mark overhead from the number 1 pick. Hand pass close to the boundary line. Got it away to the all 3 debutants link up. This is Armstrong, bottom of the pack. Ushers it out to Dow, collects for Richmond. Hand pass away to Banks, kicks back down to half forward. Ross is on. Takes the mark against the boundary line. 52 out. He wants to draw Silvani on the mark. Ross from 52 out. Kicks it to the goal square. They come from all directions. No mark, and it's whacked through by Chera. Saves the day on the last line of defence. Carlton by 18 points. 8-8 to 6-2. 13 gone in the third term.
Hollands wants to bring it back in quickly because he spotted Akers all on his own. At left half back. He's just held up for a moment or two by Sam Banks. So he draws the hand pass back to Ollie Hollands. Kick was a little wide for Cottrell, and it's spoiled out of play by Luke Trainer. And the Richmond fans enjoy that. One of 3 debutants tonight, alongside Harry Armstrong and Sam Lawler. The throw in centre of the Shane stand wing. Carlton leading by 18 points. 13 minutes gone, third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lawler's kicked his first goal in AFL footy. Happened earlier in the quarter. The boy from Bacchus Marsh, the number 1 pick from the boundary throwing. Comes down towards Dow. He's tackled, lost it. Hewitt, surge kick forward for the Blues. Bouncing footy into the lap of Brown, who's locked up, and the ump says, I'll have it. In fact, it's Trainer, my apologies. So ball up here between wing and half forward for the Blues. They're kicking to the Ponsford stand, end of the ground, or the city end. From the stoppage, Akers had it, lost it in the tackle. Ross moves through, got a hand pass away to Taranto. Kicks Richmond to halfway. Mansell the target, traps it as it comes to ground. Hand pass out in front of Lawler. Mowed down, got a hand pass away but turns it over. Francis Evans in his new colours for the Blues. Handball to Hollands, kicks out wide, and de Koning takes the mark. Underneath the Warren stand, southern side of the ground. Blues by 3 goals halfway through the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Possession number 7 for the quarter for Tom de Koning. High ball inside 50. Mackay sets himself. Spoiled away by Miller. Front and centre Ross for the Tigers. Hand pass to Banks at right half back. Drives a long kick around the Shane stand side. Armstrong's underneath it. Did he juggle the mark? Umpire says no. Play on's the call. Sliding in, Mansell tries to tuck it underneath him, and he's tackled and held up on the wing. Carlton leading by 18 points. 15 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport.
Tigers have kicked 5 of the last 6 in the game. And the Blues trying to keep them at bay. De Koning down to Chera. Kicks to half forward. Mackay locks up with Miller. Forces the ball out of play. Throw in half forward for the Blues.
Yeah, you get the feeling Tom de Koning's probably been rolled up at half time. Toby Nankervis had a terrific first half of football. Had the 13 or 14 disposals along with 2 goals and just asserting himself around the ground. So been a really important start for Tom de Koning in this third quarter to get up and going.
16 scoring shots to 8, and yet just a 3-goal advantage for the Blues. De Koning grabs it out of the ruck. Hand pass looking for Lord, knocked away from him and out of bounds. We'll have a throw-in.
They just don't seem to be getting too much bang for buck from their clearance wins, though, at the moment. The Blues.
The pressure's been great, hasn't it, from the Tigers?
That's right, you've got to hand it to the Tigers and their work around the contest to make sure it's a dirty clearance.
Koenig engages in the tangle when Nankervis and then tries to drop it down to the front. Hewitt can't break away as Thompson Dow lays the tackle with Nankervis. Max Gawn jumped in and said De Koning could be a generational player.
40
next
mil.
Big star.
Anyone offering 40 mil?
40.
That's what he said.
Wow.
Big Max might not quite have his maths right as Nankervis gets a little toe poke, clears the congestion. Hollands couldn't pick it up cleanly. Cowan could. Hand pass to Haynes around the body to De Koning. Cannon into his own teammate Chera. Couldn't hang on to the mark. Akers can't break away. Umpire was blindsided as the footy was held to his chest. And the umpire will ball it up. Not a bad effort from Tom De Koning, but probably could have left his teammate alone.
Big knee right into the ribs of Adam Chera on his return. Well, they've got another ball up here as Hollands is locked up straight away. Married in the off-season. What on Adam Chera, 5-year extension too with the Blues. After, of course, starting his AFL career in his first 76 games for the Dockers. Third stoppage. Umpire calls for it again. Still no clean takeaway. Nankervis got it out to Miller. Hand pass away to Dow. He's locked up. Used to work with Chris Mitsopoulos, former Perth footballer and WAFL back in the day on community radio. I always had the theory that if we had 3 ball-ups in a row, the fourth one the umpire always paid a free kick. If they couldn't get a stoppage, we won't get to see it on display here as the Tigers shoot a hurry kick forward. Knocked away by Haynes, picked up by Mansell. Short kick along the line and Lynch marks. Between wing and half forward has it for the Tigers. We've ticked past the halfway mark in the third term. Carlton by 18 points.
He might have a nervous wait for the match review officer for his bump on Tom de Koning. Kicks up inside 50. Presenting in the pack was Bauer. It's balled away from him. Walsh gathers for the Blues. Hand pass to Haynes. From the Giants in navy blue this season. Up towards Harry Mackay on a one-on-one. And Miller takes the mark in front. Richmond just starting to win more and more of these one-on-one battles. And Mackay trying to tangle in the end. And Ben Miller was up to the challenge. Drives him up towards the 50. Bauer in the pack, can't take the mark. Running onto it, good tackle laid by Cowan. That had to be prior opportunity on Hopper, no whistle. Play on's the call. McGovern just volleys it forward and straight to Hopper, who takes the mark directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
It's a poor decision from an experienced player, and you're in your D50 just to kick the ball off the ground back into the corridor. That's just feeling the pressure, isn't it, really? You just got to back yourself in and pick the ball up and boot the ball as long as you can, or boot the ball out to the boundary. That's average.
Jacob Hopper, who of course left the Giants looking to join a Richmond dynasty. He's part of a rebuilding side with Tim Taranto trying to lead from experience here from right on 50. Hopper veers out to the right. That's a classy finish. Seizing the moment, and Richmond closed the gap once more. Back to a 12-point margin. And all of a sudden the Tigers with 3-1 in this third quarter, taking it right up to the Blues in this Thursday night opening here at the MCG. 8:56 to the Tigers, 7:2:44. 19 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport. You're with Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio.
You're right, Murph. It was an interesting decision from McGovern to lay the slipper into it there. You had a couple of numbers around you as well. I think it is just a sign of the pressure that they're feeling down there. They're constant inside 50s. They're kicking it back to their big boys on the wings, and they're getting outmarked, or it's getting turned back over. Pleased for Jacob Hopper, though. He's one of the guys that needs to really stand up in that midfield as a senior player for the Tigers. Good to get on the scoreboard. He's had a reasonably solid day so far. He's going to be a reason why they can go forward this year.
As a ruckman here.
Camden McIntosh and Paddy Cripps. The rucks at the restart. Comes down towards the Tigers. Dow got a hand pass away to Ross. He coughs it up. Williams had it, lost it. Hand pass goes forward to Hopper. Comes back to him as he got it away by hand. Hurried kick forward for the Tigers. Crowd right behind them. Plenty of pep in their step. Hollands picks it off though for the Blues. Handball out to Akers. He gives it to Haynes. The southern wing kicks it to Motlop. Tried to climb the ladder. Couldn't come down with it. Motlop follows up on ground level, but there's a free for a hold, and Broad's going to get a free kick at half-back. Fogarty tugged his jumper. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, Blight has just moved to the back of the bench, so it looked like cramp with that quad. Tyler Sonzi is warming up at the moment. Looks like it's imminent until he comes into this game.
Your man, Murph. Early night.
Hopefully it's a bit of cramp.
A long kick down the wing, offhand, spills through to Lynch. His kick smothered. Hollands with the 1%er. There to be one on the wing. Cottrell does so for the Navy Blues. Hand pass to Cripps. Handball away to Wiedering. Back to Cripps. The two-time Brownlow medalist bursts away. Hand pass out in front of Motlop. Missed him. Close to the boundary line. Did Boston see it out? Yes. Boundary throw in left half forward for Carlton. But it's Richmond who have kicked 6 of the last 7 in the game after trailing by 41. Carlton lead now by just 12, so the Tigers have worked their way back. 21 played third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tyler Sonzi, the sub for the Tigers, and Sam Doherty for the Blues. Neither have been used as yet. Cripps in front position against McIntosh. Comes down to the front where Trezise for the Tigers. Hand pass away to Broad. Right back pocket. Drives a kick up towards the wing. Charging out Armstrong. Can't take the mark. He tries to keep it alive though. His hand pass to Lawler as he's just pushed over the boundary line by Ollie Hollands, and a boundary throw in on the Shane Stand wing. Carlton by 12 points. 8:56 to the Tigers 7-2-44. The Blues led by 27 points at quarter time. 25 at half time, but the Tigers hit 3 unanswered goals before the main break. They turn that into 5 either side. And all of a sudden this has become an arm wrestle. Chera, hand pass to Cripps, trying to rise to another level. He's tackled and taken out across the boundary line. And a throw in as Hopper laid the tackle.
They need a spark, don't they, Carlton? They look pretty flat. Ever since probably the 15-minute mark of the second quarter, it's been all Richmond's game. They've beat them in and around the contest. They've looked actually slicker with ball in hand. And the Blues are just getting little bits and pieces wrong. They're just fumbling at the wrong time and getting out-marked and not getting their contest right.
Blues by 2 goals from the boundary throw in. Cherry's hand pass to no one in particular. McIntosh sockers it forward. Haynes is there across half-back for Carlton. Hand pass out wide, missed Lord. Campbell invited in, takes out Lord. McIntosh wins the footy. Handball to Campbell. Handball away to Dow. 70 out, kicks to Lynch. Oh, he drops it.
Oh.
What? Gee, spills that cold. Usually has sticky hands, but not to be. Fumbles it out of play. Richmond fans can't believe it. They've kicked 6 of the last 7 goals. The margin is just 12 points. The 23-minute mark of the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, he just closed his eyes at the last minute. Took his eyes off it.
Hard to work out who was more surprised, Tom Lynch or the fans in the front row with their arms outstretched. Cripps is doing the ruck work against McIntosh once more. Hand pass to Akers, and then the kick from Chera was touched on the way out, and a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for the Tigers. Carlton leading by 12 points. Crowd of over 80,000, we think, in the house of this Thursday night.
Well, they're certainly playing a role, the Richmond supporters at the moment. They're loving what they're seeing from their young side. Good to watch.
So you look down below us, they're packed in the Olympic standard. The punt road end as you'd expect. Campbell tries to get a little toe poke on it on half forward with the ball on the deck. He fights on, taps it out, got it to Lawler, then the hand pass to Ross from 45. A flying shot, a goal! Jack Ross with his second. And Richmond's belief is growing. The margin is back to a goal. Tigers fans, can you hear them? Carlton 8-8-56 to the Richmond side 8-2-50. All of a sudden, 7 of the last 8 goals of the match have gone the way of the Tigers. Brett Delidio and Mark Murphy with you. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Jeez, he's been good, Jack Ross, hasn't he?
Oh, he has, but I'll be worried about your boys, mate. They've stopped to a walk at the moment. I'm not sure where that little lift's coming from. Oh, Paddy will get us going again, or Tommy DeConning in there. Harry will kick it back. Jeepers, I'm a bit nervous at the moment because they're just lacking that real confidence to take the game on. But you're right, Jack Ross, he was... that's a fantastic finish from out there. Again, I know we sung the praise of Sammy Lawler, but his hands off the deck, a ball booted at him. And it hasn't been the Dusty Martin stiff arm out of traffic kick a goal from the boundary. It's just been the fundamentals that he's been executing really, really well. I've really enjoyed that, but I'll tell you what, they need a spark here, the Baggers. Murph?
Just recapping, by the way, Richmond have 12 guys with 35 games of experience or less, 3 on debut. They lost 7 premiership players over the off-season. And Carlton, by their own CEO's estimation, are in top 4 contention. And at the moment, Richmond look the better team, down by 6. Here out of the middle, Taranto, first clean touch. Handball away to McIntosh, up his backside. Handball to Banks, kicks across the half-back line to Sonzi. His first touch, the sub. Kicks out wide for Nankervis. Tigers going forward again. Kicks wide for Mansell. He marks in front of the benches. Short kick forward to Jaden Shaw. Richmond about to enter forward 50 again. That's a great kick. On the 45 finds Ross, who's kicked a couple tonight. 1 in the second, 1 in the third. That goal being the last of the game. 6 points the deficit. Ross loads up. It's 55 metres out. It's right to the line and getting back. Haynes saves the day. Knocks it through for a rush behind. Carlton's lead is just 5. 7 of the last 8 goals for the undermanned Tigers. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Sonzi's on the ground, so that sub formalised Blight out of the game. Richmond is saying it is cramped, just cramped, so technically a tactical sub for them.
Thanks, Ben. Saad into Haynes, around the boundary line to Silvani. At right half back. Hugs the kick that finds Hewitt, who marks in front of Lawstone. Carlton all of a sudden needing to play some tempo footy. 26 minutes gone. We're still 4 minutes away from three-quarter time. Hewitt kicks up towards Zach Williams. Getting back, getting a hand on it was Jaden Short. Kept alive by Fogarty. To Williams, who's run down. Dodging and weaving. Got out of the tackle by Floston. Got it back to Fogarty. Drives it inside 50. Mackay back with a fly. Bounced into Jesse Motlop, who's tackled by Banks, and the umpire will ball it up. Right forward pocket for the Blues. Carlton by 5 points.
Blues won this game last year by this margin, just 5 points. The year before that, it was a draw on opening night. Back in the middle. Back from the restart. Short on the back flank. Hand pass away to Ross. Spun around. Got it to Banks. Slides out of 2 tackles. Hand pass to Taranto. Handball to Dow. Hurried kick along the boundary line. Out on the full. Free kick Carlton. How's this happening, Murph? For Carlton fans that are probably thinking, why is this game still close?
I just think they're getting outworked during the contest. They just want the ball more at the moment. The Tigers are winning the ball at the coalface, and then work rate's been stronger.
Saad runs around Mansell on the mark, kicks into the pocket, turnover. Vloston takes the intercept mark.
They actually look disorganised at the moment, Carlton. Ever since probably early on in that second quarter, they've looked all at sea.
Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. Vloston out of defence for the Tigers, down 5, kicks down the boundary line, and Silvani takes the intercept mark for Carlton.
With that famous number 1 on his back, Silvani turns, returning after 600 days of absence, and finds Nick Haynes. Has it on the AFL logo on the members' side. Turns and comes inboard to Hollands. Play on as the call, not 15. On the bounce to Hewitt. Clean pick up on the half volley. Edge of the centre square. Goes short. Mark taken by Lord. Right on 50. You would have thought is just beyond Cooper Lord as he looks out wide. Here's Cowan. 55 out, kicks towards the teeth of goal. Zach Williams came charging out, crashed the pack, bounces in the direction of Camprielli, gets the hand pass to Cripps, and he's taken over the boundary line. McIntosh letting him know about it as well. And the Carlton fans are leaning over the fence. Richmond fans are there as well, and the umpire will be keen to throw this in.
He's a dead set pain in the backside, Camden McIntosh. I played on him a couple of times, and he would just be loving that. Someone's taking his headband off. Good, throw it in the crowd.
Boundary throw in to Coney, hands on it, slides out the back to Cottrell. Shoots goalward but misses near side. And behind for Cottrell, Carlton by 6 points. The hairless Camden McIntosh wearing a black headband tonight, which is something new. Brett Delidio doesn't love it. 29 gone in the third. Carlton by just 6 points. The inexperienced Tigers have kicked 7 of the last 8.
Lostone's kick in, missed Brown, he slipped over. No damage done as it bounced out of play. And a boundary throw in the left forward pocket for the Blues.
BB off the SMS. I'm going the early call. The Blues won't make the 8. Too many players. I think they're better than they actually are. And coach badly. He's got them all on the gun, BB early. Frank in Esperance. Is there such a rule as a legal disposal? I've seen at least 4.
Taccone went in front. Nankervis gave him a little nudge underneath. Gathered the footy, kicks up to the wing. Haynes is there for the Blues. Gathers, hand pass to Silvani. Searching, kick into the middle of the ground. Good vision. He finds Francis Evans. He looks into the pocket. Zach Williams on the lead. Can't get it. His fingertips, it just clears him and goes out of play. In the right forward pocket for the Blues. Under the Ponsford stand. Carlton by 6 points. They led by 41 at one stage. The Tigers with 7 of the last 8 goals.
Just on that text, by the way, you can drop the ball as soon as you're tackled if you haven't had prior opportunity. So back in people yell, I'm dropping the ball. You're actually allowed to do that even if you don't get a proper possession away to try and keep it moving. So there's a little tweak for you. And the ones that maybe you're identifying as Dow from the stoppage, hand pass away to Cottrell, hurried kick forward as he's being tackled, puts it out on the full. So Carlton by 6 points. So Lids, you've got the footy. Murph tackles you as soon as you've got it. As long as you try to get a kick away, even if it's not clean or you don't get a clean handball away.
With no prior.
With no prior, the ump will call play on, even if it looks like the ball's just been dropped out of there. There's a long kick out of defence from the Tigers. Ends up in the lap of Saad. He got it from Wiedering, goes short, back and across to Cowan. And now the switch is on, back to Haynes. Blues by 6 points, half-hour mark, third quarter. Haynes from one side of the centre square to the other. Lucas Camprielli closest to the Richmond goal. The lefty sends it down to half forward. Motlop went early. Vloston stands at the back, takes the intercept mark. Is there time for the Tigers, Clinchy?
Not the way Nick Vlostone's looking at the moment. Carlton by 6 points at right half back. Waits for offers from Brazani. Spots Jack Ross. Free on the Shane Warne stand side. Kicked a couple of good goals tonight. Alongside Toby Nankervis as the multiple goal scorers for the Tigers. Sam Lawler kicked his first goal. He's had a couple of goal assists as well. Patrick Cripps likewise for the Blues. Walsh up in front position. Can't hang on to the mark. Little toe poke up the wing. Motlop hit it with speed and then a bit hesitant to gather. Now gives it to Hewitt. Hand pass to Fogarty. Had a little slip as he tries to give it back to Motlop. Through Richmond jumpers. In the end they win it back. Campbell the hand pass to Banks and now to Flostone. Centre wing. Looks up towards half forward and Green marks at right half forward.
Steely Green kicks inside the forward 50. Lynch the target, no mark. Slides through to Cowan. Oh, in defence, he shakes the kick, trying to clear. Live footy inside 50. Brown at the drop takes the mark. And Tom Brown will have the last shot of the quarter to tie the game.
That's a mirror image of the last one almost, although this one was in his hands.
Just try to
kick a torp.
Try to drop a barrel in the back 30. They're just not playing the percentages well at the moment. And Richmond are making him pay, to their credit.
Well done, Tom Brown, too, mind you. Kept his eye on the footy the whole way through. The tough ball to sit under.
The crowd's going to erupt here.
Oh,
he kicks this.
He's a beautiful kick of the footy, Tom Brown.
Tom Brown spins it in his hands. 35 out, dead in front. We're even. The Tigers have come all the way back. From 41 points down to a level game at three-quarter time. 57 points apiece. Richmond 9-3-57. Carlton have stopped to a walk. 8-9-57. Richmond have kicked 8 of the last 9 goals. With 3 on debut and a dozen players with less than 35 games experience. Richmond are not only hanging with Carlton, but they are dead even with a quarter to play. We've got more than we bargained for already tonight. As an 8-goal underdog, the Tigers are level at three-quarter time. Nankervis has got 2, Ross has got 2, and then 1 each down the page. Hopper, Lynch, Lawler, Brown and Campbell. While for Carlton, Singles, Cowan, Williams, Mackay, Akers, Kemp, Walsh, Evans and Cottrell. 5 goals to 1 for the quarter. And all in all, 8 of the last 9. Oh, I cannot wait to hear what Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio have to say coming up next. You'll hear it right here on ABC Sport. Back in 30 seconds. Scores level at three-quarter time. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Why scroll when you can listen on the ABC Listen app? Listen to shows like ABC News Daily,
ABC Sport Daily,
and Conversations. Get on the ABC Listen app today and every day.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Taranto soccers it inside 50. Oh, Cambriale, hand pass missed the target. Tigers awake to this. Knocked away towards Lawler, to Lynch. Look away, handball to Campbell. He goals. Oh, the Tigers are on. They kicked 4 in a row either side of half-time. Campbell along the ground to Trezise. Has it at left half forward. Hand pass to Green. Kicks looking for Lynch. It's over his head. They're on out the back. It's Lawler, the new guy in town. Goals. His first in AFL footy for the number 1 pick. Harry Mackay is going to kick around the corner from straight in front.
Oh, no.
He got it a little skinny, but it's through. And settles the game down for Carlton. Blues back out by 19.
Well, to say they needed that one, Murph, is an understatement.
From right on 50, Hopper veers out to the right. That's a classy finish. Seizing the moment, and Richmond close the gap once more. Back to a 12-point margin. Campbell tries to get a little toe poke on it on half forward with the ball on the deck. He fights on, taps it out, got it to Lawler, then the hand pass to Ross from 45. A flying shot, a goal! Jack Ross with his second.
Slides through to Cowan. Oh, in defence, he shakes the kick, trying to clear. Live footy inside 50. Brown at the drop takes the mark. And Tom Brown will have the last shot of the quarter to tie the game. Tom Brown spins it in his hands. 35 out, dead in front. We're even. The Tigers have come all the way back.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
80,000 at the G, the plucky underdog, drawing level with the red-hot favourite in the Blues at three-quarter time, from 41 down to all even at 57 points apiece with a quarter to play. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio are number one picks on ABC Sport.
Well, they've just been dominated in that quarter, haven't they? Like sorry, not a domination, but their ability to put pressure on from the Tigers has put the Blues midfield, their backs especially, under a lot of pressure, where they're coughing up the footy. They're not holding their tackles. They made it look, and I don't think Richmond's. I mean, they've got some quick small forwards, but they've
it's a referred pressure, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been left wanting a little bit, though, the Blue Baggers.
Yeah, because I think they're just not getting their decisions right. And when you're not getting your contest work right, then everything else falls apart from there. So look at the clearance numbers, and Richmond are leading that 33-29 at the moment. That's the one area of the game where Carlton have notoriously been very strong. And they've certainly got the cattle in there tonight. There's no excuses in and around the contest. They've got their best is out there tonight, and the Richmond midfield is probably beating them around the contest. And one of the standouts tonight has been Jack Ross, who has had the 24 disposals and gone at 83% of the 6 clearances and 3 tackles. Kicked the 2 goals. Yep. So he's doing some damage, not only just in the contest, but getting hard forward. He's had the 5 inside 50s as well. So and Taranto's the same. He's actually been getting damaging possessions, and that's something that the Carlton mids, we haven't really seen that from them. And you put that down to the compete sort of element of the ruck, where I called Tom DeConning in the start of that third quarter, starting to get some ascendancy, but the way in which Nankervis has really fought all night, and he's been damaging. He's
made it tough for
his 2 goals as well. So they're having winners across the board.
This would have been a night where it would have been nice to win, and it would have been really good to look good doing it. Now it feels like for the Blues this has completely changed, where this is just, look, by hook or by crook, just get out of here with the win. They must be winning tonight. I can't even imagine the conversation will have post if they don't.
No, and that's it. Well, what is it if they don't?
Well, and I think the message from, if you're at,
they'll feel that
in the Carlton bubble, that's where your coach and your leaders need to really stand tall here and go, look, boys, it's 57 apiece, so we've got a quarter of football here just to win the game. So at the end of the day, it's where you start from, and they've got a big challenge ahead, especially with Richmond with momentum.
The Carlton champ, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport, alongside Brett Delidio. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
The Carlton sub has been made, so Cooper Lord out of the game. Sam Doherty has come on. Just repeating from earlier, Blight has been subbed out for Richmond, had a quad cramp issue, so Sonzi into the game. Michael Voss coaching from the bench in the 4th.
There you go, there's that change. Good identification down there, Ben. Final quarter upon us. 57 points apiece, Richmond and Carlton to start the season at the MCG. The ump fell over in the middle. First clean touch for Doherty, the fresh legs. Hand pass away to Cripps, got a kick going forward. Collected by De Koning. Sweeping hand pass out to half forward. Getting back there is Banks, got a hand pass away to Vlosten, who lays the tackle on Motlop, but tackled him without the footy, the umpire said.
Yeah, it was just held on to the tackle a little bit too long.
Free kick, Motlop scores level early in the final term with a famous number 3 on his back as he kicks into the forward pocket, and it's whacked out of bounds by Miller. Boundary throw in left forward pocket. Blues coming home to the punt road end. Richmond, of course, kicking to the city end. Scores level, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, and our number one picks, Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio, all on ABC Sport.
8 of the last 9 goals going the way of the Tigers. Nankervis wins down the tap. Cripps rises to the occasion. Head pass to Doherty. Swings onto the right and misses to the left-hand side. Almost the perfect setup from Patrick Cripps. And Doherty into the action. Just couldn't finish, but it gives the Blues the lead by that point. 1 minute into the final term.
It would have been the fire starter, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Especially someone who's much loved at that footy club, to come on as sub and get the first clearance in the start of this 4th, and then to kick that goal would have been enormous for their confidence.
Short with the kick-out duties. Long driving kick to Lynch on the wing. Bounces up the chest of Haynes, close to the boundary line. Trezise tackled out of play by Silvani in a boundary throw-in. They've been level twice, Richmond, since we've started scoring. So it was level at 1-1, and then it was level at 57 points apiece. And in between, Carlton led by 41 at one stage. And now they lead by 1. 58-57, start of the final term. Carlton by a point. De Koning down to Walsh. His hand pass to Taranto is locked up and we'll have a ball up on the wing. Broadcast side, Carlton by 1. 2 minutes into the final term on ABC Sport.
Thrown up, Nankervis tries to palm it down. DeConing got a hand in there from behind. Slipping over, it's knocked out in the end. That works from Trainer. And Lawler racing after it, taps it away from Sard. Gets it forward. Green tries to kick around his body and Jacob Wiedering takes the intercepting mark. Risky kick for Doherty. Coming the other way, it's brought down by Mansell. Carlton have the numbers though. Cowan has to get around. Campbell, good pressure as Mansell is still down. Doherty's backwards hand pass, missed the target. Lynch is onto it. Hand pass to Lawler, the number 1 draft pick, bounces it through, and the Tigers are in front with his second. From 41 points down, the Tigers, they're a runaway train at the moment. They've booted 9 of the last 10 goals and now they have the lead. Richmond by 5 points, 10-3-63 to Carlton 8-10-58. There's concern for Ryan Mansell and Carlton concern everywhere.
Yeah, concern, you're right, Clinchy, but get to Ryan Mansell. He was the one who created that turnover. It flew with the flight of the footy, probably got the knee, I reckon, fair in the ribs, and then it was just Campbell and Lynch who ended up getting a hold of it. Lawler back in towards goal. Nice finish from 40 out on the run, but get to Ryan Mansell. That was tough. Created that turnover.
How much have we missed this? The theatre of the unexpected.
Oh, yeah. It's great.
An 8-goal favourite coming into the night. Sight set on the treetops of the competition for Carlton. Well, for Richmond, all the talk about, gee, they'll be flat out winning a couple of games. Well, they lead Carlton by 5 points. And now there's going to be a free kick out of the middle after a 6-6-6 warning, now a penalty. So free kick for Carlton. We don't often see that. DeConing puts it to centre half forward. Offhand spills down to Evans. His kick picked off. Miller for Richmond. Hand pass away to Sonzi. Clearing kick only as far as Akers. No marks on the 50 at right half forward. Tigers by 5. 4 gone. Final term, that's right. The Tigers by 5. Kicks to the hot spot and getting back big Nate. Nankervis, the intercept mark at fullback for Richmond. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. And what a story we've got developing on Upset Alert. Carlton down 5.
Nankervis just bangs it as far as he can. Lawler didn't even fly in the end. Silvani dropped the mark. It's gathered by Cowan. Hurries the kick inside 50. Tough bounce for DeConing. Motlop has to wear the contact. He does so as he's locked up. He's relieved just to hang on to it under the pressure of Jaden Short, and the umpire will ball it up. Just 40 metres out from the Carlton goal, the punt road end. DeConing and Nankervis tangle once more. Camporeale can't take it cleanly. Zeiss tries to knock it out. Fogarty to Krebs, the captain. It's chopped off just at the teeth of goal. Miller read it superbly. Regathers, kicks long up towards Lynch. In the back, reaching over the back. Great work by Bauer, who spoils it out of play. He gets plenty of encouragement. Ben Cameron on the bench.
Mansell might have just been winded. It was a nasty knee to the ribs. Seems okay. Maybe just a few bruised intercostals when he wakes up tomorrow. Never nice.
Penny, for your thoughts, Murph?
Oh, look, interested to see how they go about it here, Corb.
Tigers by 5 points. Boundary throw in McIntosh. Hand pass away to Trezise. Kicks back into the corridor. Offhand spills down to McGovern. All handball to Haynes. He fumbles at halfback. Regathers. Hurried kick across the halfback line. Silvani to target. Missed him. Still a loose footy. Silvani onto it now. Just grubbers a kick close to the boundary line. It trickles. Out of play. Evans giving chase. Spin it in, says the umpire. I think that would have brought the house down if he said deliberate. We got a boundary throw-in on the southern wing. 6 minutes into the final term. Richmond lead by 5 points, having trailed by 41. What a night at the footy. They've kicked 9 of the last 10 goals in the game, with 12 guys under 35 games of experience and 3 on debut.
Nankervis wins down the tap. Taranto quickly gets a hand pass forward. Haynes cannons into the traffic. It spills off bodies. And Taranto in the end takes it over the boundary line.
They just look rushed at the moment, don't they, Carlton? Yeah. And like everything they're doing or they're trying to do,
they're feeling the heat.
They're just feeling that referred pressure, and in and around the contest, it's just one Richmond jumper after another, just hammering in. And you've got to give them credit here. This is an unbelievable effort so far.
Thrown in, it bounces off DeConing's head. Nankervis tries to throw a boot at it. There's a whistle, and it's going to be a free kick Carlton's way, and Tom DeConing is going to get it. Might have got a poke in the eye in the process, and now he's going to get 50 from right half back. He'll be taken all the way to just outside 50.
Yeah, Steely Green just getting into that encouragement area.
He wants to poke it in the direction of Harry Mackay. They're getting back to support, and Miller takes the mark. Worked his way to the front. Hasn't some of Richmond's defenders' confidence growing throughout the match, despite, unfortunately, Blight being subbed out with cramp.
Here's Miller, kicks out of defence, finds Ross, marks at half back. Richmond by 5 points, 8 minutes into this final quarter. Carlton have kicked 1 goal since the 15-minute mark of the second term. Kick goes out wide to Sonzi, the sub. A long kick against the boundary line. Wiedering tried to break it up, couldn't kill it. Dow at the drop for Richmond. High up and under inside 50. Holland's leaping over the top. McGovern wins it as it comes to ground. Just says get it out of here as he kicks out of defence. Sonzi leaping up, no mark. Tackled immediately by Evans, and the ump says he was taken high. The front on tackle. A little sloppy, Evans over the shoulder. Sonzi takes it by hand, gives it to Short. Long kick inside 50. They're wrestling for it. Bauer had a fair piece of it, trying to claim the mark, and the ump says, I'll have it. Touched on the way through by McGovern. A ball up deep forward for Richmond. The Tigers lead it by 5 points. 8.5 gone, final term.
Thrown up to Koenig and Nankervis. Nankervis tries to palm it down. Charging onto it, Hewitt. Kicks Carlton out of defence up to the Shane Warne stand wing. Mackay presents, gathers, hand pass to Fogarty. Looks up into the middle of the ground. Kick missed the intended target. Kemp, he tries to race back after it. Foot races on. Trainer offers chase. Kemp, little toe poke towards the boundary line. The two tangle. Offhands, it goes over the boundary line. Umpire says throw it in. The fans below us in the Olympic stand have jumped to their feet. Everyone's animated. Richmond leading by 5 points.
It's an interesting one, that one, isn't it? Like, your defender can knock it over the boundary line, but if you're a forward, you did that, it's probably a free kick, isn't it?
I'm not sure he could see who actually did, but definitely trying.
No, certainly wasn't there. Both subs made. Tigers by 5 points. Nankervis soccers it away, trying to get it to Hopper. Hewitt slides in, extracts it, but straight to Nankervis. Hand pass to Taranto. Kicks down to half forward. Good work. Bauer at the back, forced to spoil. Sits up for Campbell. He punches it further afield. Saab there for the Blues. Hand pass to Haynes. Handball to Doherty. Sweeping hand pass into defence. Picked up by McGovern. Hall tries to settle it down. Missed Hollands. Giving chase. The Tigers onto it. Shakes a would-be tackle from Ross. Hollands just hurriedly gets it out of defence. Up towards the outer wing. Akers leaps in the air. No mark. Close to the boundary line. Akers sees it out. The umpire says spin that in between wing and half forward for the Tigers. Richmond by 5 points. 10 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Tigers again just locking down any uncontested mark opportunity. They're just spreading so hard defensively to try and win the footy back, and you're right, just give effort at the moment.
Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Michael Voss in animated conversation with Harry Mackay on the bench. Hollands on half back, hand pass to Cripps. Port Walsh under enormous pressure. They turn it over. Dow's hand pass to Hopper. Sharp hand pass back to Dow. He gathers, dodges Ross, inside 50, steadies and shacks it. Misses to the left-hand side. It all opened up in front of him. Thompson Dow just couldn't finish. Richmond by 6 points.
What do you reckon, Michael Voss? You'd be saying Harry Mackay at the moment leads.
Any danger? They don't look like kicking one at the moment, the Blues.
No, they don't.
They've kicked 1 goal since the 15-minute mark of the second term. We're now 11 minutes into the last. Richmond by 6 points. And it looks a long way back for the Blues. Who'd have thought we'd be saying that? Doherty to McGovern, out of defence, turns it over. Trainer marks on halfway. What a night for Richmond already. And the game is at the moment on their boots as the kick from Trainer goes down to half forward. Haynes can't complete the mark. Fumbled by McGovern. Ball never went out. Picked up by the Tigers. Armstrong kicks it to the line. Banged through by Bauer. Richmond by 2 goals. They are a fire that can't be put out at the moment. 10 of the last 11 in the game. And the Tiger Army are roaring at the G. Richmond 11-4-70. Carlton 8-10-58. A dozen minutes into the final term, and the Tigers by a dozen. Mark Murphy, Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
That sums up the game. Yeah, last play. Haynes goes back to take an uncontested mark and just drops it. And
Pressure again.
The secondary contest was poor. And then just a bit of ball use to a bloke standing in the goal square by himself. It's a long way back from here.
What impressed me first, though, was the defensive setup from the Tigers. You know, they're a young side learning new ways to defend. Set up the ground really well, forced them into a long kick, mark it, turn it back over, and it should have been another turnover, but it wasn't.
Bauer becomes the 8th individual goal scorer for the Tigers, who lead by 12 points. Back in the middle, McIntosh tries to charge his way through. Hewitt lays the tackle. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
I wish I could draw pictures for you of Michael Voss. Double teapots. He's gone with the crossed arms. He is a pensive man right now. He is not happy, and understandably so. This is a man under a fair amount of pressure right now.
Tigers with their biggest lead of the match right now. 12 points, having kicked 10 of the last 11 goals of the match. Nankervis tries to get it down to McIntosh. He's had the job on Cripps at times in the second half, spinning through traffic. Hopper has it locked to his chest, and the umpire will ball it up.
This is staggering stuff. A young, inexperienced Richmond team, supposedly in development mode. 10 of the last 11. Holland's trying to clear. Kick smothered. Cripps can't get it away. Mackay bangs it forward. Inside the attacking 50 for the Blues. Broad hunts out after it. Beats him to the boundary line on the throw-in. 30 around from the Carlton goal. Now, well, once the stoppage kings, they need something to happen here from the boundary throwing.
Haven't looked like it though, Corb, have they?
No. Not at all. 14 minutes into the final term. They've kicked 1 goal since the 15-minute mark of the second. Mackay grabs it out of the ruck. Stolen away, though, by Dow. Says, get it out of here as he kicks out of the fence. Hollands goes to ground. Lawler keeps his feet. Now the number 1 pick slips over. Picked up by Wiedering. Can reload for the Blues. Kicks it deep into the forward pocket. Miller there first just to usher it out of play. And a boundary throwing forward pocket for the Blues. Richmond by 12 points.
I'm not sure even if Charlie Curnow was playing that he'd make a difference out there tonight. Like their entries have been so poor that he couldn't catch those either.
Toss back in. Cripps doing the ruck work against Nankervis. Spills it down to the front. Hewitt, hand pass to Cottrell. Off Tom Brown. It goes out of play. Boundary throw in the right forward pocket for the Blues. Richmond by 12 points. Some optimistic Tigers fans might have thought, I'll listen on the ABC, listen out till half-time. Hopefully it's a game. Get in touch with your Tigers fans. They lead by 12 points. They only won the 2 games last season. Nankervis gets it down. McIntosh out of defence, up to the wing. Wiedering in the pack, tries to palm it down. Charging through Lawler. Left it in the end for Armstrong. Tough hand pass as Camporelli lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up on the Shane Warne stand side as Tom Lynch slowly gets to his feet.
Carlton won this game by 5 last year, despite the year they had and the year the Tigers had. And the year before that, it was a draw. So Richmond always brings something on this night from the stoppage. Doherty bursts away with it, kicks inside the forward 50, shanks it. 1 bounce out of play and a throw-in 30 metres out from the Carlton goal.
Good kick to touch, that one. Don't look for the positives, Corbin.
Jeez, you're
clutching at straws.
You're scratching. 10 of the last 11 goals for Richmond. Carlton led by 41 at the 17-minute mark of the second term. And now they're down by 12 in the last. Comes out towards the Tigers through Trezise. He's locked up straight away. The ump says, I'll have it. Another stoppage inside the forward 50 for the Blues. Still more than half the quarter left. And it has been touched on a few times. It's hard to see where these goals coming from for the Blues.
Mackay doing the ruck work, spills down. Walsh trying to get a hand pass over the top to Cripps. Brown in the middle. He's tackled by Cripps. And also good support from Cottrell, and the umpire will ball it up. Can you see the Blues answering back, Lids?
I can't, Clinchy, at the moment. I feel like they're just getting swamped at the moment.
It's going to take something special. Here's Evans. Hand pass to Doherty. Trying to have an impact in his final term. It's offline to the right. And a minor score. Richmond lead by 11 points. Sam Doherty's kicked 2 behinds in the final term, having been subbed in the match for Lord.
That first shot that he had was really important now that you look back on it, wasn't it?
That would have been close.
Yeah.
Kick from Vlosten goes out wide to McIntosh, who marks at half-back. Richmond by 11. 16 and a half gone final term. With the black headband on, he kicks the Tigers down the wing. Lynch, Velcro for hands, takes the mark. Underneath the Shane Warne stand. Tigers have kicked 10 of the last 11 to lead by 11 points. Puts it inside 50. Bauer, the big lead, standing in front of Wiedering. He's going to be paid the mark. And the Tigers fans have drowned out the Richmond support. It is a Richmond home game, and yet they've got way more than they bargained for tonight. And for the Carlton fans, they'll be scratching their heads wondering how on earth they're in this position. Down 11, 17 gone in the last. Short kick to Camporeale. The debutant goes long down the wing. Off hands it slides through to Walsh. Hurried kick forward 50. Evans gets across, spoils it from Miller. At the drop, Kent can't collect. Goes to ground. Vlosten mops it up. Hand pass back to Banks. Banks runs into a dead end. Handball to Miller, trying to clear for the Tigers.
Under pressure, up and under kick. Doherty comes charging out. Can't hang on to the mark. McIntosh, he competes with Williams. It spills out on his backside is Hewitt. He just tries to gain some traction forward. Doherty under pressure. Hand pass chopped off. Was Vlosten held when he didn't have it? He was. And the Tigers are desperately defending. Carlton are trying to find something. But Nick Vlosten takes the free kick. 35 metres out from this defensive goal at the punt road end. The Tigers lead by 11 points. As he works it out to left half back, Tyler Swansea, the sub for the Tigers. Kicks up to the wing. Lynch and Wiedering. Free kick going the way of the Tigers. Armstrong was held before the ball was in the proximity.
It's just pulled to ground by Cowan in all of that. And a free kick will be taken by Bauer as he checks the kick. Oh, in fact, clips him out on the mark on the way through. Bounces through to Cripps. Carlton back with it. Camporeale. Hand pass to McGovern. Looks corridor. Backpedaling. Doherty can't trap it. Spills through to Brown. Long kick downhill. Lynch down there. Haynes back. No mark. Hits the deck. Goal. Socked through by Mansell. This is well and truly on. There is a Blues boil-over looming. Richmond by 17 points. And the 8-goal favourite Carlton is 17 down as we tick on to time on in the last. Richmond 12-4-76. Carlton 8-11-59. Mark Murphy and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, the kick was on from McGovern. He had two players to go to on the 45, and they needed to win the game. They needed to kick goals, and they're 3 goals down now. But at that point in time, they were 2 goals down. They hadn't scored for basically almost 2 quarters. So they, again, miss a skill and don't execute, and Richmond make them pay.
What are your thoughts on the defensive effort? Haynes gone back with the flight there, tries to mark it to win it back, but then it spills small. His man kicks the goal.
Lynch left it for Mansell in the end. McIntosh doing the ruck work against De Koning. Cripps gets the hand pass forward to Hewitt. Hand pass over the top to Cottrell. Brown lays the tackle. Inspired footy by Richmond. Everyone thought it was holding the ball. They stopped. Swansea gets the hand pass to Traynor. Over the top to McIntosh. Alongside Cripps. He clears a path for Hewitt who gathers for the Blues. Hand pass to Camporeale. He's tackled and brought down. Ball spills clear. Traynor just dinks the kick down the ground, and Cowan takes it, hugging it to his chest for the Blues. Shane Warne stand wing as he swings it inboard to Sard.
Sard's off and running, takes the customary bounce. Hand pass to Doherty. Short kick to centre half forward. Hollands takes the juggled mark, and the Tigers are well drilled. They're all back. Hollands trying to work his way through the maze. Kicks to the hot spot. No mark. Spills down in front of Vlosten. Knocked away by Cottrell. Hand pass out to De Koning. Ferocious tackle by Dow. Umpire lets them roll. Silvani in the forward 50. Needs something miraculous. He misses. The question is it a behind? I assume so. Or did it clip the behind post on the way through? They're going to check this, whether it's a behind or whether it's out on the full. The margin is 17 Richmond's way from 41 down. We're only through. This is the 3rd game of the season, and yet this could hold as the upset for the year just about the whole way through.
Oh, 58-point turnaround, really. 41 points up the Blues, and since that point, they haven't really looked like it. The only way they look like they're going to score at the moment is off a skiller and defensive effort that's going to get them a goal, which might bring back some momentum on their side. But at this point in time,
they haven't created their own turnovers, though, Murph, have they, with their ability to attack the opponent and cause them to feel like they're under the pump, which is that's exactly what Richmond have done to Carlton. conversely, when you see a side come out of the middle of the ground, they look like they're 1-2 over with the handball. Tom Brown, great roll up and smash that receiver in Cottrell to cause another turnover.
Well, Carlton have had the 9 inside 50s to Richmond's 7, but every time Richmond go inside 50, they look more dangerous than what Carlton do. So they're just not getting their entries right. They're not getting their work done at ground level, and they haven't won those contested marks, which I think that when I look at Michael Voss talk to Harry Mackay earlier, he just hasn't won enough contests at all. He's been lost a lot, and he hasn't even made 50-50 contests, which he should be easily bringing the ball to ground.
Soft call upheld, so Richmond by 16 points. 23 gone final term. Richmond by 16.
Jaden Short plays into the back pocket for the Tigers. Hugs the boundary line. De Koning takes the mark, hugging it to his shoulder in front of Toby Nankervis, who looks to stream back. So De Koning turns and places it long inside 50. Charging for the side, Kemp having a lot of it short. They spoiled each other in the end. It spills out the way of Kemp. Hand pass to Akers. Hand pass to Silvani, who's gone forward. Around the body to the goal square. Unable to hang on to the mark. Zach Williams. Hand pass to Cripps. It's smothered. Great desperate defending by the Tigers. Luke Traynor, a lunging effort there on debut as Cripps was trying to create something out of nothing.
Even then, when it looks like they're going to score, Richmond just fighting tooth and nail.
Jumping on grenades.
Jumping across the footy, jumping across the boot. Just desperation.
Vloston coming out of defence. 15-point lead for the Tigers. Offhand, spills down to Wiedering. Hand pass just nutmeg Sard. He went back to collect it. Cleans it up on the wing. Sends Carlton back inside the forward 50. They come from all directions. Mackay stands in front and marks. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
The young Tigers are just cramping everywhere. Sam Lawler, the last to come off. He's had the pickle juice, but you would have run out of fingers if you were trying to count the amount of Tigers struggling with cramp at the moment.
There is less than 7 minutes on the game clock.
This is huge.
Richmond have kicked 11 of the last 12.
Huge.
Harry Mackay. Has he got his kicking boots on? No. Wide right. And another behind for the Blues. Richmond by 14 points. Carlton have kicked 14 behinds. 24 minutes gone final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Upset brewing.
Last 3 scores have gone the way of Carlton, but they've all been behinds as the Tigers come out of defence. The kick up towards the wing. The back is crashed. Everyone has a fly at it. Wiedering in the back gathers. Campbell lays the tackle on him. Tries to drop it to his boot. Cripps with a hand pass to Walsh. To Chera. Looks into the middle of the ground. Doherty takes the mark. Can they open up some angles? He looks up. Decides to just drive it long inside 50. Big H is the answer. Silvani works his way to the front. Jack has enough of it to claim the mark.
Big grab.
Directly in front, 40 metres out from goal.
He's looked dangerous since going down there. He's probably only been down there 4 or 5 minutes, and he's already had 2 shots on. But he almost grabbed the last one that went in there, and that's a very strong grab. It's probably the only real move they had to try and pull, really, to try something different. Back at him. He'll kick it.
Jack Silvani directly in front, 40 metres out from goal. 600 days in between games. Can he stand up here? Silvani leans back on it, hugs the right goalpost, but gets it in. A jack of all trades, having gone back now into attack and kicks the goal for the Blues to stay in it. Richmond's lead is cut to 8, and Carlton with just their second goal of the second half. But they're still in it. Richmond 12-4-76. Carlton 9-14-68. 25 minutes gone, approaching 26 in the final term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Murph. Big time grab from Jack Silvani. No one really going to him to put any pressure on, though. Loston trying to just read the cues and come in and intercept versus getting a body and not allowing him to fly. But a big grab and a big finish. Maybe that can be the spark just for these last 5 or 6 minutes. Have been so dour, the Richmond defenders, over the last 2.5 quarters. You're ashamed to see them let it go now.
80,009, so again over the 80,000 mark for the traditional MCG opener. Free kick in the middle. Taccone was shepherded out of it. So Blues get the goal and now the centre break. Margin just 8. Hand pass to Chera. Kicks inside 50. Knocked away from the Blues. Loose footy centre half back. Taranto traps it. Hand pass away to Hopper. Handball wide to Green. Spins out of the would-be tackle from Sard. Kicks Richmond inside the centre square. Hollands leaps up, spoils. Kind bounce for Doherty. Through the middle of the G. Kicks Carlton inside 50. Broad looking to spoil. Silvani gets rid of him. Cripps in the pocket. Handball to Kemp. Tackled. Says ball up. Held to him right forward pocket. Richmond by 8 points. Carlton chasing the game.
This is a big spoil here. Defensive half of the ground by the Carlton defender. Was over the back, was a goal.
Taccone rises over the top of Nankervis, taps it straight down to Thompson Dow. Clearing kick for the Tigers, but only as far as Hollands. He marks for the Blues at right half forward. Under 5 minutes to go. Hollands looks inside 50. Cripps sets himself. The pack forms. Silvani's in there. Walsh tries to fend off Brown. Gets a hand pass to Fogarty. Knocks it on to Motlop. Under pressure from Steely Green. Richmond desperately trying to defend and they lock it up. 35 metres out from Carlton's goal. The Tigers lead by 8 points, and every minute is going to feel like agony for Richmond fans.
Final 5 minutes. Cripps grabs it out of the ruck. High up and under on the same spot. Throw a blanket over 20 of them. Taccone knocks it further forward. Mackay can't get boot the ball. Spills to Banks. Hand pass to Taranto. Fumbles. Trezise. Hand pass goes back to Taranto. Kicks out of the fence. Turnover. McGovern's got it. 70 out. Crowded forward 50. McGovern kicks to the skipper. Overshoots him. Puts it onto the chest of Dow. Marks at fullback for Richmond. 28 gone final term. Tigers by 8 points.
One of those minutes are gone. 4 minutes to go as Broad takes the mark in the back pocket. Can they hang on, the Tigers? Can they play composed footy? He chips to Vlostone, who marks where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary. Half forward for the Blues. Richmond by 8 points. Carlton would need 2 goals. Vlostone hugs the boundary line as he kicks up the Shane stand side. Lynch sets himself. Taccone in from the side. Spills to the front. Thompson Dow happy to see it out of play. And a boundary throw in. High fives all round for the Richmond players on the wing.
Is it nothing better than this for the young players here to really be practicing your setups, understanding the game plan, what is required in these big moments.
8 point lead. Boundary throw in. Comes down to Nankervis, grabs it out of the ruck, got a hand pass away. Here's Dow on the end of it. Handball inside. Little fumble there from Hopper, goes back to retrieve it. Got a hand pass out. Tigers working against the boundary line. McIntosh, quick kick forward, turnover. Haynes marks. 29 and a half gone. What is happening here? Haynes hands the ball to the umpire.
Blood rule, is it?
Oh, okay, there we go. Blood rule. He's got a clip over his left eye, so I thought he was going to ball it up for a moment.
So did I. I don't know if I thought that he didn't realise he marked it or hit the ground. He's like, I'm just going to call the ball up here. It rattled me.
Richmond by 8 points, half-hour mark, final term. That's right, if you've just flicked the radio on, Richmond by 8 points, and they kicked 11 out of 12 goals at one stage. Carlton kicked the last. That's after Richmond led by as many as 17 in this final term, having trailed by 41.
This is where, as a player, you just can't afford to fumble. Really need to execute your skills well. Be a one-touch player.
Michael Voss is woofing at his team on the boundary line. Kick to centre half forward. Mackay runs underneath it. Broad spoils. Down to Cottrell of the Blues. Hand pass to Walsh. Half forward. Kicks inside 50. Silvani hands to it again. No mark. Falls down. And Brown runs it out of defence for Richmond. Kicks up to Lawler. Collects on the bounce. Slips over. Lost it.
Chance for Chera. Gets a hand pass forward. Tom Brown can't take it cleanly. Taranto hard against the boundary. Hand pass to Campbell. Links the hand pass over the top. Here go the Tigers from half back. Lawler looks up towards half forward. Wiedering's waiting there. The goalkeeper gathers. Gives the hand pass away. Cowan through the middle of the ground. They've got to move it now. Sard looks up. Miss Fogarty. It's over his head. Charging onto a trainer. Gathers for the Tigers. They relieve once more from half back. Hand pass to Trezise. Kicks up towards Green. He loses it. Sard gathers at half back. Here go the Blues.
Sard has a bounce. Looks inboard. Finds Evans. 2 minutes on the game clock. Richmond by 8 points. Evans one side of the centre square to the other. Walsh marks. Got runners alongside him. Walsh goes himself. Kicks looking for Cripps. Caught at the back. Has to spoil away from Miller. Miller's getting a free. Had his arms chopped. Richmond footy and left half back.
Yeah. Well done, Miller.
Just fought front position, just owned the space in front. Knew that Walsh wanted Paddy Cripps to run through that area, but
he's gassed, mate. He's gassed. He didn't have another gear to go to.
It's just smart defensive work.
LDTL, long down the line. That is the play from here, and he kicks in that direction. Carlton win it back, though. Camporeale down to half forward. Hands on it from Mackay, no mark. Spills to Doherty. Kicks inside 50. Fogarty at the drop, can't complete the mark. Whacks it back into a dangerous spot. Floston's there. Settles it down with a sweeping hand pass out to Taranto. Tried to spin out of trouble. Spun around, gave it straight to Silvani. Hand pass to Cripps. Extra hand pass. Cottrell from the tight angle. Misses near side. Clock stops with 76 seconds remaining. In fact, less than that. 71 seconds on the clock. Richmond by 7 points.
Just got to have a look up at the goal square.
Evans all on his own, waiting for it, pleading for it.
They booted 1 goal 6 in the final term, the Blues. Jayden Short as far as he can to half-back, through the hands. Lawler at the back, the number 1 draft pick. His kick is partially smothered. It trickles up the wing. Wiedering puts his body on the line. Richmond win it once more. Lawler's involved again. Hand pass to Ross. Time running out. He drives it to a vacant goal square. Long inside 50. It's bouncing. It's bouncing. The foot race is on. And Campbell might have stopped it through. Game, set, match. The somersault and cartwheel to sign it off. Good night, Tigers fans. We're winners in round 1. Richmond by 13 points, and Seth Campbell with a party trick to finish his second. 13-4-82 to the Blues. 9-15-69. They rang the length of the MCG to finish the game.
Wow. Yeah. Wowee. Oh, you just got to be so proud of this young group if you're a Richmond supporter. Watching them just take it up to the Carlton side that was tipped by many to go 8 goals up, you know. But they've just kept trying, and that's what I've loved about it. They haven't died wondering. They've taken the game on. I could see that coming. You know what? Seth Campbell, mate, he was coming.
They almost were 8 goals up. So
what's the judges'
41
score?
points down.
What's the judges' score for the celebration?
Oh, 9.5. This is good.
11 out of 10.
Yeah, look at this. Cartwheel, backflip. Love that.
13-point lead for the Tigers. 12 guys, 35 games or less. 41 down. What a night at the footy. A secondary ball up alongside the centre circles. Nankervis trying to grab it out of the ruck. Wants repeat stoppages. Holds it in, and the umpire says, let's do it again. And for Carlton, what does it mean for the Blues? Top 4 aspirations. And against a side that won 2 games last year, they're down 13 with seconds left. Hurried kick forward for the Tigers again. Lynch wrestles it free on the wing. Hand pass away to Dow. Goes back by hand to Hopper. Shoots a handball out wide for Lynch. Tackled, dispossessed. Holding the ball. And a free kick for Camporeale. It's a Tiger turn-up for the ages. The 4 points and some aura points for Uze's Tigers. And for the Blues, it's an almighty misstep out of the gates. The Tigers by 13.
Never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weak until the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tigerland.
Without trying to overstate it, it's the kind of night that reminds you why you love sport. The theatre of the unexpected. An 8-goal underdog falls 41 points down with a whole lot of inexperience. They lost 7 premiership players over the summer. They had a dozen guys who have played 35 games or less, 3 on debut, and they would not be denied tonight. They come all the way back to win it and hold out the Blues. Their top 4 aspirations already up against it. Tigers by 13.
A fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind, then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weak until the Tiger of old, the strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yeah, we're from Tigerland.
The goosebumps activated. The yellow and black roar around the MCG as they take down the Blues in their season opener. Richmond by 13 points, having fallen 41 down in the second term. What a night at the footy, as it reminds us again how much we love it and how much we've missed it. Brett Delidio, Mark Murphy on ABC Sport. What a night, Richmond by 13.
Well, it's fair to say, Murph, I did not see that coming at all. I know nothing about football. Most of the footy...
No one does.
No one does. That was incredible. But what it does say is that beware the underdog, for sure, but effort doesn't require any talent, does it?
No.
And that's what we saw first and foremost from that Tiger side, young side, just willing to put in effort. They tackled, they chased, they dived, they tried to spoil. They made Carlton earn absolutely every possession that they went for. Even the marks, they'd come in late with a nice heavy spoil to make sure they went to ground. That'd be the stuff that pleases Adam Muse and the coaching staff the absolute most. I think that they walk off this ground. I know it's only round one and it's one game, but geez, it does a lot for your confidence. And typically the way they defended Murph, that's what pleased me the most. Yes, the effort was there, but they could not get the ball going forward at all. The Blues, they fell apart across half forward a lot. Maybe the move for Silvani to go forward came a little too late. I feel like they lacked a tall target. Kemp wasn't the option. Mackay, he grabbed one late, yes, but geez, I'm not too sure where to find the positives in the Blue Baggers.
No, there's no positives because they come tonight thinking this is just going to be a win, a matter of getting through and then looking forward to the next couple of weeks against Hawthorn and Collingwood. So yeah, they'll be licking their wounds tonight, and they've got to put this behind them and move on pretty quick. But yeah, you look towards the Richmond outfit, and if you were coming tonight as a Richmond fan, you probably didn't expect this. You wanted to see effort and some of these little green shoots that you talked about at the start of this game, Lids. But
little wins.
They got some wins across the board big time today, but you look at some of the stats that they had and where they won the game. Their clearance work was terrific. They won the clearances 43-39, but their clearances are actually, they got more bang for buck from them than what Carlton did. They out-tackled them 76-70. And one of the markers where you can't really get an understanding of their hard work rate, if you look at uncontested marks, they probably had 26 or 27 the first quarter, Carlton, and they ended up with 70. So they tidied that really well.
Yep.
And they just didn't allow Carlton to maintain the football, which is something that they really like to do.
Or own the corridor at all.
No, other than a few plays through the middle, the first quarter where they pierced the game and got the ball out the back. Richmond, to their credit, really tied that up. And from halfway through that second quarter, Carlton just could not score. I think it was only really Jack Silvani's goal in the last quarter. Corbin, wasn't it?
They kicked 1-6 in the final term. They kicked 2 goals after half-time.
Yeah, so that just shows you how defensively strong the Richmond outfit were, and that referred pressure from the contest work where they just wanted the ball more. They wanted to hit bodies more. It was just one Richmond jumper after another coming to attack the contest, and they get the reward of all that hard work.
19-8, the inside 50s in the final term, the Blues way. Jack Silvani went forward and looked the most dangerous, and yet the questions around conceding scores for Michael Voss is continuing to be one of the big issues.
Yeah, they just can't seem to halt momentum, can they? The Blues, they're not sure what they don't seem to have a mode to go into to either kick mark. They seem to want to fight fire with fire. It's like, well, we're going to go fast. That's what we've been practicing. We're going to go into the middle. We're going to keep going that way. But once that pressure raised from the Tigers and they wanted to try and match that, they fell apart.
Well, I mentioned before the game about moving the ball quick and the lack of probably leg speed that they have. But I think that going inside 50, name more than 3 players who are really good ball users going inside 50 of Carlton. There's not too many that spring to mind where you look at opposition clubs and you can name quite a few that just pierce the ball, and you know every time the ball's in their hands it's going to end in another teammate getting a possession. I just think they just don't have too many really strong, skillful players that can really hurt you, and I think we saw that again tonight.
We'll chat more about the Blues as we progress, and we'll get some reaction from both the rooms. We've got another 35 minutes on air, so a whole lot to pull apart and bask in this with the Richmond Football Club. Remembering this is a team, Lids, that the pre-season conversation was, will they win a game?
Yep.
Like they had 2 wins last year.
Lost their last 10.
Their record here at the MCG, by the way, I think they'd lost 10 in a row here by an average of 45 points. They fall 41 down with a bunch of guys that the casual footy fan would have never heard of or know too much about. And yet from that position, not just to get themselves back in the game, they go on to bloody win it.
Yep. No, it's incredible, isn't it? I think it's a testament to their belief in what they're doing down there. They've had a few pot shots even at the head cocker with his aura or lack thereof that
Corbin mentioned. I like that in the closing.
Yeah, someone keeps bringing up, but doesn't matter when you coach your side and you get your side believing in what you're actually trying to achieve and do together. And that's what I think would give Ooze and the coaching staff the most amount of joy is that they'll take some belief out of this, but it works if you put pressure on, and that's the thing. It's the want to actually put that pressure on and hunt the opponents is what would be most pleasing.
But even some of the looking through the season preview type stuff that we had written down at the start of the night, can Uze absorb another 2-win season? How patient are they going to be? And it's always hard being the guy after the guy. You always want to be the one after that. Like it's always the guy that comes in for the graveyard shift after the great dynasty. And yet for Adam Uze to be able to get this group together, because surely, talk about the Kane Corns criticism about he doesn't have a lot of aura. He doesn't, his voice doesn't carry weight, or at least in the public perception.
What is that though? What does that mean?
Well, again, it's hard to measure, and as Adam Uze said, it probably means different things to different people. But he's also a second-year coach, so he's 20-something games into the job. He won 2 games in his first season. They got some.
What do you want him to peacock every time he comes into the media and be like, "Look at me, I'm." Mate, he knows where he sits at the moment with the list that he's got and the amount of games that he's won.
But it's got to, from the outside, I think, you've got to be able to hear that, or that's got to rock your confidence somehow.
Oh, no doubt.
And yet to be able to back up and get this out of the group from the position they're in, what an amazing story, and what a night for the Richmond Football Club. Seth Campbell, by the way, Clinchy called it beautifully at the time, so kicks the goal at the end and then pulls off something that you'd expect to see on a floor routine at the Olympics. Just runs out with a running double backflip. Was it just a phenomenal celebration that went along with it that you don't often see in AFL footy? And we're going to learn a whole lot more about these Tigers. So they had 3 on debut tonight, including Sam Lawler, who kicked his first goal. His draft mates in Luke Traynor and Harry Armstrong, who showed bits and pieces at various times, and a 13-point win for Richmond, having come from 41 down. You mentioned at the start of the night, Lids, about what are people here to see tonight? Richmond fans, they've had so many great days at the footy recently. They've seen their team win premierships and everything else, and now they're entering into a different era.
Yep.
You just wanted to see a few little signs from a few guys and walk away happy, and gee, they've got more than they bargained for tonight.
Oh, no doubt. I think that's the joy that will keep this crowd. What do we have? Another 80,000 turn up tonight. You see other clubs when they know where their side's at and that they don't turn up, but you see that brings the crowd back. It keeps the crowd coming back to enjoy that ride. We saw some great stuff from Sammy Lawler tonight, some clean stuff, kick a couple of goals, enough from Harry Armstrong to suggest that he's on the right path as well. Thought Traynor had some moments down back as well. He stood up in a big smother there on Paddy Cripps late in the game. Just some, and then we see the backflip obviously of Campbell and everything else going on. It's there's plenty there to enjoy, that's for sure.
Just having a look, the 3 debutants, their first win, James Trezise, Jacob Blight and Steely Green. Steely Green have played in 6 losses before a win tonight.
Good on them. And this will be in an unbelievable rooms, I'm sure. Let's take you down there, Ben Cameron, awaiting the Tigers' arrival. Ben.
Oh, they are packed in like sardines at the moment, the family and friends of this team, waiting to get a glimpse of these players. They're not too far away from making their way in, but it is going to be a party. Mick Malloy's down here, back on the bandwagon, the Richmond fan, after a lean couple of years. But I can hear the team just getting closer, and they're rounding the corner, as you can hear, into the rooms to a hero's welcome. Welcomed in by Jacob Blight, who had that quad cramp, followed in by Sammy Lawler, who's pretty happy. A win on debut. He'll be getting the sports drink shower in just a moment. I think he's just realised that, a little chuckle. Nick Vlosten, he's been a part of so many wins. He rolls in, slaps young Lawler on the head, and they are about to huddle up with I'll try and count this. I think you just alluded me to it, Clinchy. There should be 6 in the middle. They're getting the sports drink shower right now. They are a happy bunch. There's almost an inner ring and an outer ring. They'll just huddle up. Here we go. That was a pretty hearty rendition, and understandably so. They are pumped down here in the rooms. Plenty of hugging. They were jumping up and down on the spot as a group as they sung the song there, Adam Uze. Who needs aura when you've got calm? He was cool, calm and collected, just clapping along in the background. These are happy rooms. Days like this, hey, Lids and Murph, they're special.
They certainly are, Benny. You've got to really enjoy them, especially you don't think you're going to get too many of them when they do come around. They're already in front of Dimmer's first start. We was zipping 9, I think we were, when Dimmer first started. So I know it's his second year for Ooze, but a big new group of players.
13-point win for Richmond. They were 41 points down, having conceded 7 of the first 8 goals. And Carlton only kicked 2 themselves after the 15-minute mark of the second term. The SMS number is still up and firing, 0437 774 774. Dan from Perth, so much for we're the team that never lets you down. Rob in Greensborough. At best, that's likely the difference between Carlton finishing top 4 and not. More likely, it's the difference between Carlton making finals or not. Pathetic. And most of it started at the trade table at the end of last year. Bill off the SMS. Blues, them old, clumsy, non-committal selves. And it's only round 1. Lockie off the SMS. As a Melbourne fan, I'm so happy for Adam Uze. Everything from your call sounded like the effort was all Richmond. And Simon in Adelaide. Boy, was I wrong about Carlton winning by 104 points.
He certainly was.
On face. A 13-point win for the Tigers. We've got plenty of time to cover the Blues. We will do that in just a moment, and we'll get some reaction, of course, from the Richmond room. So I just want to stay on the positive before we transition into the Blues. We've got Mark Murphy here. He's answered many questions as the captain of the club, and he's...
he thought these days were over, just like Richmond fans thought their winning days were over.
They never cease to deliver, do they, the man?
I might go live in Siberia. I've had enough.
Fourth year with us here, and
it's been a good time, Corb. I've really enjoyed it.
Awesome. He's still facing a few of the questions. More from Mark Murphy coming up. Richmond by 13 points. Let's celebrate with the winners. Back into the Tigers rooms with Ben Cameron.
I do have Jacob Hopper with me, baking all of it into it. How big an underdog this team was, coming up against a heavily favoured Blues side with 12 players with less than 35 games of experience in the team. Where does that rank amongst your best wins?
Yeah, honestly, I think it's important not to get too far ahead, but honestly, in the moment, it's probably one of the better wins I've been a part of. Such energy that the young boys have brought in. We know what everyone else expects of us, but we're not putting a lid on anything. We've just trained our asses off. We've had a lot of new faces, and they've brought so much energy, and it was great to see them play. And to be honest, just to be a part of their first game was special, and we've got more Richmond players now a part of the club, and it's just super exciting for everyone.
That sounds like something that's been spoken about throughout the summer. Look, we know what they expect of us being everyone else. We'll just do us.
100%. I think it's not that we really care what anyone says about us, because I think it's more important about what we think about us. But you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out what's being said. And, if it drives us a little bit more, then so be it. But to be honest, we're just proud of the way we played, regardless of the win. But to win is bloody nice.
In game today, how did you turn it around? You were 41 points down and everyone thought it was following the script, but you turned it around. How did you do it?
Yeah, I think we sort of felt like we weren't actually playing that badly. Like, our system was sort of intact. We just weren't really executing. We were a bit fumbly. They were cleaner with the ball. We probably weren't absorbing their pressure as well as we would have liked to. But, to stay gutsy, I think there's some young boys that are fearless, and you feed off that. And we knew if we just cleaned our act up a little bit, we felt like our structure would hold up. And, it felt like we were always going to win the game then after probably half-time, I reckon.
I'll send you upstairs. We've got a very happy former Richmond champion, Brett Delidio, and flat as a Bushman's Mark Murphy.
Hops, let's here, mate. I just wanted to get your thoughts on it. When did you actually feel like the tide started to turn in your favour and you're like, we're a real chance here?
Yeah, I think, well, obviously quarter time was I think it was important just to settle the group because they obviously jumped us. But as I said, we felt like, we just felt like we weren't actually playing that badly. Like, yeah, we had some fumbles and we weren't handling their pressure. But then after quarter time and the way we played in the second quarter, I felt like we just felt like we were much more playing the game on our terms. And then obviously our third quarter, we felt like, after half time, I'd say we just felt like we were every chance, and we knew that there was a lot of pressure on them and there wasn't that much on us.
You spoke about getting your defensive press-ups set up and being able to get strong behind the footy, but a big part of today looked like just effort right across the board. Your young half-forwards who have got some speed are putting pressure on you boys in the middle, and it allowed your guys to mop up down back. Is that a big part of the way you want to go about it this year?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've got some real leg speed in the group and we've got some real hunger because there's some young boys just absolutely itching, and I'd say that we've had an unreal pre-season, and that's been a lot of the focus. Rocking up every day, bringing our effort, because sometimes that's all you've got. Sometimes it's not going to go exactly the way you draw it up, but if you bring the right bottle of intent, we feel like we're going to put ourselves in every position to win the game.
Jacob, Mark Murphy here, mate. Congratulations on your game tonight. A couple of your teammates inside the centre circle there. Obviously, Tim Taranto, we know how much of a star he is, but I thought Jack Ross was probably his best game for the footy club. How have you enjoyed working with him over the last couple of years and just seeing some of these younger guys now starting to come into their own?
Yeah, I feel like it was unreal to see Rossi get some real reward for his pre-season, the way he goes about it. We feel like there's so many of those guys that haven't probably quite had the opportunity, or they've just got enough games under their belt now to really start to flourish and bring their strengths each game. So, it's going to be super exciting. I feel like there's a real fresh feeling amongst the group. And, there's plenty of boys that are more than capable to play some really good footy for us this year.
As a young group, do you draw upon other younger teams that probably weren't so expected to do so well? And the team that probably comes to mind at the moment is probably Hawthorn. I mean, last year they looked like they were a million miles off it, but then just came flying home and just started to get their game up and going, and that all came from the contest and effort. Do you look at a team like that and go, yeah, it can happen pretty quick if we really work hard and have a great fundamental side of our game together?
Yeah, I think. I don't know if we look at it like specifically to Hawthorn, but I think our emphasis is really just not putting any lid on what we're capable of. We know where we want to get to, whether that happens tonight with a win or at the end of the year or whether it's next year. I think we just know that if we keep trying to play the right way, keep trying to play our way, and we just keep working hard and working on what we can, I feel like we're capable of anything. And if that means we win a lot of footy this year, then so be it, and we'll be bloody wrapped with that too.
And just one word for Camden McIntosh's headband. One word.
Yeah.
Horrific, isn't it? Hop.
It's honestly, it's a little bit hard to support when he's getting nipped out there, I'll be honest, because I think I was sort of with a few of the boys that were giving it to him, but he is a teammate, so I have to fly the flag with him. So if he's going to keep rocking it, I'm just going to have to get my head around it.
Jacob Hopper's with us on ABC Sport. Jacob, Matt Clinch here. To continue on a similar note, Seth Campbell, did you know he had the sort of somersault in him?
Yeah, I did. He's probably got the most energy I've ever seen in a human being. So he probably rips out about 3 or 4 of them on a daily basis just because he can and just because he wants to. But, I knew he had that in him for sure.
And how has your role changed around the locker room when you think of some of the names that have left? Obviously, Dan Rioli and Liam Baker, Dustin Martin, Shea Bolton, Dylan Grimes, Marlon Pickett. Sort of how has it felt like you have to really instill yourself as the next generation leader of this footy club alongside sort of Toby Nankervis and Tim Taranto?
Yeah, I think it's just that sort of natural evolution that happens in a footy club, but it sort of just has to happen because if we don't, we're going to fail. So, and that's the same as whether it's your first game or not, but I think we're in a really unique position where everyone has a voice, everyone's comfortable in the group to speak up because we're all in it together. We're all not sure what the year's going to look like, but we feel like we started off on a really good hit.
Just the 4th number 1 pick in the club's history. Obviously, the last one was Brett Delidio, who sat behind me all night. Sam Lawler out there tonight, obviously kicks a goal, Jacob on debut. We've read a lot about him, obviously the kid from Bacchus Marsh. He can play sort of mid-forward, all the rest of it. What's something we don't know about him that perhaps you've learned over the summer?
Well, yeah, I feel like everything's pretty well documented. I don't know what I can say on a sort of public forum, but look, he's a great kid. He's got so much energy. He's a bit of a peanut, but I think it's good. He's got that sort of freedom in his game, and it's good to watch him go about it, and I think he's just going to get better and better.
Plays for a team that's had 100,000 members the last couple of years, and he's obviously in Melbourne and everything else. Is he going to be able to cope all right with the stardom and everything that comes with being the number one pick?
Oh, no, it's gone straight to his head, I'll tell you that much. So we'll have to watch that and monitor that and just keep a lid on it for sure.
Jacob, congratulations on a special night from a Richmond point of view. Can't wait to see what the rest of the year's got in store. We'll see you in Adelaide next week.
Thanks, crew.
Port Adelaide is the fixture on Saturday in the twilight for Richmond. It just, for a side that was, the mark was set at 2.5 wins on the back of what they did last year, and they win their first game against Carlton. It feels like it just completely recast the whole season for the Tigers about what they're capable of and what they can do from here.
Yeah, well, as Hops mentioned there, it's like, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It's one win, which it is, but you can get a lot of confidence out of it, and I think it's more about where Carlton are at than it is where Richmond are. But great for the Tigers to get that win and just to play the right way. I think that'll be the most pleasing thing.
Yep. So Brian Cook said in the pre-season, and we've come back to this a few times, Murph, about that the fact that they see themselves as a top 4 team. Top 4's the ambition, and then win a couple of finals from there. That is the benchmark that he set as the chief executive of the footy club entering into year 4 under Michael Voss. Well, from what we saw tonight, how do they measure up against that?
Yeah, well, and we mentioned this before the game, they obviously see themselves as a top 4 team because they didn't really bring in a lot of other players, did they? They thought and they think that they've got the list that is going to challenge. And, judging by tonight's performance, they're probably a long way off that, but it is one game. So it's obviously not the ideal start. And unfortunately for them, when you make comments like that, which is probably why CEOs and coaches and players don't come out and go, we're aiming at winning the flag this year, or we're aiming to be a top 4 side, that these sort of performances here then go, if this is where you're supposed to be at, then why are you doing this? So
set you up for failure. But you've also got to shoot for the stars sometimes too, don't you?
I agree. I think they've got the cattle there. They've got probably 5 genuine A-grade superstars, but it's how long do you just rely upon 5 out of 22 or 23 that represent you every week?
But that's part of the problem, isn't it? 4th year under Michael Voss, they featured in finals on 2 occasions, got to a prelim in 2023, lost form and injuries in the back half of last season, but I think Carlton fans are looking to see a navy blue side that isn't just built on talent. They want to see
what they saw from Richmond today, just effort and diving on the footy and tackle and chase. That's the thing that was probably most damning today. It's like it's the same way that they continue to lose. It's either a superstar brings them along for the ride and they get going, or they get walloped and there's large runs of goals that go against them.
They probably haven't played good footy. They didn't play great footy last year, to be honest with you, but 2 years ago they played some good footy, and it was for 10 weeks in a row, really. Before that point, they were battling. So,
but that was back when they were a great clearance side, and they had a point of difference on top of the rest of the competition.
Yep, and that got them to a kick within a grand final. But since that point, they've been a long way off it. They haven't really looked like it, to be honest with you. So there's obviously going to be a lot of questions about them, and fair enough too, because. Yeah, ahead of the football, Harry Mackay probably he just wasn't good enough tonight for the type of player that he should be and is. He got beaten easily by a bloke debuting and got beaten in a lot of one-on-ones, and then his follow-up efforts at times were very poor or non-existent. So that's from one of your best players and your key pillar, obviously up forward. You're not going to go too well, eh?
Ahead of the ball's never been the issue, though. Like they've scored so freely in the past, and Michael Voss identified this in the preseason where he said, look, if we don't improve defensively, it's not going to happen for us. Like, how does it felt like the tap had just been turned off tonight, and we commented on it during the play where they kicked 2 goals after the 15-minute mark of the second quarter, and for large periods didn't look like it. Like, even getting it, how does that happen where it completely deserts you the ability to move the footy and look threatening with ball in hand?
It's a great question, and they'll be asking themselves that, no doubt. But you can see with runs of momentum, and you're like, oh, God, here we go again. And there's no doubt that Michael Voss would have brought it up every single time in review on a Monday. then it's like, oh God, it becomes like cancer. It just keeps spreading all the way through the whole side, and everyone, then one bloke fumbles or he makes a quick mistake where he decides, I'm just going to Mitch McGovern trying to kick it off the ground, and then Lockie Cowan going for a torp out of. But that was a result of the high pressure. What you need there is calm heads, and you'd think that they've been together as a group long enough now to be able to say, boys, calm the farm. Let's just see whether we can weather this early storm here from the Tigers, get a goal, and then we'll wrestle the lead back, hopefully, or the momentum back. But they haven't been able to do that. Their last 2 games that we watched them play, they've been smoked for big periods of the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's been ongoing from week to week, really, hasn't it? Where they almost have brain fades or they make silly decisions and get scored against quite easily from just basic fundamentals. And if you're going to be a top 4 team, they're the teams that get the fundamentals done over and over again, and they're not one of those teams at the moment.
It seems foolish to even have top 4 in the conversation the way that happens tonight. Like, how do you...
Well, that's why I asked Brad Lloyd that question prior to the game. I was like, well, where's the difference coming? He's like, he named the players, but it's like, well, tell you what, after tonight, you'd walk away and you'd be asking the same question. It's like, well, where's this top 4 coming from? Who's going to do it other than Cripps, Walsh, DeConning, and Wiedering down back?
So just on that point, do you think it's coaching or is it personnel? Like when you have 25 more inside 50s, you have 20 more contested possessions, playing a side that had 2 wins last season.
It has to be a bit of method, doesn't it? Like that's what it seems like. I don't know whether it's confidence. Murph would have a better idea about that than I would with the boys down there, but it seems a little bit method-based in terms, we commented early again, it was like, geez, they look like they're bombing away inside forward 50 a little bit here, hoping that someone can catch it. And if Harry Mackay didn't, Kemp didn't look like he was, and the small forwards didn't really get on the end of it, did they? So,
and Richmond knew by that stage what they were dealing with.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. Well, you made mention then 65 inside 50s, 40. You think you should be winning those games. So whether that's method and your patterns going inside 50, whether that's a combination of not having skillful enough players who can execute decisions going inside 50, which is the hardest kick in football. So you need to have a lot of good players who make good decisions and execute more time than not. And unfortunately, in the last couple of years, that's been the one thing that has let them down the most is their skill execution. And people go back to, and we always talk about, pace and going through the corridor, but maybe that's a reason why they probably don't do it as often, because they don't have the cattle to be able to do that.
It was set up. I know they had injuries over the off-season, and every side's missing a few at the moment. So obviously Charlie Curnow's not out there at the moment, But outside of that, we're looking at guys like Chin Cotter, Corey Durden, Fantasia, Elijah Hollins, obviously Newman and Pitternet as the guys that are run available from Jagger Smith, from probably what would be their best 23. But gee, they had a list or a draw that set them up to really get off to a good start. They only played 2 other finalists in the first 6 weeks. They're the only top 8 team from last year that play West Coast and North Melbourne twice. So they get them as part of their double-ups. They've also got double-ups against arch rivals Collingwood and Essendon, who didn't play finals last year. But that is an absolute misstep out of the gates. So a 13-point loss to last year's Wooden Spooners in Richmond. Let's go into the Carlton rooms. Ben Cameron's downstairs. Ben.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward room down here. The players have just emerged from what was a relatively long meeting with Michael Voss. There are the typical, as you would probably call them, Lids, corridor conversations ongoing. Brian Cook involved in a lengthy combo with a couple of other directors. Graham Wright is having a chat. Now, that looks pretty jovial, to be fair. That doesn't look overly panicked or stressed there, but the players just getting around their families now. Scott Camporeale is down here as well, obviously having just watched his son Lucas on debut. But, these rooms are never much fun.
Thanks, Ben. Let us know if you get any reaction down there. So Thursday night again next week against Hawthorn. So doesn't get any easier for the Blues, and there'll be nowhere to hide this week.
This is the time where you want a quick turnaround. And unfortunately, a Thursday to Thursday game, there's a lot of time to think about it. So
back in front of everyone watching too.
The good news is, Murph, we get to watch them again next Thursday.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I find the Thursday game, at least, I mean, this is hard because it's Carlton and they've lost to last year's Wooden Spooners and everything else, but I felt like you could get away with murder on the Thursday night last year, because then Friday night comes around and then Saturday and Sunday and we've got more games, and by the time we get to Monday and all the debrief from the round previous, you think, that happened 4 days ago, and it's kind of like, it feels like it's too old in the news cycle.
Then we're on to the next game. So.
Then we're on to the next game. But I feel like there'll be a special place for Carlton, though, this week. I think they'll find room to talk about.
I think they'll find enough room, Corbin.
But it's sort of that one that you lose, and now they've got Hawthorn, Western Bulldogs, Collingwood. So they need to kind of jag one back the other way. So
the thing with those sort of losses is that the teams that are down around Richmond, where we think Richmond will finish, is they're like, we're a chance. Or why can't we be the ones that come out here and play versus because I remember playing Geelong back in the old days, and you probably remember the same. When they were at their absolute peak, you're like, oh, this is going to be a tough day. Even if we play absolutely out of our skin, it's going to be a tough day. But now you see, well, the Blues, if you put enough pressure on them, maybe they'll crumble. Maybe we might get a win here today as well. So, but in saying all of that, Murph, it's round one. And someone had to lose today. Although we did have a draw a couple of years ago. So let's not say write them off and say they're the wooden spoon.
Make a big call here, Lids. Come on, make a big call about Carlton this year.
They'll still make the 8.
They'll still make the 8.
Wow, your big call, Murph.
Oh, I don't know why I asked that question.
Whenever you ask someone, you always got to be prepared someone will ask you a question.
I think tonight really stings, to be honest with you.
But that might be the motivator. Like I said, I've been there before where you think you're going to win, you've been well prepared, you've done everything right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need a little kick in the backside to say, right, that wasn't us.
Well, that's the challenge of a 23-game season. You spoke to a couple of Collingwood people today, and it's like, well, you just got to take a couple of lessons out of it and wipe it. Basically, that's one game in, and there's 22 to get. So the quicker they can wipe it and learn, obviously, a few lessons out of it, you've got to take something out of it. You've got to move on very quickly in this game, otherwise it can drag on and really snowball quickly.
Sam Doherty, just to jump in, finished with 14 disposals. When you think of some of the players he jumped over playing just the final term.
Yeah, and he starts next week. There's no doubt about that. Although we did watch him do some sprinting out there after the game. It's the worst job in the AFL. Yeah, he was good, but again, you go back to that one shot that he had that could have brought the house down. Start of that last quarter. I mean, you can't put it all down to that, but it would have been a nice goal.
Still make the 8, Murph?
Oh, not sure at this point. I think when one of the callers texted in about, I'm just worried about just getting a win, not worried about percentage. I was like, well, I think percentage is going to be very important this year between being a 3 to 10th side. So you've got to get the wins, but obviously you've got to make it pay and actually put them to the sword when it gets to that opportunity of getting a percentage boost. And they obviously let one slip today, Carlton. So percentage is going to be crucial this year, I think.
Off the SMS, Brett in Canberra, worst performance I've seen. Disgraceful, and I think Voss won't be coaching the Blues next year. That's from Brett. Anonymous, no name, no pack drill. The Blues are a sham club. Downhill skiers. I can guarantee you that at quarter time, Voss was talking about just closing out this game and getting through with no injuries. They won't make the 8 with this attitude continuing. Bury the Blues now, no chance. From Steve. Off the SMS, Adam Uze might be the real godfather. His hit on Carlton was akin to a young... do you want to fill this one out too? I haven't seen The Godfather, so I won't be able to handle this one.
Vito Corleone.
Yep. Hit on...
I think it's obviously
Don
head of the Corleone family. Hits on.
That's got me right there, Steve, as I'm reading through these on the run. Ben will love this because I'm not a big movie buff at the best of times, and the fact that I've been called out on this...
Mark's a good shout.
Mark from Bentley East. Bring us that one, Ben. Clinchy.
The late Chris Tulsa's legacy, Toshe, I should say, right there. Astute recruiting and trading has given us a group of kids who have a crack from day one, and they were wearing black armbands today in his honour.
Yep. There we go. So that's a little taste off the SMS, 0437774774. Adam Uze's first up. We were hoping to be able to bring you a little bit of Michael Voss before 11 p.m, but we might be up against it time-wise. Votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
I've done the 3 and the 2 and the 1, actually.
Oh, well done.
Are you happy with these 3?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
So I thought Tim Taranto, especially in the last quarter, I thought he really lifted the boys around him with a few other of his midfielders being a little bit quieter in that last, but I thought he really stood up, had some big moments, big tackles, was very clean. So he got my 1 vote, Tim Taranto. I thought Toby Nankervis was brilliant tonight. I thought he just competed hard all night. Been a lot of talk about Tom DeConning being the next superstar, and he came today with a real mindset of just hitting in hard.
Tom DeConning was good though, mind you.
He was very good, but he won the hit-outs 35-30, I think, off the top of my head. I don't have the stats right in front of me. I do, but I haven't actually gone to them, Lids. Yep. Just on field, which I like to give every now and again. Keep the 2 goals. I like that. But his first half was really strong and really set the scene for his team. And I think he was the first one to kick the goal and just give the team a bit of a settler. So big skipper's moment on that occasion, and I thought he just cracked in all night. Jack Ross, easily his best
game for the footy club, I thought. I haven't watched a lot of Richmond over the last couple of years, but he looked really powerful tonight. Jack Ross kicked the 2 goals, had 28 disposals, had the 7 clearances, 4 tackles, 6 inside 50s. So he was everywhere tonight, and he gets my 3 votes.
3 votes for Jack Ross, 2 for Toby Nankervis and 1 for Tim Taranto, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Richmond by 13 points, having fallen 41 down in the second quarter. What a phenomenal turnaround as the Young Tigers win their first game of the young season. It felt like the kind of result that after a bit of a soft launch last week, we only got the 2 games, and the AFL couldn't do much about that, obviously, with the events of Cyclone Alfred. It felt like that, didn't it?
Yep.
It felt like we were properly back tonight, and there was probably even a feeling arriving to the ground tonight where you thought, it's the start of the season, it's great, there's 80,000 there, but Carlton will win, and we know what's going to happen, and so it's just a matter of how much they're going to win by. And then to have the result flipped and go the other way, this, like I said in the call, it was just a reminder why we love the footy, that it's nothing's guaranteed in the theatre of the unexpected.
It's going to be hard to take the MCG opener off them if they keep delivering games like that.
Well, that's it. And you hear some people calling for that. They're like, this is a sham that they've still got it. We spoke about it last Saturday with Mickey Malthouse, didn't we? So, people saying there could be a 10-goal loss here. And to be honest, I bought into that a little bit too. I was like, if you just see some competitiveness and a few little small wins, but, 80,000 turn up again, and why wouldn't you keep it going the way it is?
That's why they play their games on grass, not on paper. An amazing result. So a 13-point win for the Tigers. Now, coming up tomorrow, as soon as you wake up in the morning, you can head to wherever you get your podcast. The ABC Listen App's the best place for that, and you can look for ABC AFL Daily. And you can hear Brett Delidio's breakdown of what happened. So Libs joins Ben and myself every Friday, so you'll be able to find that tomorrow. So you will have your full preview for the weekend, a look back on the Thursday night fixture, and a look ahead to what's to come in the round through ABC AFL Daily. We'll leave this with Sir Swamp Thing, the statistician from Channel 7. Biggest comebacks to win by sides with the number 1 draft pick playing. 41 points tonight, Richmond, with Sam Lawler featuring. The previous high water mark was a 27-point comeback featuring Bryce Gibbs in 2007 by the Blues. Special night. We'll see you next Thursday, Murph. We've got the Blues again. We'll ride the roller coaster together.
We love to.
Thanks to Mark Murphy. Thanks to Brett Delidio. And thanks to Stu Hollywood-Baker on the buttons. To Matt Clinch for calling the footy. Ben Cameron downstairs and the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. The Tigers by 13 points. And that doesn't nearly tell the story. From 41 down, let's relive how they did it. Good night from the G. Taranto soccers it inside 50. Cambriale, handpass, missed the target. Tigers awake to this. Knocked away towards Lawler, to Lynch. Look away, handball to Campbell. He goals. The Tigers are on. They've kicked 4 in a row either side of half-time. Handball along the ground to Trezise. Has it at left half forward. Hand pass to Green. Kicks looking for Lynch. It's over his head. They're on out the back. It's Lawler, the new guy in town. Goals. His first in AFL footy for the number 1 pick. Harry Mackay is going to kick around the corner from straight in front. He got it a little skinny, but it's true. And settles the game down for Carlton. Blues back out by 19.
Well, to say they needed that one, Murph, is an understatement.
From right on 50, Hopper veers out to the right. That's a classy finish. Seizing the moment, and Richmond close the gap once more. Back to a 12-point margin. Campbell tries to get a little toe poke on it on half forward with the ball on the deck. He fights on, taps it out, got it to Lawler, then the hand pass to Ross from 45. A flying shot on goal! Jack Ross with his second.
Slides through to Cowan. In defence, he shakes the kick, trying to clear. Live footy inside 50. Brown at the drop takes the mark. And Tom Brown will have the last shot of the quarter to tie the game. Tom Brown spins it in his hands. 35 out, dead in front. We're even. The Tigers have come all the way back.
Doherty's backwards hand pass, missed the target. Lynch is onto it. Hand pass to Lawler, the number 1 draft pick, bounces it through, and the Tigers are in front with his second. From 41 points down, the Tigers, they're a runaway train at the moment.
As the kick from Trainer goes down to half forward, Haynes can't complete the mark. Fumbled by McGovern, ball never went out. Picked up by the Tigers. Armstrong kicks it to the line. Banged through by Bauer. Richmond by 2 goals. They are